Hello and a very good evening to everyone joining Sri Lanka's number one sports hub, the www.thepapare.com. We are coming to you live from the race course. We have who are taking on CR&FC Blues, the women's game, the first game of day 2. Here's a good restart, not managing to collect clearly, and it will be a knock on in favor of Uva early on. Yesterday we had plenty of games, and the rest are being played today. Here's Uva with penalty being won by Uva. Not 10 is the call from the referee. Here's Uva taking it quickly. Numbers on the outside. And that's the first try coming in for Uva. Goes under the posts. Scores the first try. Uva 5 points to nil. Going on the outside of the CR Blues. And with the conversion to come, it's 5 points to nil. The conversion wasn't successful, so we'll go back to the restart. CR Blues not starting really well. Uva on the other hand had plenty of numbers on the outside. She decided to go by herself and score the first try. The restart, finding the 10 meters ever so slightly. Uva winning position. Advantage in favor of Uva. A penalty for hands in the ruck. And here's Uva going for the second try. Right through the middle. That will be the second try coming in for Uva. She hasn't planted the ball yet. She's waiting to eat the time. And the conversion will be taken as well. Uva back-to-back tries early in the morning. CR Blues taking the ball into contact. Numbers on the outside if they choose to use it. Penalty in favor of 10 meters not being found. Uva will take the ball quickly, gives it out wide. Good defense from CR Blues. However, they trail 10 points to nil. A looping pass, not a really good one though. Yazu trying to run on the outskirts of CR Blues and bundled into touch. Finally. CR Blues with the line out. Not straight is the call from the referee. So it will be an scrum. Uwe with possession. Out hooks the ball. Numbers on the outside, but bundled into touch again. The hooter for the half-time whistle goes, and CR Blues have a line out. The ball has been knocked down, and that will be half-time. And half-time confirmation, 10 points to nil. Uwe leading. That's the confirmation. And the next match will be Savaragamuwa taking on Southern Province. It will be an interesting clash in the next match, and we'll now go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිරිපදාස ඇඩ්මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නෝරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස්.
Welcome back to www.thepapare.com, bringing to you the club sevens from Racecourse. Here's Uwe. Half-time confirmation was 10 points to nil. Uwe leading, throwing the ball away. Numbers on the outside for and still going is the player. This will be the third try coming in. Wearing the number 10 jersey. Running on the outskirts of the CR Blues defense. 15 points to nil just as the second half started. Beautiful work from Uwe. Who are restarting things. A good kick. CR Blues managing to knock the ball on. Numbers on the outside for Uwe. But not very good ball handling from them. Runs straight into traffic. There's plenty of numbers on the outside for Uwe. And the ball has been turned over. Here's the CR Blues. Good tackle coming in from Uwe. Numbers on the outside for CR Blues. Knocks the ball on. Penalty conceded in the favor of the CR Blues. Takes it quickly. A backhand pass. Numbers on the outside, but bundled into touch by Uwe. Not straight is the call from the referee. So the lineout's not working for both teams. Both teams unable to put in a straight throw. So it will be a scrum in favor of the CR Blues this time. Penalty conceded again by Uwe. They are currently in the lead. CR Blues takes the ball into contact. Going through heavy traffic is the CR Blues. Takes 4 women to take her down. Here's CR Blues, inches away from the tie line. Numbers on the outside, and this will be the first try coming in for CR Blues. Beautifully done. Extends her hands and scores the first try for CR Blues. CR Blues to restart. A lovely high hanging kick. Not collected cleanly by Uwe. But here's the danger. CR Blues. Some good possession by CR Blues in the last 3 to 4 minutes. They've kept on and held on to possession, but they are still trailing by 3 points to nil, 3 tries to 1. Yes, the CR Blues finally brought down. The ball has been knocked on. And that will be the game. 15 points to 5 is how it ends. This is the full-time confirmation. Here you go. 15 points to 5 against CR Blues. That's the full-time confirmation. And next we have Sabaragamuwa taking on Southern Province. Sabaragamuwa from the left to right. Here's Southern Province with possession. Trying to go through the middle is Southern Province. Numbers on the outside, and a player has been down, and here's the first try coming in for Sabaragamuwa. A good intercept, and that's the first try being scored. Player down with an injury, the Sabaragamuwa player. And after that collision, the restart A good kick. Southern Province taking the ball into contact. Numbers on the outside for Southern Province, but they decide to go into heavy traffic. The ball has been turned over by Sabaragamuwa. Here's pace on the outside. Wayamba Sabaragamuwa rather knocking the ball on, so it will be a Southern scrum. Mistakes creeping up to both teams. It has been a stop-start affair. Penalty in favor of Southern Province. Offside is the call. Quickly taken. Here's Southern Province taking the ball into contact. Goes a decent way as well, but their passing has been a little too poor. They haven't really struck a couple of passes together. The line was offside, so Southern Province gets another opportunity. Quickly taken. Here's Southern Province, another head collision. Southern Province taking the ball into contact. Another high tackle coming in favor of the Southern Province. Taking the ball into contact is the Southern Province and knocks the ball on dead. So the penalty was already coming for Southern Province, but the referee stops the clock. Stops the clock for an injury. quickly takes the ball into contact. Tries to go through the middle, but the ball has been turned over. Offside is the call from the referee. Southern Province, however, high tackle, another high tackle. Yes, Southern Province. Ever so close. Good defense coming in from Savaragamuwa. Yet again another penalty in the favor of Southern Province. They've been giving away too much penalties. Southern Province close to the try line, but they always run towards heavy traffic. Here's Sabaragamuwa with possession. The ball has been knocked down, and that will be half time. And the half-time confirmation. Five points to nil. Sabaragamuwa leading. And the next match will be Western Province taking on Nuwa. That will be another interesting clash. And now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. සිද්ධාශ
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Foxhill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
ෆයිනල් ෂෝඩවුන් කැන්ඩි ස්පෝර්ට්ස් ක්ලබ්
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරේ ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Second half starts, and knock on early on. Southern Province winning the scrum. Taken quickly by Southern Province and knocks the ball on. The referee wasn't in a position to see that. Yes, Southern Province taking the ball into contact. Sabaragamuwa defending really well. The latter part of the first half, they had to defend strenuously. But this half also looks like they'll have to defend most part of the game. But finally, Sabaragamuwa gets a scrum in favor of them. Yes, Sabaragamuwa running around, and this will be the second try coming in for Sabaragamuwa. Running around the defense and cornering back up right under the posts. So it's 10 points to nil. Sabaragamuwa, whenever they've got possession and ball in hand, they've always managed to score, and the conversion is good as well. So it's 12 points to nil. Sabaragamuwa leading. Here Southern Province again with possession, numbers on the outside for them. Sabaragamuwa have been doing most of the defensive work. But Sabaragamuwa also, whenever they've had possession, they've managed to score. Running on the outskirts of the Southern ladies. Offside is the call from the referee. Now a yellow card. Yellow card in favor of the Southern Province. Here's Sabaragamuwa. That's the third try coming in for Sabaragamuwa. Beautifully worked. And barges over for the try. Sabaragamuwa restarts things. Southern takes the ball into contact. Good defense from Sabaragamuwa. Numbers on the outside for Sabaragamuwa. For Southern rather. Doesn't manage to connect. Yes, Sabaragamuwa with an opportunity. Got good defense from Southern. That's the mark. Yes, Sabaragamuwa running over, and this will be the fourth try coming in for Sabaragamuwa. 4 tries, 1 conversion. 22 points to nil, and that will be the game for Sabaragamuwa. And that's the full-time confirmation. Full-time confirmation, 22 points to nil. Sabaragamuwa winning against Southern Province. Easily done. And the next match will be now we'll go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස්ස ගුණ එතැන. රස්ස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට්. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Welcome back. This is the Western Province taking on Uva Province. The men's quarter-final, I would think. Only Uva is at the grounds at the moment. both teams. Ready, only Uva team is in the grounds. Western Province has been lined up. And Western Province finally takes the field. A good high hanging kick. Not collected by Uva. The ball has been knocked on by Uva. So it will be an advantage early on. Here's the replay. A good cover tackle coming in as well. Western Province with the feed into the scrum. Advantage in favor of Western Province for a knock on. Taken quickly. Here's Western Province. Caught him back in. Still on his feet and a lovely offload, and that will be the first try coming in for Western Province. Beautifully worked on that far corner. A lovely offload. Here's the replay. Takes two men and gives in the offload, and that will be the first try. The corner flag conversion isn't successful. Here's Uva. Lovely pace and goes in for the first try of the game. Beautifully worked. Yet again showing the pace down that far corner and goes in for the first try. Here's the replay. Showing in the pace he has. So it's 5-all. Collected by Western Province. Spread wide, and here's numbers on the outside. Lovely cut back in. Western Province with plenty of numbers on the outside. Running around the corner, and this will be the second try coming in for the Western Province. A similar try to the first. Yes, showing pace and going right under the posts, and this will be an easy conversion as well. Western Province restarting things. A lovely high hanging kick collected by Western Province. Didn't go the 10 meters. But here's Western Province going in for the fourth try. The third try rather. Showing pace. Had one man to beat. Here's the replay. A lovely execution of pace and space. So it's 17 points to 5. And the conversion is good as well. 19 points to 5 is how the game stands. Western Province to restart. A lovely high hanging kick yet again. Good defense coming in from the Western Province. Lovely work. Knock on advantage in favor of the Western Province. Penalty now. Quickly taken. Numbers on the outside. But decides to go by himself, and that will be the fourth try coming in for Western Province. Easily done. Just a big step. Big right step. Here you go. Here's the step. And the try has been scored. The conversion not finding its target. It's 24 points to 5. With about 20 seconds to go on the clock. We'll have another restart. Collected by Uva. Well counteract by Western Province. Draws and pass. A lovely switch, and this will be the fifth try coming in for Western Province. $29 points to 5. With the conversion to come is how they end the half. The conversion is good as well. 31 points to 5 is the halftime confirmation. Here's the halftime confirmation. Western Points 31 points to 5 against a demolishing half. And now we will go for a short commercial. We'll have the highlights. The first try coming in, easily done. Second try was scored by Uva, showing pace down that far corner. And Western Province doing the same to yet again. Western Province having too much pace and space to run at, given too much space to run out, and this is a lovely step. And here's the last try. A lovely offload and right over the scoreline goes Western Province. That will be it, and we'll go the next match. Sabaragamu taking on the Upcountry Planters will be the next match. We'll go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have second half action. Welcome back, and we will be restarting things from the left to right. Yes, Western Province has numbers on the outside. Another good step. Yes, execution of pace. Another good run from Western Province, showing their skill. $36 points to 5. Beautifully worked, and the conversion is good as well. Right off the restart, showing their class. Here's the replay. Steps on the gas and cuts back in. That's a beautiful try scored by the number 1. Collected by Western Province this time. Yes, Western Province. Numbers on the outside, but decides to go the other way. Plenty of space on the outside. Knocks the ball on. The first real mistake from Western Province early this morning. The first knock on of the game. Giving a scrum to who feeds in. Puts the ball to boot. Collected by Western Province. Another knock on from Western Province. Gifting over with a line out right outside the 22 meters. Yes, a lovely intercept, and this will be the 6th try coming in for Western Province, no one to catch him. Beautifully intercepted. The conversion is good as well. Here's the replay. Right bisecting the two players. Western Province regathering things. And here's the number 10 for Western Province, still on his feet. Finally brought down. Gives the ball out wide, and this will be an easy try for Western Province. That's the 50 up for Western Province. Probably the highest score they have scored in this tournament. But the ball has been knocked on, so the try won't stand. Who with players on the blind side decides to go by himself into contact. High tackle and a yellow card for Western Province. Referee Arunashant right on spot. Taken quickly by you. Not a very good pass from the player. Who was still with possession. Another penalty in favor of Ua. Ua taking the ball into contact, but Western Province managing to steal it. Here's the Western Province. Knocks the ball on, and that will be the game. 45 points to 5 is how it ends. Western Province winning this pretty easily. This is the full-time confirmation. 45 points to 5 is how it ends. Western Province winning rather comprehensively. And Sabragamuwa taking on the Upcountry Planters is the next game. This will be an interesting game. The Planters played really well yesterday. Puts the ball to boot. Collected by Sabaragamuwa. Finally given away by Sabaragamuwa. Lovely over the head pass. Advantage being played in favor of Sabragamua. The Planters. Yes, Sabragamua trying to snipe through. Still with possession. A lovely backhand pass and a lovely tackle. The ball has been finally knocked down by Sabragamua. But leading up to that, it was a brilliant play from Sabragamua. A yellow card for the Planters. Planters with the scrum. Puts the ball to boot. The ball has been knocked down as well. Not straight. Oh, was it? Good work from Sabragamua. Lovely backhand pass and another high tackle coming in for Sabragamua. Lovely cut, and this will be the first try coming in for Sabragamua. Beautiful work. Lovely inside ball. Here's the replay. Lovely inside ball and a step. Here's the conversion. The conversion not going to plan. Collected by the Planters. Numbers on the outside for the Planters. Takes the ball into contact. Lovely couple of passes, and here's the Planters. Penalty and a yellow card for the Planters yet again. Just as they were reinstated, another yellow card for right on the outside. Planters win. Penalty in favor of the Planters. They are still playing with 6 men. And that will be half time. 5 points to nil. So it ends. Here's the halftime confirmation. Sabragamuwa 5 and Upcountry Planters nil. The replay, lovely inside step and goes all the way, does the Planters. Next match will be the Southern Province taking on the Blue Whales. Now we go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have live action. Back to the live stream brought to you by the www.thepapare.com. It's the Club Sevens happening here today at the race course. Sabragamuwa taking on Upcountry Lions. Upcountry Planters rather. The Planters already a man in the bin and trailing by 5 points as well. Forward pass is the call from the referee. Upcountry Planters reinstated for their full squad. 5 points to nil. Outhooked by Sabaragamu. Lovely inside ball. Sabaragamu does really well. Holding on was the call from the referee. And that's the second try coming in for Sabaragamu. Beautifully worked right down the middle. And brilliant work from Sabaragamu. Here's the replay. Sold the dummy and went right through the middle and had too much pace. So he went right down the middle. Upcountry Planters trying to score their first try. Lovely work from the Planters to keep possession, but penalty and a yellow card now for Sabaragamu. Knockback is the call from the referee. Sabaragamu with precision. Lovely cutout pass by Sabaragamu. Here's numbers on the outside for Sabaragamu. Trying to go by himself and does so. Outpaces the defense, and that will be the third try coming in for Sabaragamu with a man down as well. The conversion is good as well. Here's the replay. A lovely goose step. And down the line goes here's the Planters, who had a good game. Good few games last night. But this time around starts off with a very poor game. And that's the game. 19 points to nil. Sabaragamu winning against the Upcountry Lions. Upcountry Planters rather. 19 points to nil is how the game ended. Full time confirmation. Here's the try right down the middle. And over the post, and the next one was a lovely goose step. Here's the goose step. And down the corner. And under the post goes Sabaragamu. Beautifully worked. And the next game will be Southern Province taking on the Blue Whales. Yes, the Southern Province with possession. Numbers on the outside for them. Spreading it out wide and kick and chase by Southern Province, but the Blue Whales sweeper does really well. Blue Whales drops the ball dead. Here Southern Province trying to go through the smallest of gaps. Yes, Blue Whales. Numbers on the outside, cutting back inside, and does he have all the pace? Surely does. Right under the post goes the Blue Whales. The Blue Whales score. Beautifully worked. And the conversion is good as well. Here's the replay. Lovely step back in and right under the posts. Beautifully worked. And Blue Whales take a 7-0 lead. A lovely high hanging kick. Dropped by the southern player and tries to go around the corner. Not reducing penalty advantage. And here's a Southern Province going in the corner, showing the pace. And that's the first try scored by Southern Province. Here's the replay. A lovely offload to the corner man. And he dives over. The conversion isn't on target. Hence, it will remain at 7-5. Blue Whales leading. Good collection from Southern Province. Penalty won by Blue Whales. Here's numbers on the outside for the Blue Whales. Going through, cutting back in. Should have given the ball out wide. He was in an offside position, so a yellow card given right away. And the Blue Whales knocking the ball on. Scrum in favor of the Southern Province. A free kick given to Southern Province. And here's a kick and chase. Route down the middle. But Southern Province with a collection, and right under the post goes Southern Province. Beautifully worked, and that will be half time. With the conversion to come, it's 12 points to 7. 10 points to 7 with the conversion to come. And the conversion is good, and that will be half time. Half time confirmation, 12 points to 7. Here's the replay. The first try, lovely cut back in. And right under the post goes the Blue Whales. That conversion was good as well. And this was the Southern Province going in the corner. Beautifully worked try that was. And this was a kick and chase. He collects it there. And right under the post goes the Southern Province for their second try. Next up we have NCB versus Wamba. Lovely high hanging kick. Drops the ball dead. Out-hooked, but possession with Southern Province. Here's the Blue Whales running around the corner, and this will be the try coming in for Blue Whales. Beautifully worked. 12 points all with the conversion to come. They've been reinstated now for the full squad as well. 12 points all. Here's the try. Running around the defense. It was an intercept. And beautifully worked. Southern Province taking the ball into contact. A lovely cutout pass. A lovely hands, and Southern Province will be going in for their third try. Lovely spin through that left hand corner and a lovely pass inside. Scoring the third try with the conversion to come. It's 17 points to 12. Southern Province giving a good game to Blue Whales. Here's the replay. Lovely run down that left hand line. And the ball inside. A high hanging kick. Chased by Southern, but Blue Whales win the penalty. Here's a lovely pass. Offside was the call from the referee, so it will be a Blue Whales penalty. Quickly taken. Good tackle coming in from Southern Province. Numbers on the outside for the Blue Whales. Knock on in favor of the Southern Province. With about 3 minutes left on our clock, Southern Province will definitely look to keep this possession and eat down the time and score if they can out of this set piece. Puts the ball to boot, and it will be a Blue Whales throw in. Southern Province, a lovely backhand pass. And here's Blue Whales running around that corner. Scrum in favor of Blue Whales. Blue Whales with the penalty. Offside is the call from the referee. Yes, Blue Whales. A yellow card for Southern Province as well for booting. quickly taken by Blue Whales, but here's the Blue Whales. A lovely inside ball. Barges through a couple of defenders, and that will be a knock-on in favor of the Southern Province. This will probably be the last play of the game. Southern Province with the feed in. They'll take the quick tap and put this ball to boot. And that will be the game for Southern Province. They win this. 19 points to 12 is how it ends. The full-time confirmation, 19 points to 12. Southern Province 19, Blue Whales 12. Here's the replay. This is how the scores were made in the second half. First the Blue Whales scoring, and this was a lovely work try from the Southern Province.
Wimber making some inroads, but the offload goes into the hands of a North Central Province player as he goes over to open the scoring. Gifted try from Wimber. Which helped North Central Province to add the 5 points early on in this game. Here we go, replay. That offload going straight away into the hands of the North Central Province player, who was retrieving back from that attack, and he just obliged to it and went over. 5 points gifted by Wimber. Not the ideal start to their quarterfinal. Conversion not successful, so 5 points to nil will be the score. Another long kick from North Central Province. That is their game plan, it seems. Wamba struggling to get out of their red zone. And they have advantage for not releasing that tackler, says referee. Ideal chance for Wamba to move forward. Takes a tap. Cuts back in and goes to one. Offload is good this time. Looking for space. Another offload coming in. And the unforced error straight away popping up from Wamba. They continue to struggle to get out of their own half in this first 2.5 minutes. Once they gifted a try, now another set piece from attacking position for North Central Province. Good cut-off pass in, going strong, still going, finally being brought down. Now North Central Province have numbers, unfortunately knocking the ball over. Another chance for Wamba. 3 minutes on, still struggling to breach this North Central Province team. Another fend off. Does he have the legs to go all the way? Chases coming in for North Central Province, but it was too fast for the North Central Province defenders as he goes under the post to bring this game to a 5-all deadlock. Crucial conversion, important 2 points, and that's true. So 7 points to 5. Wamba. Here we go, running from their own 22. 2 times they couldn't this time. Good fend off from the player there. And he had 2 chases, but he managed to overrun them. And he went under the sticks to get a slender 2 points lead. Restart is crucial. Don't need to give away position from a bad restart. High hanging kick. Which brings in the unforced error from North Central Province. To collect it properly. Unfortunately, they let the ball bounce and then knock the ball over. Now with the feed into the scrum, another ideal opportunity. Spring to the wider channels, looking for support, goes to one. Still play on, says referee. Now the penalty being awarded for a high tackle. Wamba opting to take it. Now North Central Province not retrieving the 10 meter. Another advantage to Wamba. Passes on. Offload is good, but the knock forward comes in. And now they will get 10 meters forward. One last chance. Just they need to get the maximum out of this. Show and go, and that's it. Score in the second try. Quick tap. Goes through that gap with his to add the 5 points by Wamba. Good comeback after conceding very early. Conversion not good And the score will stand at 12 points to 5. North Central Province started the game in good fashion, but now fading away. Unable to cope with all the attacking moves from Wimber. Another deep kick off. This time managed to collect it. Passes to the white man. Cuts back in, have numbers to the corner. Offloads it. Playing with advantage. North Central Province. Goes into contact now. Have options both side, looking to use the blind side. Goes past one. Offload is good, says referee. Barges to two defenders. Now setting things up. Good pass, but forward is the call from referee. So that's the end of the first half in this quarter final. As you see the halftime confirmation, North Central Province 5, Wimber 12. Highlights from the first 7 minutes in this game. Gifted try from Wimber to North Central Province. Collecting and going over. Then Wimber came back strongly with this fend off, and he had the power to go past this two defenders, which they could not catch the Wimber player there. And just before the halftime break, the nippy scrum off, taking that penalty and finding that gap and going over. Coming up next is Army taking on the Barbarians. We'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට්. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාශ
at Moratua
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල City ඇතුගල්පුර.
Welcome back to race course for the second half action of this provincial quarterfinal. Wimber leading North Central Province. High hanging kick brings in a knock forward from the North Central Province team. Wimber now looking for option. Straight away goes into contact. Playing in close quarters now. The kick and chase from Wimber. Bounce is kind and he collects it and he opens the scoring in the second half. Killer blow for North Central Province. They needed to score first in the second half to make this game interesting, but the cover defense not working properly at that moment and handing over another 5 points to Wimber. Conversion is good, so another 2 points to Wimber. Here we go, the replay. Kick chase good, bounce not kind enough for that North Central Province player, but he should have collected it. Stopped this number 2 going over. Restart not going the 10 meters, so free kick from the 50 meter. Now looking for options, goes again into contact. Using the short side, show and go. Barges to one now. Now looking to the corner, changing the direction, trying to go around. No space in the middle. And now bundle into touch, but referee says line was offside. And a penalty for North Central Province. Tap taken, have numbers in the corner, and offloads it to number 7. He will go in the corner to score the second try. The yellow card coming up, so double trouble for Wamber. Conceding a try and conceding a yellow card. This would definitely bring North Central Province back into this encounter. 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes remaining. Not a good conversion from a very difficult angle. So we see the replay of that try. Running and making the defenders come towards him and offloading it to score. North Central Province need another score quickly. Goes through that defender, but good defense from North Central Province. But referee deeming that tackle was high. The player staying down. Now, Wamber need to slow this game. They are one man short, but they're gonna try and run. Good offload to the winger. He's gonna put the afterburners and will score under the sticks for Wamber, and that would be an important score in this game. This could seal the deal for Wamber. North Central Province had the ideal opportunity, but not working in their favor. Conversion is good, so another 2 points. Going through that defender and offloading it to the speedster. He has a easy drive towards the try line. Restart, bouncing and going out in touch. North Central Province started well, but could not capitalize on that good start. On the other hand, Wamber making the killer blows at the correct time. Now looking for options in their own red zone. Barges to two defenders, finally being brought down near the after 10 meters and collecting the kick and chase, but that offload goes straight into the hands of the Wamber player. And referee getting that call from his assistant, spotting a knock forward from Wamber. North Central Province conceding a penalty. Going off feet in the ruck. Quickly taken, trying to run around. This time to, can he go over? It's bundled into touch by the North Central Province player. Line out taken quickly, but referee calling it back to the initial point. Small head held up in play. And they will go back to that scrum for that knock forward. Free kick straight away. The hooter goes on. This could be it for the game. Wimber looking to end this game on a high and goes through the gap. Easy try. Ending the game with another try. Dominating the proceedings in the second half. Conversion is good, so that will be it. Wimber winning the game 31 points to 10. And we'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with quarterfinals in the cup section.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து.
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිද්ධාස
at Moratuwa
පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்.
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium.
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිටි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නූරෙලිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club.
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
Live action brought to you from Racecourse Grounds, Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022 Army Sports Club taking on the West Barbarians in this first quarterfinal rather. The two teams will be aiming for a spot in the semi-final of the Club Cup segment. Army, of course, big winners of yesterday, top the group that they played in, top group A. West Barbarians are yet to find their footing in the big leagues. And a massive welcome to all of you joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, www.thepapare.com, for this Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022, organized by Sri Lanka Rugby, of course, with the generous sponsorship of Nippon Paint, who is the title partner, High Commission of Pakistan, Prima Kotumi, and also WebExpay as associate partners. Siddhalepa, the pain relief partner. Keel's Foods coming in as food, beverage and ice cream partner, and also Turkish Airlines, the official airline partner. Here's Army benefiting from a mistake of the Barbarians, goes in for the first try. Early score for Army. Salinder looking for the conversion. That was Kasun Bandara who touched down for Army. Joining me in the com box is Abdullah Yusuf, former Royal skipper. Abdullah, it's been exciting watching numerous levels of rugby being played here throughout yesterday as well. We saw provincial teams taking part, and that rugby development is of utmost importance to the future of the game.
Good morning, Sudarshan. Good morning, everyone. It's a very interesting concept being used by Sri Lanka Rugby in this year's Sevens tournament in the professional team.
Barbarians putting pressure in their ruck, but Army is savvy to that. He's a try scorer, Kasun, throwing out a big long corridor pass to Ashan Bandara, who turns back and looks for support. Army holding their pattern well. Space on the outside. Overlap. And here's Nalan Premanath. Recycles through Ratnayaka. Lovely offload. Ball kept alive by Army. Here's breaking through the middle. Steps the sweeper. Lovely bit of work. Lasanta Kumar goes right underneath the post for Army's second. Army straight away putting down a marker. They have been one of the better sides throughout the day yesterday.
Yes, most definitely, Sudarshana. Army definitely looking very sharp today morning. Sure, they want to get a good win going into those semi-finals. Probably got the easier of the quarter-final fixtures, but it was as a result of their good performance yesterday. As we have a look at that replay once again, Army just spreading the ball out wide, and Kumara, who was outstanding yesterday for Army as well, showing his pace to go around the Barbarians defense for Army's second try.
Yes, Abdul Army defeated CR&FC 28 points to 10 in their opening encounter, and getting the better of Navy Blues 14 points to 10 in their second. And in the final encounter, they ran right against Police Sports Club 19 points to 0, winning all three of their games, and have gotten the easier of the quarterfinals against West Barbarians, who are yet to win a game in this competition. So the Army would want to continue their momentum into the semi-finals, try and get the better seeding, and have a couple of national represents in their ranks as well, in Gayan Salinda and Sudaraka Dikkumra. Manhurst with possession currently. Lovely offload to Kumara. Here's Kumara. Looks back at Dikkumra, who recycles the ball. Numbers in the outside. Not a great pass, but still goes to the hand of Lahiru Ratnayaka. The continuation from Army has been top-notch. They've managed to hold on to the ball, despite me, the commentator, cursing them now.
Yes, I think Army will also just try and control possession in this game as much as possible. Wouldn't want to overexert themselves as well, because it could be a long couple of games if they do make it beyond that semi-final. So just holding their shape, holding their structure, just getting the job done would be the primary aim. At the same time, they would also want to be clinical in their execution, because so far it's been a couple of unforced errors which will not please them. So Kumara is being subbed out as the Barbarians launch another attack from their scrum. It's pretty lateral. The Army defense standing firm. Trying to go through the short side, but the Kumbara has that covered, forcing the Barbarians to go out wide. Another bounce pass, but they retain possession. Oh, nice offload on that occasion, but referee just deeming that pass having gone forward, so a bit unfortunate from the Barbarians' point of view.
Something I keep repeating, in the Northern Hemisphere, those are called flat passes. But since we are a little closer to the equator, judged otherwise. So Barbarians now on the pressure in their own half. Army Sports Club got to really admire their continuity and also good discipline in ball possession. They haven't been wasteful with the ball up the line. That's a good sign of a very good seventh side. Here's an overlap. Numbers on the outside. Rizwan decides that he doesn't need support. Goes right underneath the post. And in rugby, as much as, especially in sevens rugby, as much as your speed is important, your deceleration is also important. There is one showing that as well, stopping and foxing the defender.
Yes, as we have a look at that replay once again, Army having up numbers out wide, and Rifan just showing his pace to get round that Barbarians defense. Lovely little jinx around the last man to put the finishing touches to that move. So at half time, Army will go in with a 21 points to nil lead, 3 tries to none. They'll be pretty happy with their performance in that first half. Did not need to overexert themselves too much either, so they will be pretty pleased with how things went in those first 7 minutes.
Yes, they'll have 2 more games to play. Halftime confirmation, 21 points to nil. Army managing to get a massive lead over West Barbarians, and the rest of the bench will get a couple of minutes under their belt as well. This was the first try which came through Kasun Bandara. Salinda making no mistake with the conversion as well. And then change of direction, running through the middle was Lasanta Kumara, touching down underneath the post. And then the final try just before the stroke of half time through Rizwan. Individual brilliance, and Army running in 3 tries in the first half. Next up, we have CR&FC taking on Navy Sports Club in the second quarter final in the club segment. CR&FC was placed second in Group A, taking on Navy Blues, who were placed third in Group B. As Army restarts, Barbarians. After that, you wonder whether Barbarians need to try and look at putting the ball to boot. Back of the hand pass, beautifully done. If they can finish this one, but unfortunately coughs it up cheaply. Would have been a try that the Barbarians would have fancied.
Yeah, lovely bit of work. Unfortunately, the final pass just not sticking. As we have a look at that replay, so it went forward, but I guess when it left the passer's hand, motion was backwards, so probably got away with that. Nonetheless, Barbarians just could not finish that move off.
Well, if they were to continue playing for their namesake, Abdullah, we'd see a little more of this fancy stuff coming out, the Barbarians. Army, though, have really established themselves in this tournament as one of the better sides, alongside the Air Force, who were pretty dominant yesterday. Havelocks and CR have been there and thereabout, haven't been able to get those finishing touches. Dikubura to Madhuranga. Now Rifan opting to send it out wide. Here's Salinda. Salinda attacking the corner, has the speed as well. Will run in Army's 4th try. Desperately wanted to make sure that the conversion was easier, because he'll take it himself.
Yes, and Army just looking to try to run the clock down as much as possible. Job done so far in this quarterfinal. Army also have rotated their players quite intelligently off the bench, just trying keeping them as fresh as possible for that all-important semi-final encounter. So we have a look at that try once again, courtesy Gayan Salinder. Worked the ball, created a few phases, kept the ball alive, and eventually finding space out wide. Salinder to put the finishing touches to another well-worked try by Army.
28 points to nil. Army really dominating here.
It's another kickoff. Very well worked by Army. Something which they will really want to work on in these kind of games. Got to perfect it to ensure that the kickoffs work well during the more important semi-finals. Of being such an important part of Sevens rugby. So the ball is knocked on. And Barbarians put in. Barbarians, I'm sure, will be looking to try and get some form of a score in this game. It's been a tough outing for them in this tournament so far. It's a team that just has been put together. You sense the way they are playing against the more established teams, but they definitely have fronted up. Big scrum by Army, but the Barbarians do well to retain possession. Nice dummy. Do well to keep the ball in play. They have men out wide if they can get it out, but unfortunately not being able to do so, and with that turnover ball have Isuru Medagedara intercepting, but some fantastic cover defense by the Barbarians. Decide to take the tap and kick ahead, but Army have been penalized for not retreating 10 meters.
Well, just to reiterate what you just said, that they have the Barbarians, although they do look like a team that had been put together in a hurry, that hasn't doused the fire. Even that break, you would have generally let that go. They scrambled in defense, made sure they got there and earned that penalty. Now an opportunity, playing a wayward pass, very unfortunate for the Barbars. Army taking it quickly, wanted to get on with it. Managing the players and your squad when you come to the second two-day tournament is of utmost importance, isn't it, Abdullah? Because what you don't want. Absolutely. Here's an opportunity for the Barbars. One man to beat, needs support. The pass is not collected cleanly, so Army now again with an opportunity. Medagedara surveying his options, taking their own sweet time. Practically walking Rifan Mohammed. Rifan breaks the first tackle, one man to beat, taking it slow. Suddenly puts the foot to the pedal, has support from Salinder, who will go all the way for his second.
Yes, you got the impression that Rifan didn't want to make that long run. He was waiting for the support to come, isn't it? And he's indicating that he'd like to be subbed now. So, yes, it's a very tiring and taxing sport, is this Sevens rugby. As we have a look at that replay once again, Rizwan had an open field, definitely had the legs as well, but slowed down and got the ball out to his mate Salinder to do the finishing touches. So conversion not successful.
The first conversion that Salinder missed throughout this game. 33 points, 2-0. Army cruising through this quarterfinal, and they booked their place in the Cup semi, and will play against the winner of the next game. That will be CR versus Navy Blues in the next semi-final. Deep restart. Seems like Army wants to try and put an end to this as quickly as they possibly can. It's a penalty. Nimesh Rodrigo taking it quickly, deciding to go on the short side, change of direction. Barbarians penalised for not retrieving 10 meters. Can't really judge who wants the buzzer to come as soon as possible, but Tommy will score one for the road through Lahiru Ratnayaka. And Kumar, that's an interesting kicking action. Kumar adds in the two. That is full time. 42 points to nil, Abdullah. That's a very convincing victory in the quarter-final.
Yes, I think Army would be pleased that they got what they needed out of that game. It's clinical to a greater extent. Managed to work a bit on their kickoffs as well, and they managed to rotate their players and give them everyone a run. So sure, they'll be going into the semi-finals in a very confident frame of mind. So we have a look at the replays once again. Sami Salinder just using his pace and guile to go over for the first try in that second half. Just brushing off that Barbarians defender over the try line and then going over for his second try as well. Scores on the right corner. And this is the final try of that second half. So Army going out convincing winners, 40 points to nil over the Barbarians as we prepare for the next semi-final between CR&FC and Navy Sports Club. Joining me in the commentary is Shanaka Amarasinghe. Good morning, Shanaka.
Good morning, Abdullah. These players really deserve a medal. I'm panting after climbing up to the commentary box. It's a rather long way up here. Not as high as those lights, of course, but it's a hot day today, isn't it? And we're bound to see the players flagging a little, especially in this round. And not to mention the semi-final rounds, which are just after lunch. Just after lunchtime, I should say. These guys won't be having much lunch. And the Navy in the blue and CR&FC in the traditional red. Not going to be an easy game for either team. They're playing their full strength sides, and when we say full strength, the full strengths available. Mustn't forget that this is in the middle of the 15s preparation, Abdullah, so they've been yanked out of 15s preparation and into this 7s tournament. Sudham Suryarachi waiting to start proceedings in this second quarter-final game of the Cup division.
Yes, CR started pretty slowly yesterday, losing to Army, but as the tournament progressed, they seem to be getting their rhythm back. They'll need to be on the top of their game today if they are to get the better of this Navy outfit, and they seem to be off to a good start. Some good work at the kickoff. They have players out wide. Fortunately, just not making those passes stick, but they managed to retain possession. Ravin Pereira takes the ball up. Have numbers. Chatura just not finding the player, but the ball yet goes to the hand of the CR player, and some good support work, and CR over for the first try. So
yes, that's scored by Hatru Singha in the corner. And good build-up work from CR&FC. They took a lot of contact that perhaps they didn't need to take, but Navy's defense was up quickly, and unfortunately for them, up a little too quickly. This was where Navy's Jalalal Udayashanta had just shot up, and the ball was behind him, and managing to get around was CR's number 10. That's Terukananayakara, who managed to give the ball inside for Hatharu Singha to finish. So an untidy try, but they'll take the 5 points.
yes, absolutely. So conversion not successful. But again, Shanaki, it just all started from that kickoff, isn't it? Just such an important part of this Sevens game. Lovely hanging kick and a very good chase.
If you go all the way back, Abdullah, to George Simkin, very good friend of Sri Lanka Rugby, former Sri Lanka 7s and 15s coach as well. He's the one who actually got the rule changed so that the scoring team can kick off to give the opposition a chance to get back into the game. But the game has evolved so much now that the best teams are able to win the ball back even when they kick off. So that's exactly what CR&FC did. But in this occasion, it wasn't any skill, but it was just a bad receipt of the kick from Navy that handed them the opportunity. But it just goes to show how important a facet of this Sevens game the restarts are.
Absolutely, as we seem to have a Navy player down as the medics are attending to him. So hope it's nothing serious. The stretcher has come out as well.
Day 2 is the business end of the tournament, isn't it, Abdullah? And we might see a few more of these. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of these players not really conditioned to come into the Sevens game. There's such a different format of training that is required, and they've been training for Sevens. So it's unfortunate to see the Navy player being carried off your screens. We hope he's going to be okay, and it's not something too long term. For me, watching rugby, Abdullah, this is the most uncomfortable part of watching rugby for me, seeing players getting injured. But just aspect of the game that you've got to come to terms with. It's a physical battle, taken that time comfortably by Navy.
Yes, they are penalized for not remaining on their feet. An opportunity for Army to launch an attack. Go on the far side. CR desperately clinging on. Ball has been recycled.
So Navy's jersey numbers are not what we've been given on the team sheet, so we might have a little bit of trouble giving you the names of these players. But that time CR&FC over the ball quickly, and a good penalty won by Ruchira Ekanayaka for his red shirts. And into the corner this time, Ravin Pereira, beautiful tackle that time from Navy's Tanuja Malimbada. But the numbers are opening up. There's one man over for CR. The pass is not a good one. And it's a knock on, says the referee. So Navy will have a scrum under pressure.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate from CR's point of view. They did all the hard work, created the phases, but just that final pass not going to hand. It's a lost opportunity as far as they're concerned.
A real try-saver on the far side, wasn't it, Abdullah? That man looked like he was in for all money at the other corner flag. But Malimbada coming through and making a really good chop tackle. Fantastic technique. So that will be a penalty for offside. CR scrum half had ventured beyond the ball. And Navy will be very happy to get out of their half. Jala Ludeshanta puts the ball into CR's half for the first time in this second quarter final rather.
Yes, CR need to be a bit careful because this first 5 minutes of the game they have dominated position as well as territory, but they've just got the 5 points to show for it, isn't it? So it just shows that you've got to ensure when you do have that kind of advantage, keep on piling on the points, because at the end of the day, that's what counts.
Ball was overthrown. It's terribly untidy from both teams. Chatura Gomez eventually latching onto that ball for Navy. And this time it's CR&FC pushing through Ravin De Silva, but the referee has spotted an infringement and will come back for the knock-on.
So we're just approaching the final minute of this first half. CR just 5 points to nil ahead. Just need to try and manage this next 1 minute or so without conceding a point, or conceding a try rather.
Navy will be grateful to be only one score down, and we'll have an opportunity now as the half draws to a close to put some real pressure on the red shirts. First time they'd had an opportunity to spread the ball. Navy's runners coming in on the angle. Just nice little scissor pass. CR trying to hold up man and ball, conceding territory. And Navy's fly half, makeshift fly half, manages to latch onto it. Malimbada looking for the inside ball, and there's a concession of a knock-on, so Ravin Pereira will look for his support, eventually finds it. Stepping back infield was the CR player going inside the 22. Sudham Suryarachi, a long ball over the top. It's not a great pass, but eventually controlled. And there's a good hands from CR, but again superb defense. CR&FC keeping the ball alive, but knocking that ball on in the last frame of the game. So Navy's defense has really been stretched, but they haven't conceded, Abdullah, and apart from that untidy try in the first couple of minutes, they've looked pretty good without the ball in hand.
Yeah, that's right, but we just have to wonder whether this defensive effort, what kind of toll it will take on them in that second half. But yes, I agree with you, Shanaka. Thrown everything defensively into this game. Sia will probably be a bit disappointed by the fact that they haven't scored at least another couple of tries despite enjoying so much possession. From their point of view, let's hope it won't come back to haunt them in that second half.
Chatura Senivaratne and Ravin De Silva packing down for Sia as the props in this scrum, and they concede a free kick. So always problematic to have backs if they haven't been training for that particular skill. Here's Navy again, get another opportunity. Lankeshwara De Silva directing traffic with the ball in hand. Sia forced to defend in the last few movements of this first half. Coming through with a big tackle and eventually taking the player out, but the penalty was coming from the referee. Here's some numbers available for Navy. Draw and pass, beautifully done, and a nice little skip, but the tackle, the ankle tap, is good enough for Sia to stop that move from becoming a try, and Navy will start all over again. Here's some options now. Again, players spread out. Jayashanta losing the ball in the middle of the field, and Sia losing it as well, but the referee may come back for the knock-on. And this is indeed the half, so a lackluster half, not a lot of skill on display, but 5 points to nil. It's been a tense game so far, and CR&FC have the only score in the half to show for it.
So this is the next quarter-final, the Navy Blues versus Havelock Sports Club. Havelock's tour Shanaka yesterday looked to be getting better as the tournament progressed, seemed to find a bit of rhythm. Final group match yesterday against Air Force was a cracker of a game. Probably the game of the day yesterday, and just unfortunately going down to Air Force. So we'll take a quick break and we'll see you in the second half.
Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Back with second half action live on the papare.com of this Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens. Back after a long break, of course, and it's good to see all the clubs involved in this Sevens competition. And another mistake from the kickoff by Navy, but CR&FC choose to place the referee will allow play to carry on. So coaches would have had a word, and as Abdullah was saying, That defensive effort from Navy would have created a few tired legs. Lovely ball over the top and scoring that try is CR&FC's number 22, Eranda Harshana. He looked like he wanted to give the pass inside, but the tackler let him go just in time, and he made the run into his own team. So CR&FC looking much more composed, and again the mistake from the kickoff, Abdullah.
Yeah, that's right. Just harping on that, you just cannot harp on that enough, isn't it, Shanaka? Such an important part of Sevens rugby. Sets the tone for those consecutive phases of play, and again, conversion successful. Just that defensive effort in that first half by Navy Sports Club. Will it come to haunt them in the second half? Sudam making a small initial break. Nana Kara passing the ball to Eranga, brushing off a couple of defenders to go over for CR's second try.
Good skills to create that try from Sudam Suryarachi, Sri Lanka's scrum half in the national team for a while now. He's been trading places with Srinath Surya Bandara, former incumbent of that green number 9 jersey for Isipatana and then for Sri Lanka. So he's showing the skills necessary for this CR7's team. Navy now have all the game chasing to do, and they were showing a little bit of urgency now. First time inside the CR&FC 22. Again, untidy scrum. Chatura Senivaratna appealing for the decision again. And I think the referee had warned the CR&FC team that they might be talking too much. Chatura needs to remember that it's not cricket. You don't have to appeal for everything.
Yes, I'm just wondering whether Chatura was trying to plead his innocence, because he seemed to be on the wrong side of that ruck when that knock-on happened, just to say that I had nothing to do with that, but I think probably got away with that one.
A little bit of room on the blind side, but it's against the head this time from Navy. So they've got an opportunity to counter-attack now with an unsettled CR defense. Nice little wraparound move, but the defense was wise to it. Nice long ball, and eventually a good tackle as well on Lankeshwara De Silva. Navy through Adisha. Good continuity this time from Navy. They've stung about 3 phases together. Big men trying to create a few inroads. Here's Lankeshwara again, stepping in, stepping out, and now trying to find a gap. He does so inside the 22. Suryarachi with a good tackle. And getting over the ball as well, but the referee might have seen that that was a little bit too high. Shows the yellow card, and Navy waste absolutely no time in going under the posts. Well taken try from them. So Sudam Suryarachi, I thought he made a really valiant effort. The hand went high, but I thought he hit him around the chest. But the referee and the touch judge were in much better positions to see that. Now the game is on.
Absolutely. It's good play by Navy. Just taking that quick tap. I'm sure, not quite sure whether once the yellow card, whether you have to wait for the player to leave the field before you can recommence play. But referee decided that they could go ahead. The conversion strikes the upright, but not successful. So CR will maintain a 7-5 lead, but they'll be down a player for the next couple of minutes. So it's going to be crucial in the context of this game how they manage those 2 minutes. Navy, I'm sure, will want to capitalize as soon as possible.
Well, every kickoff is created equal, but this kickoff is a little bit more equal than the others now for Navy. Because they really need to capitalize and get this ball back before Suryarachi or his replacement can come back on the field. And it's make a bit of a hash of that restart. Navy have the ball. CR's players, you can throw a handkerchief over them. The defense is so cloistered together. And here's Navy knowing that they've got a man over, but they can't afford to do that. Especially not with the scoreboard reading the way it is and time ticking away.
Yes, crucial mistake that occasion by Navy. Had an opportunity to try and go over the line, but just that final pass not sticking. CR will now try and just slow this game as much as possible, run that clock down. To keep in mind that they're down a player as well. And oh dear, they have been penalized for illegal infringement in the scrum.
So again, referee saying not 10 meters, and here's an opportunity for Navy. Managed to dot the ball down, and it's 10 points to 12 now.
Well, Shanaka, the first penalty was given, and then the second penalty was for not retiring 10 meters. I think the referee is bound to allow the team to get back 10 meters before he allows play to recommence, but that was not the case.
Yes, I don't think 2 quick taps is the convention. But as long as it favors the attacking team, Abdullah, I don't think we can insist on that. And now Navy, after being second best for about 12 minutes of this game, of this 14-minute game, now very much in the driving seat. Beautifully taken by CR&FC that time. Handling has been good from them at close quarters. Here's Aranda Harshana, the try scorer, trying to create a little bit of space. CR will do well to hold on to this ball. It's not a great pass, completely misread what the inside man was trying to do. The outside player, Chatra Seneviratna, now will take this ball towards the touchline. Not sure that was the best decision, because they have conceded the ball to Navy with a few seconds left on the clock, I would think, because of injury time. And Navy will have one final opportunity to try and play this line out and get under the posts. Doesn't matter if they get under the posts, all they need is a score.
Well, we're talking about whether that defensive effort by Navy will come to haunt them in this second half. But on the same side, Shanaka, whether that CR not being able to convert the dominance they had in terms of possession in that first half, will it come to haunt them in this game, in the final analysis?
Well, we'll find out in a few seconds, Abdullah. Navy must keep control of this ball. Here they are, just trying to be patient in their build-up. Lovely little step from the Navy player, their try scorer. It was Lahiru Herat, and they get another penalty. So CR's discipline has really suffered in these last few moments. Coming on the wrong side of the referee, and Eranda Harshana with another lovely. And that looked like it was, might have been a penalty the other way, but Navy have seen the rub of the green. Nice tackle there, the intercept coming through. Here's Navy opening things up a little bit. Now they've got 2 men on the outside. Lovely little step inside, and this could be the match-winning try for Navy. Stepping back inside, back outside, and that is the match-winning try for Navy. Amit Madhusankar is the man who goes over. And eventually, despite being down on the scoreboard at halftime, despite having everything to do, Navy managed to come through and win this game. Despite CR's best efforts at defending, in the end, it's just too many men on the outside. And the bounce of the ball favoring Navy this time, as they managed to dot the ball down through Madhusankar. The conversion won't matter as it's full time.
Well, what a thriller we've had, Shanaka. Didn't see that coming. The next couple of quarterfinals follow suit. It'll be absolute entertainment. Eventually Navy winning 15 points to 12.
Here's the highlights. Eran Harshana scoring the first try of the second half. And that's when CR would have thought that this game is comfortably in the bag. But again, the restarts coming back to haunt them, and their discipline. Sudham Surerachi sent off the field, and that's where things started going awry for CR and Navy, taking their opportunities. And that was a try scored by Lahiru Herath to put them within 2 points. And the next game, of course, another Navy team will be in action. The Navy Blues versus Havelocks. So here we are, starting off proceedings in the third of the Cup quarterfinals. Navy Blues, ironically playing in more white than blue. The Havelocks, the runners up in the 15s competition, aiming to show what they are made of here as well.
Yes, Havelocks, all the starting slow, just like CR picked their game up as the tournament progressed yesterday. Looked very sharp in that game against Air Force, although they went down. So I'm sure they will fancy their chances against this Navy Blues outfit. So we have play seems to have stopped for an injury.
Looks like it might be a shoulder. This is where the 15s coaches will be tearing their hair out. Won't want to lose a key player. Looks like it's a head knock, so most people will argue that's the easiest injury to cure in a rugby player, although that argument will be completely inaccurate. Looks like they're doing an HIA here on the field. And looks like two Havies players will have to go off in the first stage of play, really. And this is a big blow to Havelocks. Hopefully they'll be able to come back after they pass their assessments. But it means that the replacements have to come in pretty quickly. And Umesh Madhushan, the big forward, big second row forward for Havelocks, reluctantly walking on. Doesn't look like he wanted to be involved in this game from the start. Big forwards don't love sevens rugby.
Especially if they find themselves out on the wing one-on-one.
Janit Rambukkanage trots back after his services are not needed. And Madhushan showing his scrumming prowess but conceding the penalty. And that's a lovely little offload. He will be run down. Manages to find a support player, but he can't hang on to the ball. And it's defense turned into attack now for Havies. Not rolling away, says the referee. A good quick call there from him. Nice little jinxing run from Havies, and a wonderful little offload as well by their number 14.
Yes, it's the brothers linking up there, the Fernando brothers. Ramesh and Ravin working in tandem, just keeping the ball alive. Varnapura trying to create something. Needs to stay in field, which he's unable to do so. Bundled into touch. Some good desperate defense by the Navy Blues. Keeping the scoreboard 0-0 so far.
Yes, the Navy defense, whoever has been drilling them has been doing really well, because they've obviously been playing against their A side, these Blues, and their defensive discipline has been excellent. Still 0-0. It's unusual to see in a game of rugby sevens. It's almost half the first half done. Choosing to, having really no option but some risky play just outside their own line, and breaking away is Navy, but the referee spotted a knock on. So flirting with a lot of danger there, trying to run it out from behind their own try line, Abdullah.
Yeah, that's right. Saw that a couple of instances yesterday as well. Teams on their goal line, just doing a lot of passes, always a very risky option. Know that the kicking is not, it's rather frowned upon in sevens rugby, but just feel that when you're on your goal line, that's always a safe option. As we find Ravin Fernando feeding that ball on the scrum, breaks on the blind side, and looks like he will go over for the first try. So some good work by the young of the Fernando siblings, going over for Havelock's first try. So halfway into this first half, Havelock's go 5 points to 0 up.
Ravin Fernando has outstandingly quick feet and so low to the ground as well. Here he goes, just trying to pick his spot. Could probably have ducked under that tackle. Former Peter Wright scrum half and winger. Now turning out for the Park Club and scoring the first try. Chanaka Chandimal playing in an unaccustomed position of prop forward. He's a veteran now, so he's been relegated to the forwards, but still will take up the kicking duties. Very different from his fly half position in the 15s game. Navy's defense is up really quickly, really putting pressure on the ball, surrounding the ball carrier like an umbrella. Here's Chandimal showing that fly half prowess that he had, but unfortunately the ball not going into the hand of his support player. Trying to find Randita Varnapura, but the Navy player managed to intercept, and here's a run by Eranga De Silva, the captain of the Navy Blues, manages to get the ball back in his hands again. And Madhushan, no clear release, says, and the referee looked like he might have been reaching for his pocket. Yes, he is. So very quick to say that any kind of foul play or cynical play will be punished to the fullest. There's the ball right out in front of the man. 3 players in the tram lines for Navy. Again, a high tackle, says the referee. It will be Randita Varnapura who's penalized there, and the Navy number 11, that's Dimut Pereira, will go down in a heap.
Yes, this game seems to be following the same trend as the previous one, isn't it, Shanak? In this first half, Havelock's dominating position and territory to a great extent, but just have got the 5 points to show for it. And even in the previous game, we're talking about whether the Navy A team will wilt in that second half, which wasn't the case. So Havelocks will need to be a bit careful. Just 5 points to 0 up. They're a player down as well.
Yes, this is a crucial time in this match, not just this half, and indeed for the tournament as well. Just 6 men on the park for Havelocks, and Navy will realize that this is their moment to really capitalize, stretch the Havis defense, maintain their width, and try not to fumble the ball, which is exactly what they do. So playing advantage, Umesh Madhushan coming out of the ruck and manages to find himself in a little bit of space. This is unfamiliar territory for the second rower, but has done well. Manages to get the offload away, but links up only with Dimut Pereira. And Dimut Pereira now trying to find his way onto the outside, cutting back inside. Is the Navy player running around 2 of his players, but not really infringing. It's Dhananjaya Kumara who made that run, but the ball is available once again, and now Havelocks will try to run it into the corner, but they'll get called back for an offside call. I was wondering why that wasn't picked up earlier.
Yeah, that's right. It was definitely offside because the ruck seemed to have been formed. This is the final play of this first half. And if the Navy Blues can get a score here, they'll be very pleased with their efforts in this first half. Taken a quick tap, creating a phase, attacking through the fringes. Just need to get a bit more width on the ball, which they're doing now. Again, cutting in, trying to brush off a couple of defenders. Don't think he released the tackle there, and not supporting his body weight as well.
Referee calling him back to take it from the correct mark, and this time it's Chatra Gomez stepping back infield, and this is Navy with their first try. He tries not to dot it down, come nearer to the posts, but in the end Chatra Gomez, or Eranga De Silva in fact, the captain of the Navy Blues team, gets the first try. So Navy's defense, that was Ravin Fernando shooting up and not forming a disciplined line there. It was the second player, Ramesh Fernando, who didn't shoot up with Ravin. The conversion is a stray, so it'll be 5-all at the end of another very tense half of rugby.
Yes, and you'd have to say that Navy will be the happy of the two teams. They're doing a lot of defending in that first 5 minutes. They're 5 points to nil down, but just as the game progressed and on the stroke of halftime, they managed to get a score back to tie it up at 5-all. So we have a look at the replay of the tries in that first half.
That was the first try for Havelocks, the only try they have scored, and this is the final play of that first half, which was the first try that Navy scored. Managed to put in a giant killing performance, these Navy Blues, against Police, beating them 24-12 in their first game. So they know what it's like to take a big scalp, Abdullah. So we'll see whether they can add the Havelocks to their list. That's the next match, Police versus Air Force, and that's going to be a repeat of a group game from last evening, which was probably one of the best games to show. We'll come back after the break.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනු
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම.
Back live now from the racecourse grounds. We are midway through the third quarterfinal, the third cup quarterfinal, I should say, between Havelocks and Navy Blues. The Navy Blues scoring in the last movement of the first half to come on level pegging with on the score sheet with Havelocks, who've lost a couple of men to injury in the first minute of the game. It'll run down the touch line, but unfortunately the offloads for Havies have been finding the Navy team more than the Havelocks support players, and unfortunately that big run down the corner by Nishan Pereira not coming to much as they gave Navy the ball. They've managed to retrieve it now, and Ramesh Fernando manages to give that ball away to Randita Varnapura, who will run around and score the first try of the second half for Havelocks.
Yes, good response by Havelocks. Good start to the second half. Looks like they brought their talisman Mithun Hapugod onto the field as well, Shanaka. So just look at that little bit of clever play. Got the ball out to Ravin Fernando, using his brute power to brush off a couple of Navy defenders and hand it over to Varnapura for the score. So that was an impressive phase of play for as far as Havelocks are concerned.
Second time we've seen that Ramesh Fernando back of the hand little flick. Abdullah, looks like he controls that quite well, as the conversion is good from Hapagoda as well, so manages to give them the 7-point buffer, but certainly wasn't enough for CR in the last game. So let's wait and see how this match pans out.
Absolutely, Sean. And just coming back to Ramesh Fernando, made his debut in the Commonwealth Games. I think he's a real prospect. Seems to have put on a bit of size since leaving St. Peter's as well. Very powerful runner. You see Hapugoda getting ready to take the kick off.
It's important for Navy that they get some possession from this, which is what they do. Holding up the defensive tackle, and that's a good little bit of play from Hiranta Pereira. Again, fly off or center, turn prop in the sevens game, showing his strength.
Yes, Havelocks seem to have brought down their big guns in the second half, isn't it, Chanaka? I'm not sure whether it was planned as such, but Hapugoda, Hiranta Pereira, all big impact players brought in the second half.
Coach Lakala Pereira probably realizing that this is a long tournament, Abdullah, and the conditions are not the easiest. It's a blisteringly hot day. So he's using his entire squad, which is intelligent from him. But unfortunately, Mithun's little slate of hand play doesn't find a support player.
Yes, and also with the rolling subs coming into play as well, you can take your best players off and bring them back later on as well. So that kind of rotation, that kind of planning is also critical from the coach's point of view. The thing with Hapugoda is he will always create something, but it's always a 50-50 play, isn't it? Sometimes it looks spectacular. Remember that no-look overhead pass he did during the Commonwealth Games. Again, there were a few errors that went with it that didn't quite work out well, so it's a bit of a 50-50 call as Navy launch an attack from their own half.
Spinning out of that tackle, that was their talisman, Dhananjaya Kumara. Unfortunately for Navy, they spill the ball, and it's going to be an expensive spill as well, as Ramesh Fernando reaches that left hand out and dots the ball down. So Navy looked for all money, like they had an opportunity at that point, with Dhananjaya bursting out and creating some space, but in the end that knock on just there was exactly what the doctor did not want for Navy. And despite the best efforts of Dimut Pereira, Ramesh Fernando manages to dot it down.
So Navy with that, Havelocks rather with that second try, probably can breathe a bit easier. Hapugoda with the conversion. Yes, manages to slot it over, so further extending that lead. 19 points to 5. Probably just over a couple of minutes to go, so Navy sitting pretty as of now. It's definitely fair to say, Shanaga, the impact of Hapugoda and players like Hiranta Pereira have definitely made a difference in this second half.
Oh, without a doubt, Abdullah. Just bringing him on creates so much of panic in a defensive side as well, isn't it? So it's not just what he does, it's just his presence on the field as well. Players, the defensive team knows that he can spark something out of nothing, and even though you did mention quite correctly that comes off maybe 50% of the time if you're lucky, but the fact that he can do it creates that pressure in the defensive minds and always keeps defensive lines guessing. So that's the impact he can have. Ball taken in front of the 10 meters, referee allowing play to go on. Navy chose to play that ball, so they won't get another opportunity. Penalty, leaving their feet and just playing the scrum half that time was the Navy team. So Mithun Hapugoda will now just want to keep the ball in hand, try to create a few options. Nice little offload in close quarters that time from Nishan Pereira for what looks like a try for Damian Rathwatta, wearing that blue headband. And yes, it is a try. So managing to manufacture something out of absolutely no space. Here it is, Nishan Pereira, lovely little short offload. And Damian Rathwatta may have lost a yard of pace, but had enough to get him into the corner there.
Yes, good work by Nishan. Got round his immediate defender, but what he did well was he straightened it up, isn't it? And just created that little bit of extra room for Rathwatta to just waltz over for Havelock's fourth try. Conversion just goes across the upright. Score will remain 24 points to 5. So eventually, Shanaka, after a bit of jitters in that first half, or going into the second half, Havelocks have really turned it on in this second session and put in a pretty impressive performance.
Yes, they're big players. They're good ball handlers, have really come into focus. They've managed to get them the ball in dangerous positions. And that's what's made the difference against this disciplined Navy Blues team that have tried their best, but just haven't been able to handle the ball as well as they would have liked. And it looks like that's the end of the game. In fact, it is 24 points to 5 is how Havelocks are runaway winners in this third quarter-final, booking their place in the Cup semi. And they will meet the winners of the next one between Police and Air Force, and that's going to be a cracker of a match if yesterday's proceedings are anything to go by. So congratulations to Havelocks for booking the third semi-final berth in the Cup Championship. Here's the first intervention by Mithun Hapagoda, the little chip through and a nice offload for Ramesh Fernando, and Randita Varnapura was the man who went over for that try. And here's Ramesh Fernando scoring himself after that drop right in front of the line by Navy, and Damian Ratpat capping it off with the third try of the half. Lovely work from Nishan Pereira to straighten it up with a little or no space on the left-hand touchline, and Damian Ratpat dotting down. Here's Police taking on Air Force. Air Force in the blue and white, and Police in their traditional blue outfits. Taken quickly by Air Force. Lovely dummy, straight through goes the Air Force player, and he dots it down. That's a blistering run by the Air Force player, dragging the defender with him. Looks a wee lad as well, but nice dummy, and taking Janit Chanaka with him all the way to the line.
Yeah, that's right. Just the start Air Force would have wanted. Fortunately, we just don't have their players' name sheets with us to identify who the try scorer is. But Air Force definitely looked the most impressive team yesterday as well, Shanaka, and conversion not successful. Probably come into this tournament as favorites as well, because last won that Warriors Cup last year, so they are technically the defending club sevens champions as well, and really looked impressive in their outings yesterday. Started off this game extremely well.
So looked like it was brilliant handling by Felice, but the hands just letting them down a little bit. Have to call the player back. Now with Chetana looked like he might have had a run to the line, but there was a knock on. So good start from Air Force. Want to hang on to the ball here as well. They're a better sevens team than they're given credit for. They're a better rugby team than they're given credit for, in fact. A good scrum as well, managing to get that ball. A lovely little quick step and accelerating into the tackle, making plenty of yards. Police do well in the counter ruck, and that time holding on is the call. Here's Police through their big man. Here's Chetana. Chetana going in towards the corner, but bundled out into touch eventually by the Air Force defense that collapses well. Just allowing Police to drift and then use the touch line. This would be a pressure line out, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah. Police will desperate trying to put that pressure in, but well executed by the airmen, managing to win possession, and it's like they've been penalized for not maintaining the 10-meter gap from the line out, or the distance rather. The Airmen just trying to create something, and looks like they made a break. Brushing off a couple of tackles. Just that final pass.
It was a nice lofted ball in field, and it looks like there was no knock-on in there. Ball was a little bit untidy, but Air Force have managed to go in under the posts, and this could break the back of this game. Police were probably favourites going into it, but Air Force have scored 2 tries in succession.
Yes, it also shows the confidence of this Air Force outfit, isn't it, Shanaka, from their own 5-meter line. Well, it looks like they have come back. Looks like the knock-on has been spotted. So that try has been reversed. I think got the call from his assistant referee. So a bit of a reprieve for the policeman.
Yes, we did think that there was something that happened in that little melee as the ball was floated in field. But now there needs to be a tidy scrum for police to get out of their territory. Feet up is the call from referee Abe Kun, so police will have a quick tap. Again, trying that little back of the hand offload. So players very keen to go into contact, Abdullah, and that's something that we've noticed from all the teams really. Not wanting to just take a step back and let the ball do the work. They're really keen on engaging their defenders.
Yes, and also if they do that, they need to ensure that they do retain possession when they do go into contact, isn't it, Shan? Again, we've seen teams losing the ball in contact, and that just can be so frustrating from a coach's point of view as well. So another attacking opportunity for Air Force. The Malgoda fields the ball in. The ball was never out of the scrum. So the Airmen take a quick tap, spread it out wide. Oh, and a lovely pass on that occasion. So Air Force team playing with a lot of confidence. So have a look at that try once again. Nice mini break and a superb supporting line. I think it's Siddha Malgoda. Goes over for Air Force's second try.
It's an outstanding little wraparound pass, wasn't it, Abdullah? Just knew, got the call from over his shoulder, and it was a very difficult ball to throw, and he threw it beautifully. It's a Fijian flair right there, and an easy conversion as well for Air Force. So they'll get their second try. Thought they had it a little earlier in the piece, but now they have. So 12 points to nil. Police not able to get out of their danger zone.
So good work by Air Force at that kickoff, managing to retain possession. Again, running along the touchline, but keeping the ball available.
And really good discipline in the breakdown as well, Abdullah.
Absolutely. Now they have men out wide. If they can shift the ball, which they are. Just looking for a bit of options. The Speeds are deciding to go over. Will he be able to make it? Again, that pass sticking. It's really good stuff by Air Force. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The execution in offense from this Air Force outfit. It's been absolutely top class.
Yes, this is a try of the morning session for me, Abdullah. Really good communication, really good angles, really good offloads, good hands from the receiving players as well. And it's always pays to have a big man in your side, and saw exactly why.
Yes, and when a big man runs those kind of supporting lines as well, he's always going to be in business. Conversion just misses the left upright. So that's half time. Commanding performance by Air Force, 17 points to nil. They definitely look the team to watch out for, Shanaka, so far.
Certainly they do, and police, they haven't been out of it, but they just haven't been able to get their hands on the ball in this half. So we might have a lot more coming your way in the second half of this game, because police have been a pretty decent sevens team as well. Their performances yesterday were impressive. So this match is far from over, even though Air Force have 3 tries to their name at the moment. Just a little bit of ball for Police and things will be interesting. Here are the highlights. This is the wraparound ball that we saw. In fact, no, this is the first try. Emphatically dotted down there by the Air Force number 11. As we said earlier, this is a lovely little wraparound ball as well. Kanta Iddamalgoda going over. Sorry, we can't tell you the names of the other Air Force players as we haven't received their team sheet, but that ball also finding the hands of the support player and the number 7 going over in a heap. So 17 points to nil in this 4th and final quarterfinal. This for a place in the semi-final against Havelock Sports Club. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back to live action on the Papare.com for the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens Club Sevens competition. Air Force have gone into a commanding lead in this 4th and final quarterfinal game in the cup segment. Try scorer, number 7, not releasing the ball and but not releasing the tackler was the first offence. So Police conceding an early penalty which won't help them in their attempt to try and catch up the 17-0 deficit. There was an accidental offside there, so the referee will give Police a scrum.
Yes, it's an interesting call, Shanaka, the accidental offside. They say whether there's actually any material impact. I think that's the word that they use, the material impact on the game. Don't think there was anything as such. Go by the word of the law, then probably was an accidental offside, but I think probably a bit of common sense need to prevail on those kind of situations, because you just want the game moving. This looks like one of the Navy players is Air Force players is down, so hope it's not too serious. Police need to get the first score of this second half if they are to get back in this game.
Looks like a shoulder injury to the Air Force number 4. He's going off and hopefully it won't be the end of his tournament. Always such a tough game on the body, Abdullah. It's, so much impact, so much running. Fatigue really sets in, especially when it's a hot day. So Air Force will win the penalty. Have space, but the pass is just a little too far in front of the support player. Also maybe just a little too hard, that pass.
So also I think that player was probably a bit too flat. Maybe if he just held a little bit more depth in the way he ran onto the ball, that it would have been a bit easier for the passer to make that pass. But nonetheless, another opportunity for the Police. Got to get onto the scoreboard soon as possible.
Again, the Air Force scrum half coming through too early. And Police have dropped this ball down. So again, a knock on, just letting them down. Was a shoving Jayawardena.
So Police just haven't been able to execute offensively as well as the Air Force have done. I think that's been the difference between both teams in this game so far. The Air Force look to launch another attack.
Trying to go around his man, but losing the ball in the process. Nice little show and go from the Police player that time. It was Primesh Danushka, the scrum half in the 15's version of the game, but again losing that ball forward. So the handling from Police has really let them down.
Yes, Navy definitely seem to have mastered the art of sevens to a great extent. I think their victory in that last Warriors Cup would have given them a lot of confidence. The Malgoda at the heart of a lot of good things that this Air Force outfit have executed. The ball is fed in. Air Force spreading the ball out wide again. And it looks like it's the Spitzer who goes out wide. It's one man to beat the sweeper, but looks like he'll have enough speed to go around him. It's real pretty. We don't have these players' names in front of us to give them the due credit, but nonetheless, another score for the Airmen.
If I'm not mistaken, he scored the first try as well, Abdullah. Just a little bit of a goose step to get around the despairing hands of Primesh Danushka. And it's nice to be able to have the confidence and the pace to just run around your man, Abdullah.
Absolutely, and gives the rest of the team so much confidence as well, knowing that they have speeds out wide. Just give the rest of the team the motivation to work a bit harder to create that kind of space, knowing they have that kind of flair out wide. Now with that score, I think Air Force have pretty much sealed this game, just around under 3 minutes to go.
Police will want at least one try on the board, and now they've got to be desperate and have gone to the boot. But Idda Malgoda sweeping nicely. Again, no clear release from the tackler, so Police have let themselves down with that discipline also. Here's boot to the ball again. But Police get back well to counter. And now we'll have a few numbers over. Here's an opportunity for Police finally. Navud Chetana looks inside, then goes outside, but just can't manage to evade the touchline. Wanted to dance down twinkle toes fashion, but just lost his balance a little bit, and the Air Force defense did just enough.
Yes, again a missed opportunity for Police. Needed to do better on that occasion, knowing that the touchline was so close to the person who was carrying the ball. It's just that understanding, that awareness to stay in play, just create another phase. And as a result, position has been turned over to Air Force. Force managing to win that line out. I don't think the communication was what it was, but good enough to win the line out. And again, it's their speeds out wide. This time Police defense up to it, but penalized for not rolling away. The Malgoda will take the quick tap, just keep that tempo going, and looks like it'll be another try for the Airmen on that left flank. It's just riding on momentum, riding on confidence. So we have a look at that once again. Again, the Malgoda very aware of the situation, identifying where his players are vis-a-vis the Police defense. And you'd have to say, Shanaka, the Airmen are very much the team to beat going by this performance.
Yes, they've looked high quality, Abdullah. Just the nature of the passing, the understanding of where the attackers are going to run, filling the spaces. The defense hasn't been tested too much, so that'll be interesting when they come up against the likes of Havelocks. But with ball in hand, they have looked deadly dangerous. Police with a man down as well now. But again, the restart is won by Air Force, and they'll bring this up in a leisurely fashion. Bounce of the ball favouring Police that time, and this is the opportunity to find some kind of a consolation score. It's 29-0, doesn't look pretty for them, so they will really want to get on the scoreboard in this quarterfinal. They're performing so well yesterday against the same opposition.
Yes, another error by the Police in contact. Just knocking the ball on is Akash Madhushankar. So it's full time on our clock. Again, you just have to say, Shanak, a very impressive performance by Air Force. So you can hear the hooter. So this is, in all probability, will be the final play of the game.
Sure, both teams will breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that the game is won, but Air Force, they're not kicking the ball out. They want a little bit more. Holding on, says the referee. So here's one final opportunity, and this really is the final opportunity for Police to get some score on the board. Here's Madhushankar stepping, coming back in field. In fact, it's Akash Madhushankar that time. Nice little offload. Now Chetana putting boot to ball. Not sure that was the wisest, but that's another penalty. You can't throw the ball out.
Yes, well, a brain fade if ever there was one, Shanaka. He just needed to boot the ball out and the game would have been over. Not only has he considered penalty, but he'll be spending the next few minutes, or the seconds rather, on the bench, and his team will have to do the hard work with just 6 players.
I'm not sure why Air Force just didn't kick that ball out at the scrum. Whether you win a game 29-0 or 36 or 37-0, doesn't matter. But now Chetana eventually gets the try. And rather than keeping a clean sheet, Air Force have conceded a 5-pointer right at the death of that game. And now Chetana came pretty close on a few occasions where he was foiled by the touchline. But that time manages to use his long arms and dot it down. So a dominant performance in this fourth and final quarterfinal game in the cup segment by Air Force, 29 points to 5. They'll come up against a heavy side which will be looking over their shoulder after the quality of this performance from Air Force. So that should be a cracking semi-final to look forward to. And in the other semi-final we have Navy taking on Army. These are the highlights. This is the Air Force speedster spurting around, and Gayant Iddamalgoda again, as Abdullah said, sizing up the situation, realizing there were 2 men over, standing the defense up by running at them and then being able to give that reverse pass. And here's the final try from Navod Chetana. Just a consolation score for Police. Next game, live from the race course, will be Navy taking on Air Force in the women's segment.
All set for the women's segment. Navy taking on Air Force. Navy kicking things off. A deep kick straight into the hands of the Air Force player. Going into contact. And losing the ball. Early chance for Navy. Goes through the cap. Offload is good. And she will run around and score the opening try. Easy work for Navy.
Skipper Shanika opening the scoring for Navy Sports Club in this semi-final game against Air Force, and it's good to see that the Navy team have taken a direct route and managed an early score. Tanuja Virakodi with the conversion unsuccessful. However, the scores remain 5-0 in favour of the Navy women as we see the replay. Skipper Shanika getting a good offload and going around the Air Force defence, and there was no stopping her. Untouched, she goes over for the first try. Tanuja Virakodi with the restart. Puts in a deep restart. Not the best of collections by the Air Force player as the ball bounces into touch, but the referee says looks like it is a Air Force throw-in. Well, at least that's what the linesman says. Yes, it is a Air Force throw-in.
Nicely collected. Now Air Force trying to run from their own 22 meter and loses the ball. Position goes back to Navy, and pouncing on that opportunity, Navy going over for the second try.
Samantha with that score as she extends the lead further for Navy Sports Club. Bit of a sloppy play there by Air Force in their own half. Knocked it on, and Tanuja Virakudi of course gets a laboured offload away, and a pass later goes Samantha under the beside the posts for the second try of Navy Sports Club. The conversion did not seem to be successful as the scores remain 10-0 in favour of Navy Sports Club. Not the best of restarts by Tanuja Virakodi. Goes straight up, and a free kick for Air Force Sports Club.
Air Force now. Another opportunity fends off one, but good tackle coming up by Navy. And the ball is turned over. You see Virakodi going past one. Good pass to the corner for the winger. Cut back and lose the ball in the process. The referee will come back to that initial knock on.
In extra hot conditions here at Racecourse Grounds, it's surely energy sapping work in the centre, as both teams find it quite difficult to get any hold of the game, even though Air Force has, even though Navy has managed a couple of scores. But now Air Force with the feed.
Oughton looking to pass to the corner. Goes into contact yet again and losing the ball in the process, and giving a penalty away. Tanuja Virakudi taking the tap. Air Force offside, and she finds the gap. Offload is good pass collected, but referee calling back for the offside infringement. Navy had an ideal opportunity, and they have another bite at the cherry again.
I think the referee did call play back for a not 10 advantage. Now the skipper Shanika gives it out to the big number 2. Shanika gets it back. It's like some good defense coming in by Air Force Sports Club, but unfortunately the Navy did seem to have a number on the outside, and here goes Sadika for the third try of Navy Sports Club, and they seem to be running away with it.
Easy try for Navy. They had a good outing yesterday too against Air Force, and continue from there where they left it off. So you see, good offload to the number 2, and adding 5 more points in this game.
Looks like they opt against taking the conversion. The scores remain 15 points to 0 in favour of Navy Sports Club. They seem to be making easy work out of this Air Force team, who doesn't seem to be showing any resistance, and they just seem to be crumbling under this attack of Navy Sports Club. And yet another knock on there by Yafo Sports Club. Quite unfortunate there on that occasion. Dilhara loses the ball forward, and yet another opportunity for Navy Sports Club to extend their lead.
Handing error has been the game killer for Yafos, struggling with their collections and passes, as you see Navy on another opportunity to hit back. Goes through two defenders, Virakodi, and run into the corner. She will dodge down for the fourth try of the game, and Navy running away with ease against the Yamen.
Tanuja Virakodi, of course, the former Sri Lankan player. The couple of defenders did not seem to get a hand on her, as she just strolled past them and dotted down, as they make extremely easy work out of this Yafos team. The conversion for the fourth time isn't successful. That brings the first half to an end. 20 points to nil in favor of Navy Sports Club, and they seem to be making easy work out of their opponents.
There we go, the halftime confirmation. 20-0 in favor of Navy. The first half highlights. Navy opened up the scoring with an easy try. Then it was another opportunity presented to Navy as the number 8 went over. And the carnage continued as Navy piled on tries, and just before the halftime break, Tanuja Virakodi going over to add another 5 points to Navy as they lead 20 points to nil. Coming up next will be the second semi-final. Army going ahead with CR&FC, and we'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරේ ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුප.
Welcome back to race course for the second half action in the first semi-final in the club women's segment. Yafos kicking things off straight into hands of Virakodi. She will run through this Yafos defense with ease to score her second try, and Navy starting from where they left off just before the break.
Yes, indeed. The Yafos defense seems to be non-existent, and Tanuja Virakodi makes full use out of that opportunity that presented itself to her, as she ran around the Yafos defense and dotted down in the corner. Yafos, in fact, did not manage to get into the opposition half on a single occasion in the first half, and looks like it'll be the same in this second half as well, as Navy this time declines the conversion. Hanging restart there by the Navy player, and now Yafos on the attack for the first time in this game. The ball with Shanika, recycled well. Yafos managing to get a few faces, but unfortunately loses things, and here goes Tanuja Virakodi, gets an offload away. Nipuni on that occasion beats a couple of defenders and is brought down. Sadika resets things. Navy with an advantage. Here goes Tanuja Virakodi. Tries to put on some footwork. Well, in fact, looks like that isn't Tanuja Virakodi. But now, Navy Sports Club switching direction. And steps on the accelerator does Dilani. And this time gets the offload away to Virakodi. And she sends it through the hands. Here goes the Navy Sports Club with attackers on the outside. And an opportunity to extend their lead further. Slipping tackles and breaking through goes Sandika as she extends the lead further, and now Navy Sports Club seem to be untouchable as the Yafos are just falling off like dominoes.
Second try for Sadika and the sixth one for Navy in this semi-final. See, powers to one. The Yafos defense could not handle her power. She went over.
And yet again looks like they decline the conversion. Why waste your time to get 2 points when you can get 5 with the tries gallo here at Racecourse by Navy Sports Club.
Another restart by Navy. Going long this time. Collected by Yafos, trying to at least spring in some passes and try to find a small gap in this Navy defense, but just like that giving the ball away. And now Navy on the attack and have numbers in the corner. She will try to run around this last Air Force defense. The ball is kept alive. Still Navy with possession. Tries to sneak in, but she could not do. Now a long pass to Sadika, and she'll gently run over for her hat-trick.
Yes, indeed, gently and in slow motion she does run over for her third try, as the Navy Sports Club seem to be running away with it and unstoppable. Good couple of faces there by the Navy Sports Club players before Sadika managed to score her third try. And the 7th try of the game for Navy Sports Club. So yet another conversion declined as the referee blows off the time, as there seems to be one player getting some treatment. Unfortunately, she did fall in and on an awkward angle, and looks like she has done some damage. Not too sure whether it's her knee or her shoulder, but the doctors are taking a maximum precaution. Not the best of sights to see a player being stretchered off. Navy Sports Club, of course, with a commanding lead, 35 points to nil, 7 tries.
Already have bagged this game. Look to play the final as we see the restart. Another long one, knowing that they can keep this Yafos attacking. Fraser stopped as we see another penalty being given for holding on. And another opportunity for Navy.
Jayanti takes a quick tap, sends it out through the hands. Navy Sports Club unfortunately knocked on that occasion by Saumya, as the referee says no advantage for the double knock on and brings play back.
Ran knock forward by the Navy team, commanding this game from the get-go. See a replay. She could not grab it. Yafos now with the opportunity to go from their own half, which they haven't done it throughout this game. Puts the kick, but possession given back straight away to Navy. Navy now looking for options. She goes past two and offloads it. And good pass, but referee deeming that it went forward.
Not too sure how forward that pass was, but there was a knock on after that pass. And Air Force Sports Club have not been able to get into the opposition half on a single occasion in this game. 13 minutes have passed by. Navy Sports Club absolutely dominant, 35 points to nil with 7 tries. Rovini feeds the ball into the scrum. Fly half gives it out to the centers, and some good defense coming in there by Dilani. And now the ball thrown forward yet again by Air Force Sports Club. And the number 7 Jayanti makes full use out of that error by the opposition, as she goes over for the 8th try of the game. 8th try for Navy Sports Club. Will they take the conversion? Simply contemplating as we see that replay. Dilani collected the loose ball and went over for the 8th try. The hooter goes off. The conversion goes astray. Navy Sports Club absolutely dominant. 40 points to nil. They secure their victory and make their passage through to the next round.
They qualify for the final of the ladies segment. That's a comprehensive victory for Navy. 8 tries to nil, 40 points in the bag. And now we will move on to the next semi-final. Army Sports Club will take on CR&FC. Before that, let's see the highlights of the second half. So Tanuja Virakodi starting the try scoring for Navy, and then we saw Sadika going over for her second one. Tries kept on coming, and this is what's in store. Army taking on CR&FC. Army firm favourites after their dominant performance in day one, and CR&FC has an opening in this early exchanges of the game, and they are gonna score under the post. Early try conceded by Army, and it kept like a surprise for Army in the first few seconds of the game.
Yes, indeed. What a lovely line there by Anusha Attanayaka, a household name in Sri Lanka Rugby in the women's circuit, and she made no mistake with that try. Ran through the heart of the defense and scored under the post. However, unfortunately, the conversion strikes the post and goes astray. Scores remain 5 points to nil in favour of CR&FC with just 45 seconds on the clock. A great opening passage of play there by the CR&FC ladies, as we see that replay. Through the heart of the defense, she went, Anusha Attanayaka, and there was no stopping her from then on as she dived under the post. Now CR&FC with the restart. Couple of bouncers and collected by Army Sports Club as they go on the attack. Lovely offload coming in. The ball recycled well there by the number 15 player as Yafos continue to hold on to possession. Bit of sloppy play there and knocked on the floor. Ayesha Pereira is the culprit on that occasion. Now CR&FC with yet another opportunity to extend their lead.
Early pressure put on by CR&FC against Army. They came as firm favourites in this game, but feeling the pressure under the hot sun. CR with another opportunity.
Ball squirted out on that occasion, and now Hasini recycles well for CR&FC. Not the best of passes, and a big tackle coming in on that occasion on Anusha Attanayaka by Dilani Kanchana. Now CR&FC, however, managed to recycle possession. holding on to the ball. Here goes Anushat Naik again, gets the offload away, but forward it goes, says the referee. His arm comes out for an advantage. Now Army Sports Club switches direction. Numbers on the outside. Will this be the first try for Army Sports Club? Not yet. The defense regroups well for CR&FC. Army Sports Club going side to side, trying to get on the outside, and looks like she has managed to. Chamodya was the player who ran around the opposition defense and rounds it off under the post to draw things level here after 3 minutes in this second semi-final. And now Charani Lianege with an opportunity to get the lead for the first time in this game for Army Sports Club.
CR's resistance finally over as Army continued to run around the CR&FC, and that's the extras as we see another replay of that try. She's running around, and the last defender, she was not too fast for the Army player, and she went over under the sticks. So 7 points to 5, Army leading. CR&FC needs to play to their own positives. And now another penalty given to Army.
CR&FC will be extremely disappointed with how this game started after the try. They had the opportunity to beat the defenders and go through, but now Army Sports Club taking the quick tap. Here goes Army Sports Club with numbers on the outside. Charani Lianege, the try scorer, tries to go but gets tackled high. The referee put his arm out for an advantage. Seems to be taking a moment to have a word with the CR&FC players, telling them to keep the tackles low. Penalty for Army Sports Club as Nadika prepares to take the quick tap. Bit of a set play there run by Nadika and Army Sports Club, but the defense still holding strong for CR&FC. Now on the open side, numbers on the outside. The final pass goes to hand, and that will be the second try for for Army Sports Club. Chamodya scores for the second time, as now Army Sports Club extend their lead further.
Tap taken and spreading it to the wider channels for Chamodya. And Army slowly but steadily coming back to this game. Now leading by 7 points with a conversion to come. That is not good, so the score will remain at 12 points. Here we go, we see a replay. Just spreading the ball to the wider channels and offloading it to Chamodya.
Quite a few Sri Lankan players lining up in this Yafo's outfit. Like correction in this Army outfit. Fortunately, there was a slight knock on there by the CR&FC player as she went to correct the restart. Now Army Sports Club with yet another opportunity.
CR&FC handing over the position to Army, which is it's a bit dangerous in this game, as Army in the last few minutes have shown that they're gonna spread it to wider channels and run around the CR players. As you see, a quick tap taken by the number 4 of Army. That is Tatsarani, and she goes over for the third try. 3 tries in a row, and now game is swinging away from CR&FC.
Quite unfortunate there on the location. They did switch off for a millisecond, and Army Sports Club make a maximum use out of that. The conversion goes astray. Army Sports Club going to half-time 17 points to 5 with an advantage, as we see that replay. The quick tap taken well and run around the defenders. Go Umayangana as she goes over for the third try of Army Sports Club. 17 points to 5 is the scores at halftime.
Highlights of the first half. Anusha scoring the opener for CR&FC. Going through the heart of the defense of Army, and that brought in some pressure for Army Sports Club, but they managed to reply with 3 tries. The first one of the 3 tries scored by Army, running around the last defender, and she went over. And then the try scoring continued for Army as they just spreading the ball to the wider channels, and finally just before the break Army added another 5 points to their tally. Coming up next, we move on to the provincial segment semi-finals.
But before that, CR&FC restarts the second half in this game. Army with the ball and seem to be on the attack very well, but unfortunately a knock-on, and they yield possession in favor of CR&FC. I think Army have settled in well and taken quite a lead here in this game. 12-point lead in fact. And now it will be a mountain to climb for CR&FC if they are to do so.
First thing first, they have to secure the scrum. And to Anusha, she will try to spark something in this CR attack. Setting things up, going to the shorter side. CR&FC barges to one. She breaks to another. Finally being brought down near the 22-meter. Now CR looking for options, standing in the tackle, and offload is not good. But referee bringing back play for an offside penalty.
Yes, indeed. Now the opportunity for CR&FC to strike back straight after halftime. Here is Anusha Attanayaka. Sets the ball. Gives instructions. Takes a quick tap. Here goes the big number 12. Taking in a couple of players. Kanchana on that occasion. CR&FC continue to hold on to possession. Hasini sets things up. Now Anusha Attanayaka gives it again to Kanchana. This time she opts to run around the defense instead of taking the direct route. But still CR&FC managing to hold on to possession. Now with a couple of players on the outside. Not the best of passers, but still CR&FC managed to hold on. Now Anusha Attanayaka draws a couple of defenders and gets the offload away. Here goes another offload. This time it was from the number 1 as CR&FC strike straight away after the break. And they cut the deficit to 7 points.
Good passage of play by CR&FC. Just making the hits and the passes sticking. As we see Safra going over for the second try. Still the game is opened, but CR&FC needs a good restart from here on. Conversion is no good, so the score will stand at 17 points to 10. So see the replay of that try. Straightening in and offloading in to the number 4 Hasini to go over.
In fact, Nilan, it was Ruwanti who did score the try, taking the offload away from Safra. Now Hasini with the restart takes the direct route. Well collected by Army Sports Club. Good tackles coming in, but well set up there by Ayesha. And here goes the number 5 running away with it. Charini Lianage, she will run through the defense and score for Army Sports Club. Unfortunately for CR&FC, that seems to be looks like the game as The lead is extended to 12 points yet again. Now, plenty of work to do for CR&FC.
Good reply after conceding, Army. Just sticking to their basics and finding space in the CR&FC defense. Conversion hits the upright, so that is not successful, as you see another replay of that try going through that gap of the CR defense, easily running past the last two defenders to add the 5 points to Army.
Now Umangana with the restart. Goes deep. Not collected on the first time by Hasini, but she somehow manages to salvage things. Now CR&FC inside their own 22. Still managing to hold on to position. Gets a wavered offload away, and this is a gift for the number 6 Aisha. She gets the offload away, and here goes Umayangana for the 5th try for Army Sports Club, and the game seems to be set for them.
That surely will seal the game for Army. Umayangana going over for her 2nd try, and CR&FC just not good enough for this well-trained Army side.
Well. The referee says looks like the try does not stand. The referee did consult his AR, Gihan Yatavara, and Jeffrey Shahid seems to be having a bit of a word there with the number 7 Dulani Palikondage, the Sri Lanka player from Army Sports Club. And now the big number 12 Kanchana takes the ball and goes straight, sets things up for CR&FC. Here goes Anusha Tanaka, well defended, a double team tackle coming in on her. CR&FC still inside their own half. Some good defense shown by Army Sports Club. There seemed to be no way through for CR&FC. Again another big tackle coming in. The ball does seem to be knocked on, but no advantage. And the referee goes back for the offside penalty. Now Anusha Tanaka with the quick tap. Gives it out to the big number 12 Kanchana. She runs straight, gets the offload away to Anusha Tanaka, but unfortunately knocked on, says the referee. And the time slowly but surely seemed to be sneaking up on CR&FC, as Army Sports Club with a 12-point lead and just a minute or so left on the clock.
Few errors there by CR&FC, gifting position back to Army. They will like to finish this game off with another try. And Sikua plays against Navy, their arch rivals in the final.
Lovely switch there by Aisha Pereira, but now sets things up does Umayangana. Good counter-ruck coming in by CR&FC, but Army Sports Club still hold on to position. Nadika sets things up. Here goes Aisha Pereira, gives it out to the number 5. They send it out through the hands. They have numbers on the outside. The offload isn't successful on that occasion. Now Kanchana takes a couple of defenders with her as she goes forward, but the ball is knocked on yet again. The referee says that's it in this second semi-final. Army Sports Club secure the game, 22 points to 10, as CR&FC fail to defeat Army Sports Club, and they qualify for the next round.
Good fight back by CR&FC, giving some jitters to Army, as Army secures the game 22 points to 10, and they will face Navy in the final. And CR will face Air Force. To see the highlights of the second half, CR&FC began with a try to make things a little bit exciting, but Army on the other hand continued their dominance from there onwards. So see Army scoring their 4th try. And And now we'll move on to the provincial segment semi-finals. Western Province taking on Southern Province. Western Province unbeaten in this competition. So the restart, the kickoff basically not going 10 meters and handing position back to Western Province. They are still going strong in the tackle. Finally being brought down. Now they will set things up. Will try to use their wider channels to attack this up and coming Southern team, who showed some good quality performances yesterday and won their quarterfinal early on. Quick tap taken from that penalty. Finally being brought down. Now they have options to the corner. Spreading the ball wide, but unfortunately losing it in that process.
Quite unfortunate there on that occasion. Charit knocked the ball forward, as now it will be Southern Province with the feed to the scrum. Well, in fact, Western Province, of course, line up in the white jersey, while Southern Province is lining up in the striped yellow and blue jerseys, as Western Province make their first change. So we see that replay. Dropped cold on that occasion by Southern Province. Ishan, in fact, was the player, Ishan Halloluwa. Now to feed the scrum is the scrum half for Western Province. In the number 13 jersey, Alahakon. Now the big number 1 Tikshana beats a couple of players and is brought down by the referee with an advantage out for Western Province. Here goes the big number 13 Alahakon, gets the offload away, but unfortunately doesn't find the man, and it goes into touch.
Alahakon wanted to draw 2 defenders to him and offload it to his mate in the corner, but that pass not going as expected. Now Southern Province with the line out throw. Still no scores in this first semi-final.
Not the best of throw there by the scrum half. Unfortunately, it was directed straight away onto the chest of Navodaya, but the referee says not straight, and brings play back for a scrum in favor of Western Province. On the attack is the Western Province players, wearing the number 1 jersey. Goes Tikshana, beats one, but is brought down by the same defender. Recycling well, keeping hold of the ball is the Western Province. Some good attack as well as some good defense shown by Western and Southern respectively, but unfortunately the referee says incorrect entry. The tap wasn't taken from the correct mark, so referee Arunashant brings a play back. Now Western Province with an opportunity inside the opposition 22. Still holding on to position is the number 8, but unfortunately does not get best of passers. However, Chamit beats a couple of players and barges his way forward, sets things up just a couple of meters out from the Southern Province defense. Yet another advantage coming in the favor of Western Province, as Tikshana goes, beats a couple of players. Still holding on to position is Western Province. They have the man on the outside, and there goes Alahakon for the first try for Western Province. On the far corner, rounds it off near the post. 5 points to nil. Western Province take the lead early on in this game, as we see the replay. Good bit of hands shown and good step coming in by Alahakon. Beat the final defenders, gets a fend inside the try line area, and somehow manages 2 dots down for the first try of the game. The conversion looks like it was successful. 7 points to nil. Western Province lead Southern Province with a couple of minutes left in this first half.
Continuous attacking moves finally paying off for Western Province, adding 7 points, and the restart. A high hanging kick collected well by the Southern Province player there, but losing the ball in the process. Now 3 against 1, and the offload is good to the number 16, and he will go down for the third try. Second try, Sarang Udavat, and straight away Western Province scoring in quick 2 tries in quick succession.
Yes, indeed. I think it was the restart that set everything up, and Vishwa gave out a lovely pass, drawing in the final defender, and Udabatta had just the easy task of dotting down and getting the second try on the board for Western Province, and now they seem to be taking a substantial lead with the conversion to come. The conversion is successful for the second time. 14 points to nil with 30 seconds on the board. Western Province in a commanding lead here at Racecourse.
Good conversion to add the extras. Another high hanging kick. It goes to 10 meter and brings the pressure down on the Southern players, and they lose the position. And unfortunately, in the process of spreading the wide, 2 wider channels, knock forward. The referee will bring down play back to the initial knock on. Western Province are having good restarts, which gives additional pressure for Southern Province.
Yes, indeed. I think that has been the highlight of this half. Couple of lovely restarts by the number 8. We're not too sure of the name of the player, unfortunately, as his name isn't on this declaration form. However, now Western Province with the opportunity to strike after the hooter. Here goes the scrum half, gives it out to his fly half as he puts his head down and runs straight, sets things up for Western Province. Southern Province, in fact, correction, still with position, and a couple of men on the outside. Here goes the number 11, Gayashan. Unfortunately does not collect the ball on the first go, as he concedes the penalty for holding on. Now Migara with possession, gets his jersey removed as well, but for his troubles, but the referee says there is no advantage for the defenders being not 10 meters, and Ishan Halolua sees yellow for his troubles. Good defense coming in there by Southern Province, but well recycled. Now with a number on the outside does Western Province, as they are playing against 6 men, and goes over for the third try is Tikshana Vitanage. Lovely bit of work, and he dives over in the corner, in the far corner. As we see that replay again, well committed by the fly half, and there was no stopping the number 1 Vitanage as he went over in the corner.
Good passage of play by Western Province, piling on the pressure and scoring the third try. No answers for the Southern Province players. Conversion goes astray, so that will be half time in this first semi-final. Western Province going to the break with a slender lead of 19. They have dominated the first half. As we see the confirmation, 19 points to nil. And the highlights of the first half, Alahakon opening the scoring. And then just before the break, they went into the try. And finally, before the hooter went on, scoring the third try for Western Province. So coming up next, Sabaragamuwa will take on Wayamba, and we'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කල්ලා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
Welcome back to the second half of this provincial semi-final encounter between the Western Province and the Southern Province. An interesting new concept introduced by Sri Lankan Rugby. This provincial segment of Sri Lankan Sevens. Joining me in the commentary box, and probably the person who is in good position to talk about this a bit more, is Mr. S.W. Chang. Welcome, Chang, to the commentary box as we're just about to kick off the second half. Be the Western Province to recommence proceedings. They're up 19 points to 0. Nice hanging kick. Ball retrieved by the Western Province. Looked more sharper for all the teams in this segment as they recycle position. Spread out wide, nice hands. Again, identifying a bit of space inside. And looks like it will be number 13, Alahakun, who goes over for Western Province's fourth try under the post. So, SW, what do you think of this new concept introduced by the Western Province? Managed to get provinces, all the provincial teams other than Northern, I think, part of this tournament, which is a very interesting concept.
Yeah, good to be back, Abdul, with behind the mic with Papare, and to have some rugby on the screen, Sri Lankan rugby on the screen. We had most of the international matches. This concept is fantastic. I think you got to play rugby anywhere you find a place, you know, Quadrant rugby, as we call those days. We used to play the Ambayate rugby. Even the seed was not spared. It was used as a ball, but nowadays balls are available, and I think it's fantastic to have this concept. Hopefully, as you said, it will grow to the north and east too.
Absolutely. As we see the Western Province launching another attack, evaluating their options, taking the ball forward, recycling the ball well, have numbers out wide. Just the passes not sticking. Sudden coming up and making those important tackles, but Western Province players just showing their experience to a greater extent. Another short pass just not sticking, and it's a knock-on. Some good defense by Southern Province on that occasion. Yes, Chang, it's not just the mango seed. No, it used to be plastic bottles to coconuts to slippers even on some occasions. So it just shows passion for this game of rugby. You may not have the best of facilities, but where there's a will, there is a way. And you never know when you introduce these kind of teams in. You may be able to identify a couple of players who could make it all the way even to the national setup. So it's a good concept, and hopefully it's something that will be sustained in the longer run. Southern Province feed the ball. Big scrum by Western Province. A lot of pressure being applied, but Southern do well to retain possession. Not making much headway, but Western Province going over the ball, but not legally, not maintaining their body weight, supporting their body weight as it was. So it's a penalty in favor of the Southern Province. It's all a bit static from their point of view, not making much headway. Eventually looking at the managing to identify a bit of space out wide, but unfortunately just bundled into touch.
Yeah, actually fantastic. You saw the last one. There was a little bit of goose step too coming in. So you might have the natural ability players coming in from the southern, western, all over. I wonder where these players come from. Maybe the ones who couldn't make to the club rugby or somewhere, or maybe from the forces. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where they come from, as long as they come in and the rugby union has identified where they should go in and start looking at players to develop.
Absolutely, and I think the more they're exposed to these kind of tournaments at a real national level, probably they'll be playing tournaments for their respective mini clubs at provincial level. To be playing on this kind of stage will do their confidence a lot of good as well, and let's hope that this concept is carried forward into the future as well. So just approaching last 2.5 minutes of this semi-final. Western Province comfortably ahead, 26 points to nil. In a loose pass. Well, that's very dangerous. Probably spending a bit of time in the bench. Very unnecessary as well. The guilty party will spend a bit of time on the bench.
Southern Province are very eager to play, even with 6 players when one of their teammates on the ground. So they want to make it even, Steven. But nevertheless, the referee has to attend to the injured player, Abdullah.
Yes, way above the horizontal. Very dangerous. Only mitigating factor was probably that he landed on his back, but let's hope it's not too serious. Probably winded more than anything else, but it's something which World Rugby is definitely trying to clamp down on. Changi also heavily involved in the women's side of rugby at Western Province. What do you make of, they've launched a similar initiative on the women's side as well. What are your comments and thoughts on that?
Well, women's rugby is huge in the world arena. We all know that the finances are great and they want to promote women's rugby. And as we see Southern Province making an attack, I'll come back to the women's rugby when they have a break there, Abdullah.
Big clean out, but Western Province have done well to manage to poach that ball and have turned possession over, and looks like they will be going over for their 5th score. So again, just shows the importance of the breakdown in this game of sevens. Got to ensure you track the supporting player. Western Province have further extended their lead and just looking to be the commanding force in this segment. It's about 90 seconds. As we have a look at that once again, there was a turnover prior to that which enabled the Western Province to just claim possession and go over for another try. Conversion not successful, but scores stands at 31 points to nil.
Yeah, so coming back to women's rugby, I've been in the committee and they had a huge group, and then I think Isham Abdin and Tanuja Virakodi and a lot of people involved, Kamal Mahendra involved in that. They went down to select some of the players, and hopefully the balance will be taken care of. And I think we should start looking at schools playing rugby, the girls schools playing rugby, and show them that it's all about tag rugby at the base for the start off with. Once they get, as we discussed earlier off the mic, once they get hooked onto it, it'll be like how you're hooked to sweets, and then they will definitely look at the bigger picture to get more numbers in.
Absolutely, I think that's definitely the way to go, and it's good to hear that such eminent former players are involved in that process as well, which I'm sure will augur well for women's rugby in Sri Lanka. As we see the Western Province just recycling position, they've managed to keep their intensity up in this game as they make another break, and looks like it's going to be another score for the Western Province. I think it was Sarang Udawat on that occasion who goes over for the 6th try under the post. So that's also medium to long-term program, Cheng. Now, with regard to our national setup, we have had a core of players who have been playing for the national team for some time. Is there another set of players who are coming? But that first seven seems to be slightly aging as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think the women's rugby team would like to call it to hear that about the aging part of it. Leave alone.
Yeah, well, I won't mention their ages, so but you get what I'm going about it. Yeah.
I know, I'm just joking. So surely, yeah, there is a time that you got to start thinking about your retirements and all those things. But having said that, I think we don't have much of a backup team as such, as you said. We require that matchup team. Whatever is said and done, we need a matchup backup team, not rugby all out. As you see the highlight of that last try, was it?
No, it is this, the try scored in the second half. So it's pretty much been all Western Province in that second half as well. Southern tried as a mess, but just couldn't cope with the physicality and the skill level of the Western Province team. Hopefully they will be better for that experience. As we prepare for the next semi-final between the Sabaragamuwa Province and the Waimba Province.
It'd be nice to have a Eastern and a Northern and Eastern Province teams too. I'm sure the Rugby Union will start looking at it very strongly.
Is actually, I think there is an Eastern Province team, but not a team from the Northern Province as yet. So some progress has been made. I'm sure it's just a matter of time just to get that development going in that area, and we'll probably find players coming from those parts of the island as well. Because you never know where those kind of talents can crop up, isn't it, Cheng?
Unless you try it out, you won't know anything. And I'm sure there may be a massive big-made boys and girls from that area who are committed to play some kind of sport. It'd be nice to have them, and then we have development officers right along there to see spot the talent.
Yeah, absolutely. There's another interesting story which I'll come back to with regarding to identifying of talent, not in the sport of rugby, but sport of netball. But the principle is the same as find the Sabaragamuwa, just making a few nice runs, but unfortunately the final pass not sticking. And launched an attack, but it's just a knock-on at the crucial moment. So just coming to that topic of identifying talent, I think the Sri Lanka netball team recently won the Asian Netball Championship, and the star player was this girl called Sivalingam from Jaffna, and she came to play. The story goes that she came to represent her university, the Jaffna University, in a netball tournament, and she was spotted there during the time of the war. And she was just brought down to Colombo and trained, and the amount of laurel she's brought for the country is fantastic. As there's been a break, and looks like this could be the first score of the game, but some good desperate defense coming up. Done well to thwart that attack, and now launching a counter attack of their own. Recycle position. It's just a bit static at this moment, not making much headway. Some good work at the breakdown. And looks like it'll be the first score of the game for Sabaragamuwa Province. So after about 2.5 minutes of this first half,
Abdullah, you saw some good decision making where there was a player, he had one outside, he knew that support was not there, and then he brought it back and made the contact there. So the decision making was good, and some of the good offloads are good. Some of the offloads are good. So you can see that there is a talent oozing through, and I think this is a lovely good concept to have, and maybe we could improve on more teams to play on maybe a tournament consisting of all provinces only.
Absolutely, and the more they play in this kind of stage, the only get better, isn't it, Cheng? And that's the only way they're going to improve. So we have a look at that replay once again. Sabaragamo taking the quick tap. Waimba defense just caught napping just momentarily, which was good enough for Sabaragamo lads to capitalize on.
Yeah, because if you go to Fiji, and I don't know from where Fiji gets their paddy, because every paddy field has been turned into sevens rugby.
Yes, well, they say that as we have a look at the second try for the Sabaragamo lads to extend their lead, 12 points to 0. Yes, just like every paddy field in Fiji is turned into a rugby ground, you find every road in Sri Lanka on by road, as it were, is turned into a cricket pitch. So maybe, who knows, in the years to come, every plot of grass you could find in Sri Lanka could be turned into some form of a rugby ground. But you know, the concept of tap rugby is yet very popular, isn't it, Cheng? So maybe something to look at and work on, and I'm sure as these pictures have been taken across the island, maybe more awareness and the popularity of the game will increase as well.
Yeah, because we have plenty of grass all over the place, so and we should be able to make use of them. You get bare land all over the place. As we Sabaragamo kicking off, is it? Yes, that's right.
So Waimba desperately trying to come off. A big barging run by Southern Province number 1, but just not being able to put the finishing touches. But looks like Sabaragamo are going to be shot down a player. Waimba taking the ball up, trying to keep it alive, but the pass not going to hand. And Sabaragamo have managed to retain position. Will they be able to collect the ball? But the referee calls back for the knock-on, so there was no advantage as such. Gajit Amarasinghe, who made that barnstorming run, and those are the kind of players you like to look into, isn't it, Cheng? Players who have got a bit of size and bulk and yet who can move. It's just so important in this game of sevens rugby. We're talking about the club segment, that maybe that's an area which Sri Lanka Rugby is slightly lacking a bit in terms of the size. Guys who can, you know, do that graft. It's no more the type of game that it was about 15-20 years ago, you know, where you have the Vaisali Serevis just running all over the place. It's become more physically dominant now. Teams have brought that physical element. Defense has become a much bigger part of sevens, the modern day sevens rugby as well. So you need those players who have that the ability to play that physical game as well.
You're absolutely spot on. You're absolutely right. That's because modern day rugby, those days we had the steppers, maybe about 50 kilo steppers. You need steppers now for about 150 kilos steppers. So you need it. And the concept here is that when you're big, I can't run. Mata duhanda bear. You know, that's the concept. So I used to tell this boy, what do you think of John Lumi's weight compared to yours? And you mean to say he couldn't run? He was absolutely a machine.
As the Sabaragamo, courtesy that penalty, just launching another attack, but getting into a bit of a huddle. He's managed to put his knees on the ground, so the referee says to release the tackler, and Sabaragamo are on their way. Good work by Sabaragamo lads, just keeping the ball alive. Some good desperate defense by Waimba. Now an opportunity for them to launch a counter attack. But Sabaragamo again have managed to retrieve possession. Not rolling away is the call. So an opportunity for Sabaragamo to further extend their lead, and they have players out wide, and looks like they have managed to score another try right on the stroke of half-time. So another dominant performance by the Sabaragamo outfit in this semi-final. As we have a look at that replay, quick tap taken. Don't think the Waimba team was onside either, but just good enough to reach out to score that try. So conversion not successful, but nonetheless Sabaragamo will go into half-time 19 points to 0.
Look at that skill level, Abdul, they had. He was tackled in position, placed the ball and went with another movement which is legal, and he scored the try. So presence of the mind to play the correct ball, correct rugby within the laws of the game. So these things speaks volume.
Yeah, that's right. That awareness is the Chango. As we have a look at that once again, what you're saying. This was the first try, and this is the second try scored by Wayamba. By Sabarugama. Wayamba defense just not being able to withstand this onslaught, and this is the final try just before half time that Chang was referring to. Went out to the ground, but just had the presence of mind to reach out and plant the ball over the try line. So at half time, Sabarugama was sitting pretty, 19 points to nil. And next will be the plate match in the cup segment between the Western Province Barbarians and the Navy Blues. We'll go in for a quick break, and we'll come back in the second half.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones.
So welcome to the second half of this provincial segment of the Sri Lankan Sevens. It will be the Wayamba team to kick off. Nice hanging kick, comfortably collected by Sabarugama. They're up 19 points to nil. We'll be looking to try and extend their lead. 3-on-1 situation. Drew the pass nicely and got it out. Looking at that no-look pass, but not going to hand. Wayamba have managed to retrieve possession. Try and swing it out as far as possible. Nice break. Wayamba desperately clinging on. Again, another opportunity. Could this be Wayamba's chance to get some points on the board? Wayamba have managed to recover position. Looking for their options. Spreading the ball out wide. There's a 3-on-2 situation. But it looks like that big man, Amarasinghe, taking the ball up front. Managing to recycle the ball again. But it's slow, giving the Sabarugama lads chance to reorganize their defense. Again, looks like it'll be a clean lights for a high tackle. Sabarugama take the quick tap. Don't think, rather Wayamba taking the quick tap. I don't think Sabarugama lads were back 10 meters, which the referee seems to have spotted. Looks like he'll be going to the pocket. Another one of the players is going to find himself in the bin. So chance for the Wayamba team to get some points on the board. It's their big man, Gajita Amarasinghe, who will take the short tap. Will look to barge his way over, and he does for the first score of the game.
Absolutely, I did it my way. That's the only thing that says the story there, because he just wanted to barge through and score the tries. You can see it on the replay. Look at that. Nobody's going to stop him. Absolutely fantastic. This is talent.
Absolutely. I think he probably had enough of trying to spread the ball amongst its three quarters. Felt they are not making any headway. Let me do it by myself, and the conversion is successful by Sachit Devage. So Wayamba on the board, 19 points to 7, and one more quick score by Wayamba. This game could be wide open again. The nature of Sevens rugby, you just cannot sit on your laurels. You got to continue to attack and put points on the board. Devage kicks, but it's not 10 meters. Nonetheless, Sabarugama have collected that ball, so launching another attack, trying to extend this lead, and looks like they have managed to find a bit of space in that Wayamba defense. It's Jayanta Velivita who has gone over for the Sabarugama's fourth try. So further extend that lead 24 points to 7, approaching the last 4 minutes of this game. So Chang, you were talking a bit earlier about this initiative which you are looking to launch amongst the girls' schools about this tech rugby concept. Would you elaborate any more? Have you all identified any schools? What is the process? What is the organization structure for that?
Yeah, I think because it's Admiral Hetarachi is handling that, heading that committee and doing a great job. And I think it's our proposal to go into the president and tell him that, you know, keep a separate, totally separate account as such for women's rugby, for development, everything, so that we don't get mixed up with the other part of men's rugby, so that we could concentrate on women's rugby, go into the schools and start, because the concept in the schools here right now is that they are worried about the injuries, factors and all those things. So we need to break that barrier. We had the barrier with the men too at the initial stages, right, the schools rugby and all that. But here it's a different story. They're really afraid of contact rugby. So we should keep contact off for some time when they start training. I know I saw that breakthrough. We were all excited to see him running on a sevens field like that, like a little bullet tank going through. Coming back, so we need to go into the schools and get Nippon Paint who has come on board. Like as he said, play rugby everywhere. You can go and paint Nippon Paint everywhere. Anywhere. So likewise, you have a concept, you have a rhythm like that, and get them on board. You need money, you need finances, and get the big schools in, like Ladies College, Visakha, Bishop's College in Colombo, and maybe Mahamaya, Kinsud, and all those. Mahamaya, and we got the other school, Girls High School, Hillwood. Those schools to come in and play, and maybe extend it out to other places too, in Gaul and all that. So we need to sit down and have a program and get those schools come in, long shot. Then we have the shorter one, the shorter version. Look at India, they have improved tremendously. We need to look at the athletes, turn them into rugby players. We look at the netball players, volleyball players into rugby. And we can do it because the whole thing is that because of the fear factor. So if you can get rid of that, and then we are through.
Brilliant. So let's hope that those initiatives take root and manage to get the women's rugby game going as well, just as the men's game has been. And looks like Sabaragamu have further extended their lead through Sampath Sagara. So looks like it will be Sabaragamu versus the Western Province who will meet in that final. So have a look at that replay once again. Good line out. So the Wimber lads just unable to cope with this onslaught of the Sabaragamu lads. Just on this, at the commencement of that second half, Wimber did get a score, so there was an opportunity for them to come back. But from then on, Sabaragamu just put their foot on the accelerator, as it were, and have extended their lead. It's a well-struck conversion. Unfortunately, it's just short.
I sincerely hope, Abdullah, that the losing semi-finals will have another go. And we got to start playing rugby sevens every time. Maybe just forget about no tournaments or anything like that. Just play rugby. Whoever is willing to come and say, okay, we are having a team. Who want to come on board? Let's play it. You know, just keep playing sevens.
Absolutely. So that's the conclusion of this Cup segment semi-final. As we have a look at the replays of this second half, this is the big man Amarasinghe going in for Wimber's only try in this game. And of course from then on, the Sabaragamu lads just went up another notch and planted 2 further tries to seal this game in their favor. So that's the end of the provincial Cup segment. We now enter the plate segment of the club tournament between the Western Province Barbarians and the Navy Blues. Sorry, the bowl segment rather of the first segment. So we wait the teams to take the field. We'll go in for a quick break and we'll come back at the commencement of the next match.
Catch Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය අතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය අතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
So welcome back to this bowl semi-final between the Western Province Barbarians versus the Navy Blues. Both these teams are going down in the quarterfinals early in the morning today. So we're desperately looking forward to win this game to take some form of silverware home, as it'll be the Barbarians who kick off, comfortably collected by Navy. It's deliberate knock on, so an opportunity for Navy to launch another attack. It's Navy spreading the ball out wide, going into contact. Trying to barge himself over, but not successful. So it was a knock on by the Barbarians. Come back for a scrum. Yes, Cheng, now once this tournament is over, teams will go into preparation for the Asian 7 series, isn't it? The women's team as well. And this probably will give the selectors a bit of a guide on what kind of talent that is there. Most of these players are coming off an off season as well, isn't it? So a lot of work will need to be done going into that tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a preparation for the Asian Sevens. We need to look at the Asian Sevens very seriously. Maybe we have to keep on playing a bit more rugby sevens tournaments, and see that because at the competitive level, the pressure is more than at the non-competitive level. So you can see where who is going to come off colours with on their skill level at a competitive level pressurized. Otherwise, what happens is, like, you will do your skills good, but you have got to be good in your skills under pressure. So these are tournaments that which will give that out. And even today, when you saw those provincial, there's a lot of talent in there.
Absolutely, something to work on, isn't it? It's a matter of harnessing that talent, just giving them probably the correct guidance, and who knows, some stars could appear for the benefit of Sri Lanka Rugby. So it'll be the Barbarians to feed this scrum. Big scrum by Navy, but the Barbarians do well to retain possession. Just looking for the options, nothing much created. Oh, lovely dummy. Navy do well to retain, just hold on to that, not rolling away. So It's a penalty in favor of the Barbarians. They go out wide. Just looking at their options, but unfortunately losing the ball in contact again. That's something that we have witnessed on many occasions in this tournament. Losing the ball in contact, very much a technical aspect of the game that need to work on, regardless whether it's 7s or 15s. So it'll be Navy to feed the scrum. Ball is passed out wide. Just looking for options. Makes that first break. Let's look. Finally, players arriving at the breakdown. The referee has his hands out for a penalty, so it's an advantage for Navy, but they have men out wide. Fortunately, the pass not meeting its mark, so the referee will come back for the penalty. Side entry as it was, so another attacking opportunity for the Navy Blues. Spread the ball out wide. Breaking a couple of tackles. Ball is recycled. As you can see, Navy showing a bit of patience and eventually finding a bit of space out wide. Maybe not the correct option to cut in, but looks like no harm done. And that will be Navy's first try, courtesy of Dhananjaya Kumara, going over for the first try. So Navy Blues will take the lead, 5 points to nil, with the conversion to come. As this tournament goes on, Chang, you can probably see the fatigue levels of these players rising as well. It's never easy to keep on going at a certain level, especially the humidity coming in as well. Conversion successful, so 7 points to nil, favor of the Navy Blues.
Yeah, I think the heat takes us a lot of pounding on our players because it's so hot and humid. To hydrate yourself, it's very important. As you see, the first try of the match being scored by Navy, and it's the heat that matters. So if you can change it to play under lights somewhere with a cooler climate, or we should be able to do our substitutions a bit more rather than having 5 subs, or have about 7 subs, that you can do the cycling of subs so that we can get the best out of the players.
Yes, it is a valid point. The rolling subs is also in play now, so it's that, as you said, Chang, it's limited to 5, so maybe they can look at it at a bit more. So ruck formed is the call. Looks like Navy will be going in for another try. A big run by their number 3 Jayavira, who passes the ball on to his teammate to go over for Navy's second try. Yes, rugby under lights is a concept that will do well. Definitely notice that when the game is played under lights, the amount of time the ball is in play is automatically goes up as well, isn't it, Chang? So something that in the future it will do well to look at.
Yeah, because we got to see where the Asian tournament is going to be conducted. It's going to be in Japan or in Korea, in Hong Kong. It's going to be cold weather. So we need to get that thing on, players breathing and filling up the lungs and all that in that. But if you're going to play in the southern part of the Asian, heat is going to be the same. We might as well practice the normal way, play our games the normal way.
Absolutely. So Sanjay Bandara was the try scorer for the Navy Blues, who are on the way to launching another attack. And it's another mini break, and looks like Bandara will be going in for his second try. So on the stroke of half time, Navy Blues have further extended their lead, 17 points to nil. And the Navy Blues definitely have upped their game during the latter part of that half. After a relatively slow start, they're now sitting comfortably 17 points to nil. Conversion. Struck well, but not meeting the target. So that will be the short whistle. 17 points to nil in favor of the Navy Blues.
If you could put on teams like from the provinces and Barbarians and all that, so that means there is quite a number of players who cannot make it to the club side. So that's where you got to create size, as you see the highlight of that, the try scoring highlights, where Navy scores their first try. And coming back, there are players in the fringes, and those players will have a huge talent. We don't know till you test it. We don't know. It's like tasting a pudding. Till you taste it, you don't know what the taste of the pudding is.
Absolutely, Chang couldn't have put it better. Also, it's interesting that this time there's an upcountry planters team that is also playing in this tournament. So that's also great. It's a great initiative to bring them also into the fold. I think during the bygone days, those teams from Uva, Dikoya were real strong contenders in the national rugby setup. So the next game will be the second semi-final between the CR&FC and Police Sports Club. We'll go in for a quick commercial break and we'll see you on the other side.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්.
As we get ready for the second half, it will be Dhananjay Kumara to restart proceedings. Nice hanging kick. Ball bounces in favor of Navy. Chance for them to further extend this lead. It's another break by the Navy, but the Barbarians have done well on that occasion at the breakdown. Spread the ball out wide. It's looking at their options. Nice short pass. This is much better by the Barbarians. And a nice break by the number 7. It's Pereira, who will go over for the first try of the Barbarians. So this is just the start they would have wanted in the second half. Again, if they can just get the next score as well, that will really make things interesting. A nice jinx by Pereira. Just stood his defender and went around him to get that first score. Conversion not successful, so it's 17 points to 5, but just that try caused a bit of anxiety amongst the Navy outfit, who were sitting pretty at half-time, 17 points to nil, but it's with that kick-off itself, the Barbarians have struck back with a try. Nice hanging kick-off. Spread the ball out wide, Navy. Barbarians holding on to the ball, or rather Navy holding on to the ball. They've spread the ball out wide. Again going into contact. This time penalized for not releasing the ball, and an opportunity for the Barbarians. Oh dear. Tap was not taken properly, so it's a scrum to the other side. Interesting call, Chang.
Yeah, I know they were very much eager to get on with the game, and then I think the referee was right there, because there was no forward movement or movement of the ball when he took the tap. Like you play touch rugby, you just bring the leg to the ball rather than the ball having any kind of movement.
Yes, the knee tap as well, isn't it? That's another famous part of tap rugby, but bit of a reprieve for Navy Blues. Deciding to kick ahead and charge. And the perfect bounce. Good support by the Navy Blues. Got the ball out to their speedster, Dimut Pereira. Will he be able to go over? Yes, he does. So the Barbarians did have an opportunity, but just couldn't capitalize. Just those small errors, isn't it, Chang, can just change the complexion of that game. If they had taken that tap properly and managed to get a score, it would have been an entirely different story, but it was not to be. And Navy were good enough to capitalize on that mistake through that scrum, just spreading the ball out wide and getting their fourth try.
Yeah, it's not about the skill factor there, it's about decision making, cool it down, and then because if first guy tried to take the quick one, the referee called back and said it's on the wrong mark. Then the other guy came back with the ball in hand. I was just about to come in saying that he had such a beautiful grip on the ball, and he did not move the ball out, and then you pay the penalty.
Absolutely, it's just fine margins sometimes. It's game of sevens rugby. Ball didn't go 10 meters, but it was collected by the Barbarians player, so the game will go on. Ball is spread out wide. It's a 4-on-2 situation. If the Barbarians can get the ball out wide, but he's just stepped out into touch. Lack of awareness on that occasion. Just stepping out into touch, so it'll be a line out in favor of the Navy Blues.
The Barbarians threes have got some lovely hands, you know, ball going to hand very well, and the passes are perfectly timed. It's good to see them, you know, having those passes done. Unfortunately, he went into touch, and the option that they took to go on the short side was, I thought, the not right option.
Yes, that's right. Just physically they have been unable to cope, I think, with this Navy outfit as well, isn't it, Chang? So that's one of the reasons why they just haven't had too much of possession. So just approaching the final 2 minutes of this game. It will be Dhananjay Kumara to throw into the line out. That was not straight. Just knew the way he was lining up to throw. That doesn't seem to have done that too often in his rugby career, isn't it?
And he just walked in. He just walked into the park, and obviously that was going to be crooked, and anyone would have seen it. As they say, a blind man would have seen that.
So an opportunity for the Barbarians just to put a bit of respectability to this scoreline. It's fed into the scrum. Managing to get the ball out. Is there a slight knock on there, but it just seems to have missed? No, well spotted by the referee.
The picture didn't look right. The way he picked it up, it was not on the bounce, but he had the hands on and then went right. The right call was made. There's another confusion on this side that feeding into the scrum. Sometimes they put feed the ball in. The team sometimes feed the ball in on your tight head side. Confusion, you know. Sometimes you say, "Why are you doing that?"
Yes, but it's something that happens very often in sevens rugby, isn't it, nowadays? If it's on the open side, they tend to feed it from that side to probably create a bit more space for their attack. Another unforced error by the Navy Blues.
Abdullah, this has gone into 15s rugby in Sri Lanka. I've seen a lot of schoolboys are doing it.
Yeah, that's right. But the thing with 15s rugby, it's the risk is a bit more, isn't it? Because it can put a lot of pressure on your hooker, because he has to hook from his unusual, inner sole, as it were. Yeah, and it's to the advantage of the other hooker as well. So
you're absolutely right. You're very right, very correct. It's a disadvantage.
The Barbarians, opportunity to launch another attack. Managed to retain possession. Deciding to kick ahead, not the best option. The Blues have managed to get the possession. Now they look to try and launch an attack. They have players out wide if they can get it out. Nice wrap out. And unfortunately just stepped out. So look like that'll be the end of that game. The the bowl semi-final rather between the Navy Blues and the Barbarians. The Navy Blues eventually coming out comfortable victors, 24 points to 12. So it's just coming to the replay. The Barbarians getting first score in this second half. There were indications that it could be a close encounter if they had got the next score, but it was not to be. And the Navy Blues just upped their game from then on and added on another couple of tries to go out comfortable victors in this bowl semi-final. So the next game will be between CR&FC versus Police SC, who will play, the winners will go on to play in this bowl final between, the winners will go on to play the Navy Blues in that bowl final.
So the game is on between the seasoned campaigners, as the teams are termed into their club, they're representing CR in their normal, usual red, and Police in their blue and white, or more blue this time.
Yes, some good work by Ravin De Silva at Ravin Fernandra at that breakdown, or rather from the kickoff. CR have regained position, looking at their options. Got it out to Chatru Seniviratna. Strong run, managed to recycle possession. Not sure that Police player came through the gate, but nonetheless they managed to turn position over. Madhushankar just trying to make a pass, and it's a 2-on-1 situation if they can get it out wide. So it was deemed as a forward pass by Heshan Tilakaratna. So CR and Police will be pretty disappointed that they couldn't make it to the cup semi-final. Look to try and get some form of silverware before they leave this tournament.
So this is their A teams, the CR and Police. They're only one team that they entered.
That's right, Chang. It'll just the one team entered by both these teams. So we'll look to try and get some form of silverware. So that ball was out of the ruck. An opportunity for Police to launch an attack, but just again stepping out into touch.
So Police are playing the sevens under their new coach Nilufer Ibrahim, I suppose, and CR&FC are coached by Dushan Luke.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not sure whether Nilufer has taken over the reins at Police Sports Club as yet, but he will be their coach in the 15s as CR&FC launch another attack. Spread the ball out wide. It's looking for options. Oh, lovely behind the hand, behind the back pass. Lovely bit of skill by the CR lads to get that first score. Sure, we'll be able to have a look at that replay once again. Wonderful bit of skill executed under pressure. Just need to have a lot of understanding to execute that, isn't it?
Fantastic, fantastic offload. Just, I think even that pass was beyond international.
Absolutely, just knew where his supporting players were. Conversion doesn't find the mark, so it's 5 points to nil in favor of CR&FC. Sudham Suryarachi preparing to kick off. Goes in the opposite direction his forwards were placed. Police launching an attack. Nice offload, but not finding the player, but looks like Police will get the benefit as the CR player did not roll away from that ruck. Madhushankar deciding to go for touch. It's interesting, different of styles, isn't it, Chang? Some teams, even on the international stage, when they get a penalty, they like to go to touch rather than just take the quick tap. The Fijians, of course, just believe in keeping the ball alive as much as possible, but it's a tactic each team, I guess, use depending on their strength, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if you want to run the clock down, that's another better tactical play to run the clock down. But having said that, you commit the players into the line out, and you have more space to run out.
So Police from that line out just launching another attack, trying to go on the short side, but looks like CR's defense was up to it. But again, CR have been penalized for not rolling away from that breakdown. So an opportunity for Police. Madhushankar bumping his opposite number off, but CR have done well on that occasion. I think it's Sudham Suryarachi at that breakdown. Again, getting it back to Sudham. Police defense have managed to hold on to him, but he needed to be released because managed to place his knees on the ground. So looks like CR will go for the touch option as well. Managing to find touch. Also, I think both teams will try and control the pace of the game because probably the fatigue factor also coming into play, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Now you got another one, another touch. CR&FC also. So that means both teams have taken the option of line out of a short tap.
So that throw was not straight, but looks like it'll be advantage Police. It's looking for their options. CR defense drifted across well. But that's some really good work, but looks like there's no advantage, so it will be a scrum, I believe, due to the crooked throw. Yes.
It'd be interesting to see the advantage player in sevens. Do we have 2 passes, 3 passes advantage over, or is it some sort of a call in the sevens arena, sevens game on the advantage?
So not quite sure of the ruling, or is it at the discretion of the referee? Does it?
The law is very clear. Either you have tactical advantage, or territorial advantage. So, but here in the sevens, you can't have that. It has to be played quickly.
Yes, Madhushankar slings that ball out wide. Police looking to launch another attack. Just that attempted offload, not being able to execute properly. So, as a result, there was a knock-on. Just on some of those occasions, it's just better to hold on to the position, isn't it, and go to the breakdown, create another phase, rather than trying to force the issue. Just one of those unforced errors again by Police.
Yeah, and especially when you have one defender on you and you're trying to fend him off and you're trying to offload the ball off one hand, and it's a bit difficult unless you are top skill leveled.
So not a very tidy scrum, but nonetheless CR have managed to get position. Just looking at their options. CR have managed to make another break. Good cover defense by Police, but CR have managed to get that ball out wide. Seniviratna. Inside pass to Suryarachi. Will he be able to go over? Some good desperate defense by the Police lads. Not rolling away is the call, so CR take another tap. They got players out wide. So Police did not retreat the 10 meters. Chandra Seniratna, will he look to barge over? But looks like he has just knocked the ball on. Not successful on that occasion. So the score will remain 5 points to 0. CR will probably feel that they have missed out on a couple of opportunities in that first half.
What's the halftime call on this? 7-1-7 or 7-2-7? Oh, beautiful. That is beautiful.
Yes, the only score for CR&FC in this half. Lovely bit of play by them. So there was no further score in this half. Next will be the Cup semi-final, Army Sports Club versus Havelocks. We'll go in for a quick break and we'll see you in the other side for the commencement of the second half.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුත්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේ.
So we're just about to start the second half. It will be Police Sports Club to kick off. Sia comfortably collected. Ball goes out to Seni Ratna. Again just that behind the back pass. This time the Police defense were up to it, but Sia have done well to retain position. Got numbers. Sudham Suryarachi. Just it's been in the thick of everything that Sia has done, but they have managed to, rather Police have managed to turn position in their favor. Could they launch an attack? Kicking ahead. And looks like it was a late tackle, as deemed by the referee. Given a yellow card. Not sure whether it was that serious. There would be an argument whether he was committed to the tackle. It's one of those 50-50 calls, isn't it, Chang?
Yeah, absolutely, but it'd be interesting to see the replay. But generally what happens if we say late and obstruction and where the ball light is where the penalty should have been, but has Police opt for a scrum?
Yes, they have opted for the scrum.
Interesting call.
I think the fact that there's they have an extra player in advantage, probably they're trying to make use of that.
But yet you got to win the scrum.
Yeah, I guess.
Generally, you think you win, you lose it, yeah. So maybe opt the call to suck the other three players in. Exactly. So the outside is going to be short, area is going to be bigger.
So Police win that scrum. Let's see if they can make use of that extra man. And looks like they will. So Police are on the scoreboard now. And it will be the number 10, Matisha Pereira, who goes over for that first score.
So it's even Steven for the time being with the conversion to come, and looks like a kickable distance. It should be kickable even from the corner flag, and if you're playing at top level.
Absolutely. Let's see how it goes, the conversion, but misses the right upright. So Pereira unable to add the points to his try. So scores now will stand at 5 points all as we have a look at that once again. Again, is that extra man, isn't it? CR defense stretched. And Matisha Pereira just good enough to go over for Police's first try of the game.
If you see the conversion, the cross-legged follow through, obviously you don't get it through the post.
So CR&FC managed to retain possession from that. Suryarache trying to create something for the CR team. Takes it into contact. CR have done well to recycle possession. Again, there are players out wide. Fernando from Isipatna wing 3/4 going into contact, but a good counter ruck by the police team. Managed to retain position. They just need to get the ball out wide. They have numbers out. Managed to recycle position. Nice jinx by Madhushankar, but goes into contact. But much better by CR, and they managed to turn position over. Nice run, but looks like it's a high tackle. Quick tap is taken. Ravin De Silva takes the ball up, keeps it alive to Chamod Fernando. They have numbers out wide, just need to spread it. Surya Bandara just not being able to hold on to the ball. If the passes just went into hand, CR would have definitely had a chance to add to their score, but those passes just not meeting the desired targets.
Yeah, I think the heat, the fatigue is taking place now. Everybody is tired there, and the ball just goes in. And as if you're playing rugby in a mud field, just go and the ball gets stuck in the hand, and they're thinking, "Oh, what am I going to do next?"
Exactly. You can see the coaches also recycling their players. Ravin De Silva has left the field for CR, and Chatru Seniratna has made his way back in. So it will be Primesh Danushka to feed the ball into the scrum, which he has done. Police have managed to retain possession, taken it into contact, spread the ball out wide again. But CR have their numbers. Good chase, ball spread out wide, but an unforced error by police on this occasion, just resulting in a scrum. So an opportunity for CR, just around 90 seconds remaining in this game. Imperative that just hold on to possession and try to put the finishing touches to this move. From this move rather. Surya Bandara taking the ball up. Not supporting the body weight, so it's a penalty in favor of police. Just approaching the last minute of this game, so police decide to take the short tap. Spreading the ball out wide, looking at their options. CR have done well to push that player into touch, and they've taken the quick line out. So an opportunity for CR, probably the final play of this game. Seniratna gets the ball out wide, looking at the options. It's Tenuka Nane Akara. Ball is kicked ahead, not sure that was the best option. Police with an opportunity now. The ball went back, but looks like it has come front again. And that's a cynical penalty, so police will be down to 6 players for the final play of this game. It's like a police player is down on the ground. It was a crucial error by police. Very cynical indeed. He had no rights to that ball. Decided to play it anyway. So we have a look at that replay once again. Madhushan hits the ball out. Just knocking the ball. And this police players just tapping that ball down, but so for this final play of the game, CR&FC with an opportunity. 14 minutes up on our clock. Senvi Ratna taking the tap, passing it to Chamot Fernando. Nane Akara passes it on to Yasas Kavindu. Ball is recycled. Senvi Ratna takes the ball up, tries to pass it back but doesn't quite find its target. Fernando holds on to the ball. Sia have players out wide if they can get it out. Surya Bandara passes it out wide, cuts back in. Again, keeping the ball alive is CR. Yasas Kavindu taking the ball forward. But good work by police at the breakdown. Now with an opportunity of their own. Have players out wide, but CR haven't gone back 10 meters. So everything just hinges on this final play of this ball semi-final. Police looking at their options. Senvi Ratna kicks the ball ahead. Chamot Fernando is chasing. Will he be able to get the score? Yes, he has. So on the stroke of full time, Chatura Senvi Ratna and Chamot Fernando linking up for that final score, and probably with that, that'll be CR&FC who make it to that bowl final.
Yeah, mind you, that was a blue ball that they stole and scored that try. All credit to the Reds, CR&FC. 10 points to 5 with the conversion to come. It doesn't matter because police had one player short. Even then, you need to keep ball in hand.
As the conversion is short, but as Chang mentioned, no difference to the outcome of this game. As we just have a quick look at the highlights, or rather the final try. Chatura Senvi Ratna booting it in front, and Chamot Fernando chasing it and plants the ball on the right flank, which eventually turned out to be the match-winning try for CR&FC. So that's the end of the bowl semi-final. CR&FC winning 10 points to 5. We'll go in for a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side for the cup semi-finals.
A big one. Cup semi-final, Army Sports Club taking on Havelock Sports Club here at the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. And Shanaka, this one is going to be a very close one.
Certainly is. If the morning's performance is anything to go by, Havelocks have plenty left in the tank because they didn't extend themselves in that quarter-final. Saved some of their big guns for the second half, managed to get the job done. But this Army team also didn't look too shabby in their quarter-final performance. And they've had the most rest of these teams as well, so will be interesting to see how they go. Putting themselves under a bit of pressure at the start. Army in front of their goal line. And Havelocks have managed to win the ball back through Nishan Pereira. Now Mithun Hapugoda. Here they are, trying to find some inroads. Army's defense has held so far. Put the ball to the boot, Hapugoda, but again, Army's defense on top of it, and getting back in time was the Army number 7, Kumara Lasantha.
Well, Havelocks, of course, the more experienced outfit out of the two. But what Army have going for them, Shanaki, is the fact that they've been training together consistently. They haven't had that distractions like the Mercantile Sevens, where Havelocks wouldn't have had those players all practicing together. So Army is holding their structure very well throughout the tournament. That was a significant factor for Army, and also teams like Air Force.
Really good transition of the ball that time to the wing. Army getting across, but now the Havelocks danger men coming from depth. Hitting it up is Fernando. Randita Varnapura, that was in the number 13 jersey. Mithun Hapugoda trying to get that offload away, doesn't find hands, but in the end they get over the ball, and that was Ramesh Fernando getting through and scoring the first try. He's been a key player for this Navy team, for this Havelocks team, I should say. Creating as well as finishing, Sudarshana, and that was some good hands from Havelocks.
Absolutely, two Fernando brothers have been phenomenal for Havelocks, but Mithun Hapugoda has been the talismanic player for Havelocks. Take a look at how quickly he takes that quick tap and comes around as well. That creates the opportunity, despite that not being a very good offload. But Silva putting the finishing touches. Randy.
Interesting to see what the touch judge was looking at when the try was scored. Seemed like he might have just seen something behind him, but won't matter because the try is awarded. Mithun Hapugoda now to kick off. Nice hanging kick. And Havelocks seem to have perfected this tap back. They're using their fast men to just tap the ball back, not really using a forward to gain possession, but they're taking their chances with the bounce of the ball. Army now with their first possession, or their second possession. They'll want to hold on to it a little longer than they did last time. Ball was out of the ruck, but Ravin Fernando coming around a little too soon. And here's Army now through Kumara, stepping one, stepping the other. Randita Varnapura gets back and makes a crucial tackle. Army have a 3-on-2, choosing to come back. Ball is knocked forward. And looked like the Army might have something going on there, but the referee chose to call play back here. Sudaraka Dikkubura, now they've got a man over. Really good defensive effort that time from Havelocks, but a lovely inside pass. And Lasantha Kumar will take this one under the post. Really good play from Army. Manages to free the hands and takes it under the posts.
It's brilliant build-up play. Take a look at this. Lahiru Ratnayaka springed into the corner like all good wingers do, and then making the ball available to Lasantha Kumar, who has been all around the park throughout this tournament for Army. It's been brilliant for the soldiers, equalizing, and gets the additions as well. 2 more points added. Bhagavanan still trying out to convert that.
Really good floated pass in from Lahiru Ratnayaka, because it was a 2-on-2 situation. Needed to find that inside ball just so that the try scorer could have avoided his defender, which is exactly what happened. And Sudaraka Dikkumara will knock this one over from close range and give Army a 2-point lead with 5 and a bit minutes gone in the first half of this all-important semi-final clash in the Cup Championship. You're live from the racecourse grounds here on thepapare.com. We're bringing you live action from the Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens Championship. Back after a bit of a break. Havelocks using that tap back again, this time on their own ball. Here's Ramesh Fernando stepping back inside, but Dikkumura's tackle is equal to the task. And another yellow card for a shoulder charge. So referees have been very quick to show the cards. It's going to be Christmas season soon, so they're getting their cards out. Wasn't a tidy bit of play there, but Havelocks have managed to retain the ball. Another lovely step from Nishan Pereira. Mithun Hapugoda coming back against the grain. Lovely hands, and this is Hapugoda going to go in under the post unchallenged, and a little somersault as well. He really is a spectacular entertainer, isn't he? Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it doesn't, but when it does, it looks good.
Oh, when it does, it looks phenomenal. He did something similar, didn't he, at Coventry at the Commonwealth Games? No look pass, had the entire stadium on their toes when he did that. Sanaka Chandimal, the old fox, celebrated his birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday to the man as well. From Vidyata, played at Navy Sports Club for the longest time before crossing over. But take a look at this, Hapugoda.
It was a beautifully timed pass from Chandimal as well for that try assist. Decided not to go into contact, which is what these experienced players do, and you see some of the younger players very keen to take the contact and then pass. Once you've committed your tackler, you've done your job, so it's unnecessary to really go into contact. That's what Chandimal did there. Looks like we've come to half time in this cup semi-final. It's 12 points to 7. But Army have looked good for that 7 points. And Havelocks won't have it easy against an Army team that's going to be pretty desperate. Here's the first try coming up. Mithun Hapugoda coming around on the loop. Doesn't manage to pick up the ball, but provides the link for Ramesh Fernando to go over. And here's Army's try. Kumara with a lovely floated ball infield. Right, Ratnayaka, that wasn't Kumara, it was scoring the try. And here's a quick tap taken by Chanaka Chandimal and just commits the defender and puts Mithun Hapugoda under the post. He's never going to be stopped from that distance out. And it's 12 points to 7, 2 tries to 1. We'll be back after the break. Don't forget the next match is Navy versus Air Force in the Cup Championship second semi.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනු.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුප.
Second half action in the Sri Lanka Rugby Club 7's competition, live from the racecourse grounds. Army in the blue and yellow taking on Havelocks in the pink and chocolate. The kickoff is gathered eventually by Havelocks, and Nishan Pereira rips it away from the would-be Army poacher. So two good teams, good fit teams with a lot of good skills as well. And going around the outside is Ramesh Fernando finding Randita Varnapura. Really good skills from Varnapura to let that ball go, and Army have dropped back in defense quickly. She's good sevens play all around. Cutting back in field. Nice little offload. Nishan Pereira was caught. Chandimal on the scissor pass. The referee will come back for a penalty. Ramin Fernando won't be stopped from that angle, from that distance rather. And that might be the try that breaks the back of this Army resistance, especially with a man down.
Terrific team play by Havelock Sports Club all around the park. They are contributing to the cause. We saw Chandimal that time coming round twice, working off the ball and making those angles possible. That's what's penetrating the Army defense. That's what didn't happen throughout this competition. But Ravin Fernando has been a scrum half as well in his day. like all good scrum halves do, quickly pounces on that penalty and makes it look so very easy.
Yes, I think the players were really worried. The Army players not wanted to concede a second yellow card by not going back the 10 meters. So eventually it turned out that Fernando had an easy run in. That kickoff is botched completely. So Army will have an opportunity now. Still with the 6 players, mind you. Another penalty for Army. They've lost a little bit of confidence. Sudaraka Dikkamura might want to spark something here. Their national representative, the only one in this squad. Haven't seen Gayan Salinda with the ball in hand too much. He was very good in that quarterfinal game. Good ball protection that time from Army. They're running across field, not really finding much joy. But here's Sudaraka Dikkamura coming off his left foot. Coming off his right foot, can't find the support player though, unfortunately. Just held on to the ball for a second too long, Sudarshana. Spectacular bit of sidestepping, but unfortunately can't make it convert into points.
Great combination with Rifan Mohammed. Sudaraka Dikkamura almost had it there. Completely spent and disappointed in himself. Like you mentioned, the experienced lad, and he has the confidence to go against these big boys Havelocks possess. But Harry is still not out of danger waters here. Soldiers will want to make sure that they try and get that score. 14 points to 19, anything can happen in a game of sevens.
14-19 and the pressure is back on Sudarshan, and that's what this game is all about, isn't it? Well, it's about a lot of things. It's about battling the conditions. It's about making sure that you keep your squad going. It's about making tactical substitutions, but ultimately it's about dealing with the pressure. And now Havelocks know they can concede a try and things will still be okay. But at 14-19, suddenly the game completely turns on its head.
So plenty time left as well. 3.5 minutes remaining on our clock.
3.5 minutes is a lifetime in sevens rugby. Havelocks choosing to run this out of their 22. They haven't gone to the booth. That's a lovely ball across the face of the Army defense. Nice burst from Nishan Pereira. Manages to hold them off and looks like he's going to go all the way. No. Eventually catching up with him was the Army defender Mohammed Rifan. And Havelocks has still managed to hold possession of the ball. So it's good discipline to hold on to it that time. But again, not sure why the referee is not playing advantage. It's not the first time, but it won't matter because Havelocks have gone under the post through Nadeem Mohammed. But it looked like that try was on before the referee stopped play.
Well, Mathun Hapagoda checking the time for good measure. That would have really put Havelocks in a very comfortable position. 24 points with the conversion to come. Just over 2 minutes to go on our clock. As Hapagoda acts in the extras as well. 26-7.
Not a lot of practice under this Havelocks team's belt, but it's not showing. Here's the penalty given again. Taken quickly, and Nadeem Mohammed doesn't need a second invitation to go through that yawning gap. The Army players looking askance at each other. They've chosen to go long just to wear down the clock here. That's the experience, that's the game awareness that this Havelocks team have. Stepping through, beautiful little break by Rifan. Stops on a dime. And getting across well was Randita Varnapura. I think he's been really doing yeoman service in defense. Here's Army trying to find the long passes. They're chasing the game now, so there's a bit of desperation about their play. And here's Ravin Fernando. This is the stuff that he will enjoy. Army wrestle him to the floor, but the ball is available, so good ball retention skills from Havelocks. Nice wide pass as well. Coming back in field, and it should probably be a penalty and a yellow card.
Yes, Nalan Premanath that time. That was the frustration sticking out as a stiff hand from Army. Absolutely had no chance of intercepting that ball.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? If it just hung in there a little bit longer, he would have managed to catch it again. Then he might have been under the post, but instead the bounce of the rugby ball means he's sitting in the naughty chair. Mithun manages to get the ball away. And he is supporting again, and that's a trademark somersault score. And Mithun Hapugada puts the icing on the cake for this Havelocks team. Army have been down a man more than once in this game, and that has shown on the scoreboard.
It's terrific stuff from Havelock Sports Club. Mithun Hapugada creating that space, but also has the good sense to support. Rewarded. And what an entertainer he's been, Hapugada. Does that for the national outfit as well. So Havelocks safely into the final. And how about that for a conversion, Sanaka? Back heel from Ravin Fernando. As Army take place in the plate, and Havelocks go all the way to the cup.
Well, we'll know who's going to play them in about 15 minutes' time. It's going to be one of these two teams. The Navy team versus the Air Force team. So a battle of the forces here. Interesting to see three of the forces teams in the final four left in this cup competition. And Air Force kickoff. And the ball is lost forward by Navy, but the referee sensibly playing advantage this time. Nice ball across to the winger. He's been a danger man, the number 11. And that time the referee getting in the way. So the rule is that if the ball touches the referee, it will be a scrum down in favor of the team who was in possession. So Air Force will have this put in. Air Force are playing so quickly that referee Abe couldn't get out of the way there. It is a difficult game to officiate when you've got these players who are really jinxing all over the place. Lovely hands from Air Force. Absolutely lovely hands. We saw this in the quarterfinal game as well. And this has been a hallmark of their performances so far. And going in for that first try is Nuan Pereira. Here's a step back in field. Darshana Dabare has been their danger man in the number 11 jersey. And Nuan Pereira will put the finishing touches on that try.
This Air Force have been one of the better teams this competition. They've shown very good structure and also the endurance to try and pull it off. Shanaka playing in these conditions are never easy. The restart has been pretty good, but this time around, botching it.
It's just a little bit of inexperience there from the Air Force player. Should have just let that ball bounce, not gone up to try and play it. And now Navy will have their first opportunity to run at this Air Force defense, choosing to take them on in midfield, trying to win the physical battle. But referee saying that there was no clear release there, although it looked like the Malgoda had rights to that ball. Ball is out of the ruck, and Air Force are first to the ball. Here they are, looking to outrun Navy on the flank. Good presence of mind to leave that ball down before he gets up. puts it to the boot. Good footballing skills again, and that really needs to be a penalty try, surely.
Yes, referee awarding the penalty try straight away, and that will be a card as well. A brain, you cannot actually call a brain freeze in this hot sun, Sanaka. Brain fade rather for the sailor. And double blow for Navy. They concede a try and lose a player.
Well, it's just instinctive, isn't it, at that point? Sudarshana, you know that you're beaten for pace. You've got to do something. And he thought the Air Force player was going to grab on to the bounce of the ball, but he put it to the boot again. So 2 tries now. 1 scored, 1 penalty try. Here's Navy through Adisha Veeratunga. Another penalty for Navy. So refs have been very quick to blow the game up and keep stopping it rather than allowing play to go, even though the team is in possession of the ball. Adisha Veeratunga again. Stepping straight through. Nice run by the Navy player that time. Tackled inside the 22, and now here it is. It's on for Navy through Adisha Veeratunga. Manages to get that ball away. Lovely little wraparound ball. And in the end, Navy will get in under the posts as well. So nice interchange from Navy to get themselves their first score. Muhsin Falil with that direct running that he's been so familiar for. Unsung hero of this Navy team. And Isuru Kongahavatta, former Isipatana fly half, who's really come on in leaps and bounds this season. He's grown a lot stronger. And despite being 1 man down, Navy get on the board, which won't please Air Force coach Shamli Nawaz. Here's the replay. Adisha Veeratunga knows that he doesn't have the gas, and that's a lovely little basketball style pass for Kongahavatta to touchdown. It's a bit of a hold up here while the marshal, Mr. Anna Vijayaratna, puts the crowd on this near side just below us in our commentary position. Puts them back over the railings where they're supposed to belong. So you can see the crowd retreating beyond the railings. So supporters of both teams, both traditionally wearing one or the other shade of blue. Here's Air Force, lovely little chip kick through. That grubber was a beautiful one. But the referee coming back for a penalty. It was a beautifully weighted kick. The kind of stuff you'll expect to see later this evening, Sudarshana.
Oh, absolutely.
So watch this here. That was beautiful little nutmeg there. And just couldn't find the hands.
Well, we know a couple of teams that are looking for midfield this Shanaka. I think the Premier League would be proud with that nutmeg. Air Force, they're confident, they're playing confidently, and that's really showing in the field.
Well, what they're able to do is everybody's able to throw a 10-meter pass, and that's something that not a lot of the teams can boast of. Maybe you'll have 1 or 2 players who can throw that pass, but Air Force, almost everyone can throw a nice flat long ball. Again,
also Shanika, you spoke about how important
how important adapting to the conditions are. And race course, when it comes to the pitch conditions, is one of the softer grounds in Sri Lanka, and it's one of those grounds that running is difficult if you're not used to. Race course, Air Force basically has a very similar facility up in Ratmalana, so that must be helping them as well. And also it's quite windy at that ground, so throwing that 10-meter pass, they would have gotten used to it much better than most of these other teams who are playing here.
Yes, certainly acclimatizing to the conditions, even if it's just something that's completely a coincidence, will help them. You're right, Sudarshan, this is not a fun ground to run on. It's like running on the beach sometimes. And beautifully slipped away that ball. Danushka Dabare now trying to beat his man one-on-one. Slips the ball when he probably should have just taken it into contact. And that looks like it's the half-time whistle. So interesting match on our hands. Just one score between the two teams, Navy and Air Force. After the way Air Force started, we expected them to maybe run away with it, but it's just 12 points to 7. Navy have really grown into this game in the last few minutes. Here's the first score. This is Dabare stepping and getting that ball away. Beautiful hands from Nuwan Kumara to score that try. And this is Adisha Veeratunga again. Lovely wraparound ball for Isuru Kongahawatta to score. The two Isipatana lads combining there, know each other very well from their junior days. The next match, Central versus Vaimba, coming up. The provincial representatives will be back with second half action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Second half action in the second Cup semi-final here at the Sri Lanka Rugby Cup Club Sevens Championship. Navy trailing by a score against what we have to say is the favourite team at the moment to lift this cup at the end of the tournament, but lots can happen in between now and the final at 5:30 or 5:20.
Well, the interesting change of tactics straight away in this second half. Seems like Coach Navas has instructed his charges, if Navy go deep, make sure that you play territorial rugby. Try and play as much as you possibly can in the opposition half.
That's a quick ball to the front of the line out. And Air Force very quick to try and push Navy out into touch. Adesha Veeratunga needs to be very careful because he was trying to prevent the quick throw, but you've got to allow the ball to travel that 5 meters. So you can't interfere with the thrower within that 5 meter line. So he's lucky not to get a penalty there. Nicely stolen though, Adisha Veeratunga bringing his best core skill into play. Going straight over, Musin Falil can't believe it. And poetic justice perhaps, as Air Force knock it on.
What's going for Air Force currently is the fact that they are in the correct side of the field. Navy will have to play out of their skin to try and get to the other end, because Air Force defense so far has been quite decent.
It has been decent. And Navy will try to run this one out, but good line, good defensive discipline that time by Air Force. Just backing away, not allowing too much of a gap in the midfield. Lovely break that time. Just a half break, so dangerous, but again, Navy losing their feet for the second time in a row. Smashing in is that big man Shashika Fernando. Puts the ball to the boot, but this time the ball might beat everyone into the deadline.
Ravindu Hettiarachchi, Anjula Hettiarachchi. He's been a phenomenal player. Was a member of that Commonwealth Games squad as well. Player of the final at the Mercantile Sevens. He's really risen up those ranks as a sevens player throughout this tournament as well, especially with those restarts. Shanaka, he puts his height to very good use and get around the park. Good in defense as well, and now slowly adding that kicking skill to his game.
Yes, it's good to see players develop, isn't it? And this is something that Coach Nawaz is known for. He's being able to make good players better and average players good. So Navy choosing to go the distance and put this ball deep into the opposition territory. No real space opening up. Navy's defense has been pretty disciplined, but Sashika Fernando is taking them on up front, and he's taken 4 Navy men into close proximity to bring him down. The ball is everywhere, and again Navy give away a penalty at the breakdown. So this is going to hurt them in the final equation if they have to keep doing so much defending. Air Force a little too keen to take the contact there, but needed to get back on his feet. Had the right idea, did Sudat Bandara, but didn't execute well. And here's Adisha Veeratunga, the Navy 15 skipper, taking matters into his own hands, not rolling away. So here's Navy, their turn to be the recipient of a couple of penalties. Madhuranga stepping back infield is Lahiru Herath. And this is a good passage of play from Navy, their best in the game so far. And as I say that, they cough the ball up. Hettiarachchi with a good little bit of jackling there and manages to stand the defense up. And that's a lovely little offload. Beautiful pass. And that time it's going to be Ishara Madhushan, the captain, who will dot down eventually. But superb work from Hettiarachchi. Coming back. And this was a good run. Knew he didn't have the pace. And that was a lovely weighted ball right in front of the captain Madhushan. He didn't have to break stride at all to catch that ball, and those are the little things that make a difference to whether you score or you get tackled.
Absolutely, top stuff. And we spoke about Christmas, and for Ishara Madhushan it came very early. There was a gift right in front of his face. 19 points to 7 now. Air Force tightening the screws. 12 points to 7. It was anybody's game. Now Navy need to score twice.
Yes, this will give Air Force a little bit of comfort. Might want to use their bench, get some fresh legs on, because now they know they just need to defend. We might see a kick a little bit deeper into the 22 and not so much a contestable kick. In fact, they do go short to Hettiarachchi, and it's come off his hand, and referee will play advantage, but comes back for the scrum. So it'll be a set piece, which means that you've got 6 forwards huddled up together plus the scrum halves, which means there's a lot of space for these players to run into.
But only seconds remaining on our clock, Shanaka, so chances are Air Force will go all the way to the final.
Referee gives a short tap for feet up. It's taken quickly. And referee is very quick to make the call there. Veeratunga had a hand in the only try that Navy have scored. Manages to squeeze the ball through his legs. Good technique from the big flanker. Navy still not letting the ball do the work for them. Kongahawatta with a little kick pass, and this might be interesting, and unfortunate that he can't hold on to it. And offside is the call from the referee. Let's watch that kick pass, but the offside came a little bit before. Yes, Air Force now allowing Navy in for that try, but perhaps it won't matter. It might be too little too late for them. As Stephen Sanzoni touches down. Kongahawatta will attempt the conversion with his left foot. And that looks like it's the end of the game. So Air Force are worthy winners of this second semi-final, and they will book a date with Havelocks to play them in the cup final, the big cup final, which means that the plate will be contested between Navy and Army. Going to be an interesting game there as well.
Hello and welcome back to this live telecast here at Racecourse. It's Central Province taking on Wamba in this women's segment of the sevens. Wamba lining up in blue while Central lining up in yellow. An early scrum for the Wamba team. Got SW with me in the commentary box. How has the sevens proved to be?
Yeah, fantastic. It's been good so far. We need to play more sevens rugby. If you really want to get the experience and get into the boys, they must play more sevens tournament. I see this at the moment. The Wamba and Central teams looks like more of schoolgirls, and but nevertheless it doesn't matter. Their skill levels will come up once they get the breaking of the ice, as they say it, and to get on the pitch and play some play some serious contact rugby.
Yes, indeed, and of course, when they play with players above their level, they are bound to raise their game as well. Now, Central Province to throw into this line out inside their own half with plenty of distance to make up to. The line out collected by the Central Province girls as they set up. However, unfortunately, Wamba Province girls caught offside. Now, a quick tap taken as unfortunately the ball is knocked on, but a big tackle coming in after the whistle.
That was huge. That tackle was huge. Absolutely huge. It was a knock forward, and she went straight into the player and I think she needs a big one.
Yes, indeed, and she is feeling the heat of that tackle. It was a huge thumping tackle from the Wamba girls from Wamba. As we see that replay after the knock-on, the whistle had gone, but here you can see a huge tackle coming in. Not too sure about the legality, however, we are set to resume play again.
The question was, did she have the hands round the ball carrier? That's the question. But nevertheless, she's okay, she's fine. These girls will start learning the hard way. I see the skill level is not up to that mark, but nevertheless, I'm sure if you start working on them, this must be some of the lot that was came through the advertisement that the rugby union, Sri Lanka Rugby, had a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, indeed, the Sri Lanka Rugby doing quite well to get this tournament together, as it was organized in a couple of weeks. The whistle has gone, even though the girls are continuing to play. There was a knock-on in the previous phase of play. That's why the referee brought play back.
In everyone's life, there is always a first time. The first incident, anything in life, there is always a first time. Kids must be playing rugby for the first time. It doesn't matter. Get it off the starting line blocks and continue to finish it off and do the right thing. Right now, you must teach the girls not the good things, but the right things.
Indeed, the right things is what everyone, most of us, who should learn on the first go. Unfortunately, lacking a bit of knowledge with the rules of the game, the laws of the game, and that's why the few penalties considered here and there. However, once they get into the groove of things and once they learn what the laws are and how they are interpreted, I think they will be able to make something better out of this. Knock on after knock on, but it's all right. They have to get into the game, and they have to feel what it is like to first play the game of rugby.
If you see, the play has been centered on a 10-meter area or 12-meter area. No side is moving forward because their skill level, either they're not knocking on or they're not retaining possession properly. So there are infringements that's coming in. So nevertheless, I think take a bow, take a head off for having had taken the field.
Well, when girls like this start to play the game first, what are the basics that you need to be? What are the basics that need to be taught as another huge tackle comes in?
I think absolutely we need to see that doesn't come in the huge tackles, because there was no hand round, no arms around the ball carrier, and that might injure somebody and then might have a negative thing coming forward for us to go on developing the women's rugby.
Yes, and now the referee did show a yellow card to the infringer on that occasion. Girls from Wamba still with possession, however, coming in from the wrong side is Central Province number 10. As we see that replay of that big tackle, fortunately there was no arms wrapped in that tackle, and that's why the referee had to go to his pocket. But this looks like the first try. Yes, it is. Wamba score the first try of this game, and they open the score in under the post. So somehow they managed to work their way through the defense and score the first try. And I think that will be good for the spirits, to raise the spirits of them in the game, as the conversion does not go over. So coming back, what do you think the basics are that should be taught to these girls as they just enter the game of rugby?
I think actually the first thing is to teach them the basic fact about passing and all those techniques, about which is passing has to be done first, and then of course your tackle techniques and the turnovers, the important aspects of the game. Scrummages and lineouts will come gradually, but the main thing is basic on the your body positioning, how you approach tackle situation and so forth.
Indeed, and I think a bit of safety also would be a good thing to start off with. Unfortunately, the Central Province girls aren't able to control the ball in play, as quite a few knock-ons have been made by them. Now Wamber with a 5-point lead and with possession. Well set scrum, and here they go again, Wamber, but unfortunately the pass goes behind the on-rushing girl as it bounces out into touch. After a couple of good semi-finals, we can see these girls from Central Province and Wamber Province battling it out for a place in the next round. Wamber still with the position. Offside is the Central Province girls, but after there goes the hooter, and that is half time. Wamber Province lead in Central Province 5 points to nil. That's the score confirmation. Wamber Province lead in Central Province 5 points to nil. Just a solitary try for the girls from Wamber Province. We will go in for a short commercial break and be back with the second half.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස්ස ගුණ එතැන රස්ස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරේ ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස්ස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
We are back with the second half action. Wamber lining up in blue, while Central Province are in the yellow jerseys, as it will be Central Province to kick off the second half. Collected by the Wamber girls rather, and now here they go on the attack with an opportunity for their second try.
See, like these girls should be when they start off. I think what we say is you can't pass the ball. You pass the ball behind. That's what you tell them. Anybody, you pass the ball behind. Rugby, you got to pass the ball behind. I think we should change the concept. You tell them you don't pass the ball in front. That's all you got to tell them, because you don't pass the ball in front. We don't tell them that you pass the ball behind, because what happens, our passes, we run about 5 meters and the pass is made about 2 meters. So we actually, in reality, carried the ball only 3 meters. Instead of that, because we have the flat passes now. So you don't pass the ball in front. That's it.
Yes, indeed. I think with the sport evolving, things do change, and the concepts with the way it's taught also should be changed and should evolve. That's where the growth is in sport as well. As now we see the Wamber girls going in, such a lovely bit of cut inside, a lovely step, and here comes the second try under the post for the Wamber girls from Wamber Province as they extend their lead further.
Just imagine in Wamber when they meet up and say, I scored that second try, you scored the first try, yeah. And my kick was virtually a English Football League kick, and how I missed it.
Yes, it did. Something for these girls to go back and talk about. As we see that replay again, it's a lovely step, lovely left foot step, and beating the couple of on-rushing defenders to go under the post. I think that's another thing that they build, the camaraderie of playing sport. And now Wamba restart proceedings with a good kick, travels about 15 meters. Here comes the girls from Central Province. Not making any headway, but now they do. After one tackle is incomplete. Still with possession. But unfortunately a slight knock on that occasion. And now Wamba, the girls from Wamba Province will have yet another opportunity. I think it's actually good to see these performances on this big stage. It will only increase the interest in other children and other girls and boys from coming in to play the sport.
You're absolutely right, yeah, because it will encourage people to come and join something new, something special. And also I'm sure the sponsors who are interested in sponsoring the women's teams, you know, and Nippon has come forward to sponsor us, and I'm sure they must be pretty happy with the things that are progressing. So you get a lot of things, you know, you get the finances coming. You look at the run by this girl, and will she make it to the line? She falls short.
Unfortunately a couple of meters short of the try line, but here goes the third try for the girls from Wamba Province, and they extended their lead further as they continue to dominate. The conversion does not pierce the uprights. However, the scores move up to 15 points to nil in favor of the girls from Wamba Province, as we see that replay of the try from close quarters. Unfortunately, there seems to be a slight injury on top of your screen, you can see, and that's what the hold up is about.
Yeah, hopefully, like, you know, we go from strength to strength from here. The club's women's rugby is huge in the world. It's very, very huge. And India has taken a huge stride, and they're doing very well in that area. And not that Sri Lanka is short of talent, it's just a matter of putting things in focus. And from the 7s, then we go to 10s. From the 10s, we go to the 15s. And we are on then.
Yes, indeed. And as we speak here, the 7s, the Women's World Cup is also happening in New Zealand.
Yeah, I think New Zealand the Ferns beat the Wallabies yesterday.
They did. Yes, they did beat the Wallabies, and I did see that England have also beaten the Fiji girls. So it's good to see that sport is back in full swing after a couple of years. Wamba, girls from Wamba still with possession and moving forward, now making headway. Unfortunately, the lack of the laws of the game interrupting the game. However, here goes the girl from Wamba Province, and this is the 4th try, and now there is surely no coming back for the girls from Central Province, as she strolls around the post and dots it down underneath.
If I'm mistaken, that's the second try of the game, if I'm mistaken. As the conversion to come, do not find the upright or the bar. Doesn't matter, look at this replay. What a run. She looks a speedster.
Yes, indeed. What a run down the near touchline. Making no mistake, beating a couple of defenders and going around to round it off under the post. Now, Unfortunately, the pass does not go to the mark by the girls from the Central Province. Play continues, however, the whistle has long gone as the referee calls a play back. Two long days of sevens rugby here at the racecourse grounds in Colombo. There has been some enterprise in rugby by both the men and the women, and this is the provincial segment of the tournament as Wamba Province. Looks like she is going towards the try line for her third try, but she somehow manages to pass the ball, and this is the fifth try of the day for Wamba Province. Girls from Wamba Province make no mistake, scoring their fifth try of the game and securing the game.
Excellent scanning of the field by the ball receiver, and she scanned. There was a lot of space on the right side of her, and she ran the numbers. The only thing, should have actually continued running out instead of she cut in and managed to offload. Look at this! Look at that presence of mind to turn over and score the try.
Yes, indeed, a great presence of mind shown there by the Wamba Province girls, as the game is brought to an end by referee Pradeep Indika. Central Province comprehensive beaten 25 points to nil by Wamba Province. Yes, and these are the highlights of the second half. Quite a few tries coming in the second half after these girls have managed to find their groove in the game. After a not too good look in the first half, somehow they managed to find their footing and make this second half a more productive one than the first, as we see the 3 tries scored by Wamba Province in the second half. Well, in fact, it was 4 tries in the second half and 1 in the first half. This was the final of the lot, the last try of the lot. Now CR&FC Blues take on Southern Province Rugby Union. Yet another game played between the girls. CR&FC seem to be in their traditional red and blue kit, while the girls from Southern Province are in the pink outfit. Here goes the number 6 down the near touch line, beating a couple of defenders and running away down the line. Looks like she's gonna go all the way. Yes, indeed she is, and rounds it off under the post for the first try of the game. CR&FC Blues off the mark with a lovely try from number 6 for themselves, and that's some lovely bit of play there.
Yeah, absolutely the play, but I think the Southern Province team looks it looks a mismatch on the physique with the CR Blues. I'm sure they must be playing. They have played rugby for a long time. The CR team coached by a former national cap, Ms. Sujata Ratnayaka, and I think they have done their skill work very well.
Yes, indeed, and these girls from CR&FC, of course, they will be practicing with their main ladies team as well, so they are surely bound to have a bit more experience than the girls from the Southern Province. However, whatever said and done, here goes the Southern Province girl running down the near touch line, extremely close to the touch line, but somehow she is caught but gets the pass away, and this is the first try for the girls from Southern Province. Well, things are level here at Racecourse, 5 points all.
Beautiful try, it came from nowhere. Come on the Pinkies, it came from nowhere. Brilliant try, and you could see that tiny little legs moving and a huge tanker coming to grab her, but he still kept going, and the beauty, the defender kept going, the ball carrier kept going, and when he came to the point of being held, he had the presence of mind to offload it, and well supported.
Yes.
What a brilliant try.
Yes, indeed. And also, as you said, the defender kept going, the attacker kept going, so did the support player, did keep going to provide support. And it was great to see them drawing back on the game. So 5 points all. So 5 points all in this game, and the girls from CR&FC seem to be caught off guard. Now the girls from CR&FC in with possession and with themselves a penalty. Here goes the number 11, gets it off to number 8, and a lovely offload to the number 14 from CR&FC. Unfortunately, she just runs out of space on the field. As now it's a line out to the girls from Southern Province. Well, looks like the referee has gone to his pocket for a yellow card. Number 1 has been sent to the bin, not too sure why. However, the referee says that there was something illegal. But he opts to start off with the line out. We're not too sure what is
Interesting call by the referee. Yellow card, and you start off with the line out. Which book or which part of the laws is that?
Yes, he did. Never seen before, and only on the field of girls rugby you would be able to see something like that. Now a scrum in favor of the girls from CR&FC. CR&FC Blues, of course. This their second team. It's their first team participating in the cup segment of the ladies in this sevens competition. Good scrum coming in. The ball gets out-hooked, but unfortunately the ball did not travel through the tunnel out, and it came in from rather left from where it came in, so the referee cannot let play go on. Now the girls from CR&FC Blues with possession. Makes a dart through the defense, beats a couple, but is somehow brought down at the final moment. The defender looked offside, and yes, that's what, well, the referee says there is an advantage coming. Now the CR&FC Blues, number 11 with possession, takes it and runs down the near touchline and scores the second try for CR&FC. They extend their lead 10 points to 5 against Southern Province.
Very interesting point, how we can have a yellow card and restart our line out. I think those are basics of refereeing errors that you cannot have or have the law changed by any chance.
Well, we are not too sure, but 2 tries for CR&FC Blues and 1 for the girls from the Southern Province. As we see the replay on that occasion, the defense, it was basically non-existent, and the number 11 had to just stroll past the 2 defenders who were standing behind each other, as CR&FC Blues extend their lead. And here's the kickoff, rather the restart. However, unfortunately it seems to have been knocked on. That's what the referee says.
CR Blues 10, Southern Province 5. That's what the scorecard reads. CR Blues possession, attacking, misses completely. And here comes the counter-attack by the Southern Province. Hopefully they will get something on the board.
Yes, indeed. But looks like the girl from CR&FC was blatantly playing the ball on the floor. However, the referee, unsighted, continued to let things play on. Still CR&FC with possession. The number 14 making her way down the far touchline, but is seemed to be have been tackled, but she somehow managed to wriggle away through it. But the pass after that resulting in a knock-on. CR&FC Blues leading 10 points to 5 against the girls from Southern Province. We will go in for a short commercial break and be back with the second half.
Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Welcome back to the live telecast of the Club Rugby Sevens here at Racecourse Grounds. Right now it is the CR&FC Blues taking on the girls from Southern Province. CR&FC Blues of course leading 10 points to 5. Couple of knock-ons by the girls from Southern Province. But CR&FC still with possession. Here goes the number 11 gliding through a couple of tackles, but is finally brought down to ground. Offside, unfortunately. Lack of knowledge of the laws clearly on display here. However, the girls putting on a good show, as here goes the number 6 for CR&FC, and it looks like this will be the third try. Yes, indeed, third try for the girls from CR&FC Blues. Southern Province trailing by 10 points.
Quite a speedster, she's a gas on, and then 5 points. I think Sujani Ratnayaka has done a bit by coaching these two sides. She's doing a great job, and hopefully she'll continue to do that as we see the CR Blues 15, Southern 5. Hats off to the Southern team for having come out and then taken on the challenge and taken the field.
Yes, indeed, hats off to them for taking up the challenge and producing a team to get on the park and play. Participating is of course as important, and it's not the result but participating indeed, as changes are being made for the girls from the Southern Province. Now the restart. Here goes the number 8 for the Southern Province. It looks like she will go all the way. Just 22 meters to go now. There's no stopping her from here. This is the second try for the girls from the Southern Province, and they cut the deficit to just 5 points.
Absolutely good for them. It's like it's a bonus try. But having said that, got on the round and then one straight round down the track. I'm sure this will stay down in her memory for a long time to come, and she might even share this with her grandchildren in time to come.
Yes, indeed. These are the memories you take away, and these are the memories you cherish after you stopped playing the game of rugby. As we can see her taking quite a bit of big breaths, gasps of the as we see the replay. Beat a couple of defenders, and from then on it was just an open field for her to run into. Here goes CR&FC. Some good tackles coming in by the girls from the Southern Province, but CR still with possession. Some good tackles being made by the girls from the Southern Province, but CR&FC will be hoping that they can extend their lead, as the ball is now with the number 6, and now she steps on the gas, and no stopping her from there on, as she goes over for the 4th try for the game for CR&FC, and it is her 2nd try as well.
Absolutely fantastic. She got the speed. She's a little speedy pocket Gonzalez, and right down the flank, right round it, and fantastic running. Of course, it's too much for the Southern Province. If you see the replay, once you get that ball from there, 45-meter dash, nobody's going to stop her, and she's a little dynamite.
Yes, indeed. However, off conversion isn't successful. However, off screen there is a girl from the Southern Province receiving a bit of treatment. CR&FC, however, are comprehensively defeating the girls from the Southern Province. Still, the girl from the Southern Province is receiving a bit of treatment, and looks like there has been seem to have had a head clash.
Actually, the good point here is that you got some numbers and different level of ages, different level of physique, so that the rugby union now they got to do is to see that they go from strength to strength by developing them, and to get them into development squads, and maybe after you develop them slightly, and then start channeling them into the club level, and they tell the clubs to play, use them, and come in as competition into sevens. But my interest is not only in the sevens. I told them at the women's meeting is that we should also think about 15s and 10s. You got to start thinking big on that. So we need to move forward. We need the numbers. All I'm asking a call for all the schools heads of the girls schools heads, prominent school heads, or any school head to come forward and release those girls, because these are safe. We have been playing rugby for almost more than 200 years, and it has been very, very safe to play rugby and not to worry about it.
Yes, indeed. And actually the key aspect of it is to get the numbers to show up for training, and right now these the numbers are increasing in Sri Lanka, and now, as you rightly said, they need to develop the girls. As we can see now here, an open field, and the number 6 has plenty of space to run into, as she rounds off the try and beside the post. Great bit of play there, and the girls from Southern Province are here to play, and they are giving a good fight to the CR&FC Blues.
Look at the physique. This seems to be half the size of the CR Blues, but nevertheless the fearless, the little girls from the Southern Province has already got 3 tries on the board. They're 20 points to 15, and we got few minutes to go, and if they do have another run down, the scores are going to be equal.
Indeed, they are here to play. They have shown that on a couple of occasions. The heads haven't dropped, even though CR&FC have scored. CR&FC now with possession, sends it through the hands. The number 11 beating a couple of defenders, but is finally brought down by the opposite number 9 from the southern province. CR&FC, however, still managing to hold on. Some good tackles coming in by the girls from the southern province. Here goes the CR&FC number 11 down the far touchline, asking for support, getting it. Still holding on to position is the CR&FC Blues. Here goes the number 8, well brought down. She looked like she was collared, but the referee said let play continue. Now CR&FC Blues still making meter by meter on the field. This is their opportunity to score once more and put this game to bed. And yes, indeed, that is the score. The number 6, the speedster for CR&FC, scoring her second try of the game. Well, in fact, her third try of the game. And CR&FC out into a commanding 25 points to 15 lead.
So 3 tries by the speedster, and takes it beyond reach of Southern Province, who gave a very good account of themselves and a fantastic fight back, because they were 20 points to 5 and they brought it to 20 points to 15. And then of course CR&FC Blues, because we are so used to the CRBs, so CR Blues extend the lead, and the conversion is not good. As you see, I think the hoot is on.
Yes, indeed, that's the end of the game. 25 points to 15 reads the scores at the end of this game. So CR&FC Blues make their way into the second round, into the next round, as we see the score confirmations. 25 points to 15. Now Yafos taking on CR&FC in the women's segment of this game.
This is the third and fourth place playoff in the club women's segment. CR&FC who went down against Army and Yafos were hammered by Navy in the respective semi-finals. Playing for the Bragging Rights here. High hanging kick collected by the CR&FC player. Spreading to the wider channels, got him back in.
Was Anusha Attanayaka who did cut back in. CR&FC still with possession. Now the number 4 gives it out to Anusha Attanayaka. She tries to go through the heart of the Yafos defense, but fails to do so. CR still with possession, running laterally and gets the pass away to Kanchana as she goes through the heart of the defense, and a couple of defenders chasing her, and is brought down about 30 meters out from the try line. CR&FC still managing to recycle the ball. Kanchana comes back and takes the ball yet again, gets the pass away. Anusha tries to beat a couple of defenders, but she somehow manages to recycle things. Here goes CR&FC through their number 1, Safra. She sets things up. CR&FC still holding on to possession.
Penalty awarded for being offside. Yafos taking the tap, trying to go through and offloads it to Kanchana as she dodges down the try. So that's the opening try for CR&FC, taking the maximum out of that penalty and adding the points on the board.
Yes, indeed, some lovely bit of play there by the girls from CR&FC. They were made to work, however they did work hard and managed to get the opening try of this game. Now for the conversion to add the extras. The kick is goes astray, however CR&FC take an early advantage. 5 points to nil as the Yafos have plenty to play for.
Good try there by CR&FC. We saw a lot of teams opting not to take the conversion. Hats off for that try. See a replay of that penalty tap taken by Thilini, and then straight away into the hands of the big Kanchana Kumari going over.
Now Yafos with the attack, but unfortunately lost forward, and here goes the CR&FC. The number 6 taking it up into contact, Ruanti. Now Thilini at Thilini gets the ball away, and see Anusha Attanayaka gives it out to the big number 8 Devmi, as she beats a couple of defenders, and here is the second try for CR&FC. Lovely bit of play there by the girls from the CR. They make easy work of the defense, and dots down for the second try.
Back-to-back tries for the ladies from London Place. The conversion is true from Attanayaka, so that adds 2 more extra points. As you see the replay of that try, Devmi running through a few defenders, and Anusha Attanayaka finishing it off with a try.
Now Hasini preparing to take the restart. CR&FC with a 12-point advantage. However, the referee says you're taking too long. This is a free kick for Yafos and an opportunity to get themselves some points on the board. Good tackle coming in by Anusha Attanayaka, and well, in fact the great tackle was by Devmi, and the girl from Yafos Sports Club knocks the ball on.
Giving position back to CR&FC, who finally managed to bring down the Yafos attack. Another replay of that player correcting, going into contact and losing the ball in the process of that tackle. Devmi now searching for options, gives to Kumari, their main man.
Well, unfortunately the pass from Thilini has drifted forward, is what the referee says, as fortunately the pass was just before that in the replay. But now it's a scrum for Yafos, and here goes the number 15 with possession. Shanika sets things up for Yafos. Now unfortunately Kanchana was offside on that occasion as she tackled Ruvini, but now Yafos still with possession through the number 9. Here goes Yafos Sports Club. Unfortunately for CR&FC there were a couple of infringements, and that is yellow for Thilini. Thilini Senanayaka sees yellow, as now CR&FC one attack, one defender short. The quick tap taken by Yafos. They send it out through the hands. Shooting out the line does Devmi, but unfortunately does not manage to make a tackle. Now Yafos still managing to hold on to position. The referee says knock-on advantage coming your way. Yafos still with position to Dilhara. Gives it out to the number 2, but she does not make much out of it. Supipi. But now Yafos have CR&FC have turned over position, as the ball is sent out wide. Devmi gives it out to Kanchana. This time she opts to put boot to ball. Here goes the number 15 for Yafos Sports Club. Releases the ball, gets up and plays it again for the second time. But now looks like Yes, indeed, looks like it's a penalty for Yafos. Not releasing is the call by the referee, as here goes the big number 1, Nirasha, barging away over for the first try for Yafos Sports Club, right on the hooter to cut the deficit, and now with a conversion to reduce it further.
Yafos took the advantage of that yellow card. You see taking the quick tap and giving it to Nirasha. She bulldozes her way over the line to score a try for Yafos, which has been very rare during these 2 days. They have been able to cross the line. Good attempt, but not successful. So that's half time in this 3rd and 4th place playoff game. Half-time confirmation. Yafos 5, CR&FC 12.
These were the highlights of the game. The first half, the first try by Anusha Tanaka for CR&FC as they opened the scoring, and on the end of the first half, number 1 for Yafos, Nirasha Veer Singh, scores the try. As we can see, the next game, Navy Blues ready to take on CR&FC. We will go in for a quick commercial break and be back with the second half.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය අතිතර.
We come back to see race course. CR&FC kicking things off in the second half. 12 points to 5. 1 try is the difference between the two teams. Yafos coming back to the game with a try just before the break. And now spreading to the wider channels. Here's the try scorer, Nirasha.
Unfortunately, the ball knocked on there by Dilhara, as Yafos concede possession inside their own half. And now CR&FC with an opportunity to maybe get another score, get their 3rd score of this game, and extend their lead. Here goes Tilini, sent coming back from the sin bin. Anusha Tanaka gives it out to the number 8, Devmi, as she beats a couple of defenders, but is brought down in the near touch line. Anusha Tanaka, not the best of passes by her, but CR&FC somehow managed to hold on and recycle possession, but they do recycle to the to the wrong side, and now Yafos with the opportunity. But the referee says there was no advantage from the earlier knock-on.
See a gifting position back to Yafos, who began this half looking for another score, and that conversion from Anusha will come handy the latter stages of the game, as we see in this women's segment. Something lacking is the kicking. CR&FC straight away putting the pressure on Yafos, taking them back. Now trying to run through that gap, but no good. Ball is play on, says the referee. Now Yafos changing the direction, going on the shorter side, trying to run around. Now floats it to that try scorer. And a penalty for being offside is given to Yafos now. Have numbers to the corner, trying to run around. In the process, losing the ball. CR&FC has been deemed knocking on the ball in that breakdown there. Few knock forwards slowing this second half. We haven't seen any scoring yet in this first 3 minutes.
Yes, indeed, some good play by Yafos to gain some yardage, but unfortunately the ball has been knocked back by them. But still somehow managing to recycle things is the number 2 Supipi for Yafos. But CR now concedes a penalty. Yafos just trailing by 7 points. Here goes the number 17 Dilhara. She gets the ball away. But unfortunately for CR&FC, the referee says that y'all have not got back 10 meters, so we have to take the penalty again. Now Yafos with possession, but unfortunately knocks it on, and could that be the game? Now CR&FC have the opportunity to just hold on to possession and just play things out.
That has been the problem throughout the second half for Yafos. They had majority of the possession with them, but unforced errors going to hurt them. See CR&FC getting another chance to move out of their own half line. To Devmi, passing it to Anusha, and she losing the ball in the contact. Now Yafos have opportunity. Good turnover there by CR&FC. Looking for options, changing the direction, and then again losing the ball in the process. Handing Yafos another opportunity to cut this deficit.
About 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. CR&FC with a slender 7-point lead as Yafos now with possession through the number 11 Priyadarshini. She beats a couple of defenders and she goes down the far touchline, and looks like she tries to round it off under the post, but defenders come, and now it's all depends on this conversion. If the conversion is successful, the game will be tied. Yes, as we see that replay, some good bit of play there by Priyadarshini, beating a couple of defenders, and after that stepping on the gas and dotting down. As we see, unfortunately, the two CR players are just running into each other and a bit of friendly fire. However, a crucial conversion awaits. Unfortunately, the conversion isn't successful for Yafos. They still trail by 2 points. Now CR&FC just need to restart, collect the restart, and make sure that they do not concede possession and play out time. A deep restart there by Nirasha as Anusha Tanaka collects the ball, goes to the heart of the defense, beats a couple, still on her feet, wriggles away through. Anusha Tanaka with the clear field ahead of her. Will the defender catch up? She is catching up, and just meters away. The offload has been thrown, but Anusha Tanaka collects it and dots down under the post, and that is the game. The referee has blown time off, and looks like he is going to his pocket for a yellow card for the number 3 Buddhika Jayakodi for Yafos. However, CR&FC 17 points to 10 with the conversion to come. Hasni makes no mistake with the conversion. 19 points to 10 here at Racecourse as the CR&FC have now taken a 9-point lead. The hooter goes just after the conversion has been taken, so that there is time for the restart.
It was a good comeback up by CR. The friendly fire working for them, running around the Air Force defense. Now just need to secure the ball and finish this game off. High hanging kick that goes the 10 meters. Now Air Force will try to end this game with another try if possible. Passing to the corner. They want to try to run around, but no good. Good defense by CR&FC, not allowing Air Force to bridge their defense.
CR&FC still holding on tight in defense, but the big number 1 for Air Force gets a good offload away, and here goes the number 9 down the far touchline is Heshala, as now pass does not go to hand for Air Force Sports Club, but the referee says that the defenders were offside from the resulting ruck. Now Air Force still with possession. A blatant high tackle coming in, but the referee continues to produce the penalties, as now the girls from CR&FC have a task on their hands. They just need to defend their line, as we see that replay. Not the best of tackles there by the number 6 Ruanti from CR&FC. Air Force still somehow managed to recycle possession. Nirasha gets a lovely offload away to the number 19 Herath. She makes her way forward. Air Force still with possession, just meters out from the CR&FC line out. Swinging the ball wide. Now Priyadarshini with possession. The referee also with an advantage, but a good tackle coming in by Anusha Attanayaka, but still the referee says offside, and referee lets the play go on with the quick tap. Looks like the Air Force player has been held up. The ball isn't coming, but the referee says still the player needs to release. Referee Harshana Vijayveera. Here goes the big number 1 Nirasha, straight through the defense, and goes under the post. 15 points to 19 with the conversion to come. Looks like well, even though the conversion may be successful, may not be sufficient. The conversion is successful. The game ends 17 points to 19 in favor of CR&FC. (17 points to 19 in favor of 19 points to 17 in favor of CR&FC against Air Force. As now the lads from CR take on Navy Sports Club. This was the highlights of the second half. A good try from Ruantika Priyadarshini, but it was Anusha Attanayaka who managed to make a lovely break and set up the all crucial try for CR&FC under the post, which was finished by herself in the end. After getting the offload away, she managed to get up and collect the pop and went over under the post. Now Navy Sports Club is taking on CR&FC, as well, Navy Blues in fact. Here goes the CR&FC player running down the near touchline.
CR setting things up. His first few phrases, now spreading the ball to the wider channels, trying to run through. Chatura Senivaratna offloading it And good yards made by CR&FC. And a penalty for holding on. Referee stopping a play to inquire about that player. Both teams unfortunately losing. In the early game, and they are here for the playoff match. Now Navy taking it and spreading it to the corner. Navy Blues, and a good offload to number 11. Takes some yards forward. Still Navy with possession. And the flag is up from the assistant referee. So there will be a line out in favor of CR&FC.
Yes, indeed, some lovely defense by Yafos, by Navy Blues, correction, as they somehow managed to hold out CR&FC. However, a star-studded CR&FC lineup consisting of Chatura Senevatna, Ravin De Silva, Sudham Suryarachi unfortunately did seem to pull his hamstring in the previous encounter, and he did have to be subbed out. However, Thenuka Nanakara, Eranda Harshana, Chamod Fernando, Imanka Aryapala, Dilshan Madhusankar are all lining up for CR&FC. As we see the Navy Blues player getting a bit of treatment. Referee Callum Sandaruan having a word with his touch line. Navy Blues taking on CR&FC, the two losers of the previous semi-finals. Now it will be Hathuru Singh to throw in to the line out.
Line out successful for CR&FC.
There goes Ravin De Silva taking up the ball, setting things up. Here goes CR&FC. Through Dilshan Madhushankar. Gives it out to Thenuka Nanakar. His pass unfortunately doesn't find his target, but CR&FC somehow managed to hold on to possession through Ruchireka Nayaka. An advantage coming in the way of CR&FC. And now a yellow card as well for the Navy Blues player. The Navy Blues number 15, Dhananjay Kumar, sees yellow. Now CR with a clear advantage, playing against 6 men. Chatura Seneviratne calling his former schoolmate Ravin De Silva for a switch. Gets the ball away, but unfortunately the final pass looks like it did travel forward. Yes, indeed, it did travel forward. Looks like that was Dilshan Madhushankar who threw the final pass. Chatura Seneviratne did all the hard work and popped the ball over his head, but unfortunately for Dilshan, his pass did not find Chatura Seneviratne. The return 1-2. Now Navy Blues to feed into the line out. Eranga De Silva, the skipper. Boot to ball is the call of the play for Navy Blues. Well collected by the number 17 for CR&FC. Thenuka Nanakar switches things around. Here goes the number 21, Hathuru Singh. He beats a couple of men. Gives it out to Ravin De Silva in the number 19 jersey. Wriggling his way forward, pumping his feet. Now the referee however says that the defender did not support his body weight. CR&FC still with possession. Chatura Seneviratne on the outside runs straight through the defense. CR still with possession. Now Ravin De Silva straightens things up and goes direct, takes a direct route, goes under the post. That's the first try for the game. CR&FC score through Ravin De Silva under the post.
Patience by CR&FC finally being paid off. Made a few passes to the corner and came back in. And finally Ravin De Silva going over. As we see, unfortunately, a Navy player being down and the medics taking in charge about him. And coincidentally, Romario, this is the ball final. We have been informed. So, playing for something silverware.
Yes, indeed. Plenty at stake for the lads out there. As we see Ravin De Silva straightening things up, and there's absolutely no stopping him from that range. Close range, just a couple of meters out. Ravin De Silva for the first try. The defender, however, still on his haunches, on his knees, getting plenty of attention from the matchday doctor, from the physios.
Good signs that he's finally up. That is the skipper Eranga De Silva for Navy Blues, as the conversion is successful for CR&FC. So the tally moves on to 7 points. Ratnayaka adding that valuable extra points. We start, goes the 10-meter bounce is kind for CR&FC. Finally being brought down. Now CR looking to spread to the corner. Straightens up by Chatura Senivaratne and offloads it to Ravin De Silva. So he go over for his second try of the game, and CR&FC takes the lead up to 12 points.
Yes, indeed, some lovely bit of play there by Chatura Senivaratne first. He fixed the defender in front of him, drew the final man, and passed to his former schoolmate Ravin De Silva as he stepped on the gas and went down the far touch line. And as we say that, we can see quite a few CR players, rather quite a few Navy Blues players are falling. The conversion by Thenuka Nanakara isn't successful. As we see that replay once again, Chatura Senivaratne put on some footwork, beat the first man, drove the last man, and gave it away to Ravin, as he made no mistake on the far touch line, stepping on the gas and scoring his second try and extending CR's lead 12 points to 0. Just a minute or so left in this first half.
Navy making a few changes to their lineup. Because of that, the play has been held up here. So all set for the restart. Another high kick collected by Navy, but the kick can chase. The kick does not go properly yet, as Ravin De Silva collects the ball, and unfortunately Chatura Senivaratne spilling it just in front of the try line, and 5 points missed, I would say.
Yes, indeed, quite unfortunate there on that occasion. This time it was De Silva who made the play and gave it away to Chatura, but unfortunately the ball with a bit of sweat on it evades the grasps of Chatura Senivaratne as he tried to beat the final defender.
Navy now would look to go out of their own red zone. First things first, secure the ball from the scrum. Now they will try to kick and chase, but the CR player collecting it, and now CR has an opportunity to hit back at Navy.
Inside their own half, unfortunately the pass was not in a good position for Chatura Seneviratne to collect and pass. He tipped it on but did not find his support player. Chatura Seneviratne, Ravin De Silva and Ruchira Ekanayaka all lining up in this line out force. Picked up there by Ravin De Silva. Here goes Ruchira. Gives it out to the number 23. As he gives it out to Thenuka Nayanakara. Now the man on the outside. He steps on the gas and he goes over for the third try. Ashan Lakshita, that is in the near corner. He extends the lead further for CR&FC, as now they seem to be cruising through to the ball.
Basics rugby showcase by CR, just passing it to the corner as Ashan Lakshita goes over for the third try, and this will be a hard task for Navy from here onwards as we come to the close of the first half. Nanayakara looking to add the extras, that is not successful, so at half time CR&FC leads Navy Blues in this bowl final.
That's the score confirmation. 17 points to nil in favor of CR&FC over the Navy Blues. Here are the highlights of the first half. First it was Ravin De Silva who went over under the post to score the opening try. The next set up by Chatura Seneviratne. Ravin extended his team's lead as he doubled his try tally for the game. And on the close of half time, it was Thenuka Nayanakara setting up Ashan Lakshita as he dived over on the near touchline to extend CR&FC's lead. 17 points to nil as we prepare for the next match, Army versus Navy. We'll go in for a short commercial break and be back with the second half.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
We come back to race course for the second half action from the bowl final. CR&FC dominating the first half with 3 tries, which was unanswered by Navy. And here we kickstart the proceedings in the second. High hanging kick collected by the Navy Blues player now. Using the short side, opening up a gap. Does he have the speed to run around the final defender? Offload is collected by Ravin De Silva. Now Nayanakara offloading it to CR&FC number 23. Now CR looking for options, using the shorter side again. Setting things up. Nayanakara now. CR&FC just spreading it to the wider channels, and Thenuka Nayanakara goes over for the 4th try. And CR&FC just starting to run away with this victory with that try. 22 points to nil, and a conversion to come.
Thenuka Nayanakara has of course had a lovely game here at CR&FC at Racecourse in the final. Fortunately the conversion isn't successful. However, this was the replay. The number 23, Dilshan Madhushankar, setting up Thenuka Nayanakara on the far touchline as he went over for the 4th try of the game for CR&FC. Now CR with a command in a 22-point lead. The coaches ringing on the changes for CR&FC. Now Ashan Lakshita with the kickoff, with the restart rather. Collected well by the Navy Blues player. Good defense coming in as well. But the referee says that was a maul was created. The ball wasn't imagined, and now a turnover scrum in favor of CR&FC.
Now the changes coming in for CR&FC, and they would like to score another one and seal this game. Control the first half and began the second half on a high.
Now the scrum fed by Hathuru Singh. He takes off down the short side, but fortunately his little chip kick bounces off into touch. Navy Blues with possession inside their own half, however. Tanuj Jayavira looks to be setting up to throw into this line out for Navy Blues. Line out one there by the hooker, but unfortunately the ball is knocked on by the defender for the attacker for Navy Blues. Spins his way, wriggles his way, and scores the 5th try for CR&FC, and that surely would have put this game to bed. Now Tenugananakara preparing to take the conversion from the far touchline. Looks like it was Imanka Aryapala on that occasion who managed to pick and go and wriggle his way over the try line. The number 17, Ashan Lakshita. Conversion isn't successful. The changes are being rung as we see that replay. Unfortunately, the number 7, Ramesh, knocked the ball on for Navy Blues as Imanka Aryapala took it, went one way, then twisted and turned over the line, dotted down. 5 tries for CR&FC in a commanding position. Now Navy Blues trying to get some respectability on the scoreboard, but still inside their own 22. Some good counter racking coming by the CR&FC players, but Navy Blues somehow managed to release the ball. However, ball gets knocked on. Now Chamod Fernando in for CR&FC, gives it out to his support player, and now Tenugananakara puts on some footwork. Nothing happening there, so he goes back and throws the ball back. The referee says looks like there was some obstruction. The player had been taken off the ball. Now Hathuru Singh gives it out to his support players as the number 23 puts on some footwork, gets in a lovely offload. Hathuru Singh coming back. Well, in fact, that was Yasas Korituakku. He finds his way through the defenses of Navy and under the post. CR&FC absolutely running away with this game and towards securing the bowl segment of this Club 7's 2022.
That's a commanding performance by CR&FC. Continuing to pile on the tries as we see Yasas Korituakku scoring for CR. Navy Blues still no answers. Here we go, the replay. Cuts back in and goes through, scores under the post. Dominating from the get-go. The changes coming in during this last minute of play. Chatura Senivaratna with the restart.
He puts a high hanging restart, but unfortunately directly into touch it goes, as now Navy Blues with a free kick from the center mark.
One last opportunity for Navy just to add some points before the end of this game, but that pass goes astray as CR gets the ball, but referee deeming that he was holding on. So another chance for Navy to end this game on a high.
Looks like a high tackle coming there by number 14 Chamod Fernando, and looks like he'll see yellow. Yes, indeed. Now Navy Blues with an opportunity to get something on the board and get their first try. They haven't been able to penetrate this CR&FC defense, and the CR defense still continues to hold on. CR&FC takes the line out quickly. Here goes the players from Maitland players. Imanka Aryapala runs straight, but unfortunately the referee says there was a forward pass involved, and he says that there is time for this one final scrum in favor of Navy Blues. The scores read 34-0. A humbling at the hands of CR&FC in this bowl final. Imanka Aryapala, Chamod Seneviratne, Chatura Seneviratne, and Madhushan lining up in the scrum.
Navy with the feed in for the last play of the game. Spin into the corner, cutting back in, going through. Offload is good. Still position with Navy. Kick and chase from Navy. And who will win the race? That is done by CR&FC. So that will be it in this bowl final. CR&FC thumping Navy Sports Club Blues in this final to clinch the bowl in Sri Lanka Sevens. That's the full-time confirmation, 34-0. Highlights from the second half. CR&FC scoring through Thenuka Nanakara to start the second half. Then again gifting a try, as we saw Imanka Aryapala going over, and just before the end Yasas Korituaku scored for CR. So next game up is Navy taking on Army, the plate final. Navy kicking things off. Army unfortunately having a good first day, and as we see Navy opening up the scoring.
True, Isuru Kongavatta. Not too sure why everyone stopped on the occasion, but I think everyone thought that the ball had been knocked on. However, the referee says otherwise. Referee Gihan Yatavara, the man in charge. Isuru Kongavatta, of course, was the first to react, collected the ball and went straight through the defenses of Army Sports Club to dot down under the post. Now Isuru Kongavatta to extend the lead further. Makes no mistake from right under the post. 7-0 in favor of Navy Sports Club. As we see that replay, looked like there was a slight knock on, but the referee, the man closest to the play, said otherwise.
I think that's why the Army players also stopped at the play, but you have to play for the whistle. So Navy getting an early try.
Isuru Kongavatta restarts proceedings. High hanging kickoff collected by Isuru Madagedara. Now Ashan Bandara gives it out to his centers. Lovely pass coming in by the Army player, Army number 9. And now Ashan Bandara takes it up into contact, sets things up. Lasantha Kumara swivels and gives it out to the number 9. Lovely bit of play there by, well, in fact, the number 9 is Sudaraka Dikkumbura. He collects his own kick, and here goes Ashan Bandara with a man on the man chasing him, and but there is no stop in Ashan Bandara as he gets Army's score in the game, and now it's 5-7 with just 2 minutes on the clock.
Good reply after conceding early. It was all made by Sudaraka Dikkumbura. His cheap kick and collection, as you see, and offloading it to Bandara, and he went 60 meters sprint to score the opening try for Army.
Now Rifan Mohammed lining up this conversion to draw level from 25 meters out. It is unsuccessful. 7 points to 5 reads the scoreboard with about 3 minutes passed in this first half, as Rifan prepares to take the restart. Army Sports Club taking on Navy Sports Club in this plate final. Rifan puts in a high hanging restart, lined up well by Hashan Maduranga as he sets things up. Now Mushin Falil gives it to Kohongawatta. Kohongawatta cuts out Dhananjay and gives it out to the winger, but they have lost plenty of yards. The kick collected back by Rifan. He puts on some footwork and beats the on-rushing defender Amit Madhushankar. Rifan going down the line. Will he score? Looks like he has, but the referee and the touch judge says no, he hasn't. The touchy has raised his flag. Isuru Pereira on the far touch line, in great position to make that call. Rifan did all the hard work, but unfortunately did not manage to beat the final man, as we see that replay. Beat a couple of men, and a good tackle by Harsha Maduranga and the number 25 Amit Madhushankar, dragging him into touch. Good line out there by the Navy Sports Club boys, as now Mushin Falil goes straight, gives it out to Harsha Maduranga. He sets things up. Now Ishuru Kohongawatta gives it out to Samit Dhananjay. Dhananjay has a man on his outside. Amit Madhushankar sets things up. Kohongawatta substituting at number 9. Here is the skipper Adisha Veeratunga, runs straight, puts his head down, gets the offload away to Lahiru Herat. He too takes the direct route. Adisha gets back up, gets the offload away over the referee's head. Now Samit Dhananjay draws the last man, gives it out to Amit. He puts boot to ball. Rifan, however, chase in, but the ball beats him, and some lovely footwork by Amit as he turns Rifan inside out. He goes over. Is yet to dot down, however, under the post. Does so. Now Navy Sports Club extends their lead further, and Isuru Kohongawatta has the opportunity to extend the lead further with the conversion.
Kick and chase, and unfortunately for Rifan, he could not collect it. So a good try for Navy at a crucial juncture in this first half. Kohongawatta adding that valuable 2 points. That means Army need to score twice to overhaul this total, as you see the final stages of that move. Rifan could not collect it, and Amit Madhushan obliging it and going under the sticks for Navy. And 14-5, we have the game in our hands with Kohongawatta all set to restart.
Deep restart there, but the referee says penalizes Navy Sports Club. Everyone in front of the kicker. Now Ashan Bandar takes a quick tap, gives it out to his fellow number 7. He puts on some footwork, sets things up. Good counter-ruck coming in by Mushin Falil. Gets the pass away to Lahiru Herat. He has speed, but is brought down in a good tackle, and looks like he has done some damage to his hand. He seems to be holding on, clutching on to his arm as the medics rush in. Hopefully, we are hoping that he has not done too much of damage. The referee says the time's off as Lahiru Herat is getting some treatment.
Hope that is good to continue, but referee indicating that he needs to be substituted. Fortunately, Navy came in as underdogs to this game and is dominating the proceedings against the much fancied Army outfit, just losing only one game in this tournament. And that was against Havelocks in the semi-final. They had a good start, but things not going according to the plan. And now fighting it out in this plate final against Navy.
Now Dinesh De Silva has replaced Lairu Herat as Rifan. Feeds the ball into the scrum. Now Army Sports Club puts boots to ball. No one at home for Navy, and a good chase coming in by the Army player. Looks like he has got the speed, but Tilina does not manage to collect the ball on the first go, as Army Sports Club have somehow recovered things. Ashan Bandara putting on some lovely footwork. Now it's the number 7 for Army, Kumara Lasanta, with possession. Somehow the hot potato is seemed to have been knocked on, unfortunately, by the number 9 for Army Sports Club, Sudaraka Dikkumbura, as the referee calls it half time here at Racecourse in the plate semi-final. Navy in with a good substantial 14 points to 5 lead at half time here at Racecourse.
Good performance by Navy, as we see the highlights. Isuru Kongawat opening the scoring in the first minute of play. And then we saw Ashan Bandara cutting that deficit to just 2 points with his try for Army. And then Navy managed to score through Amit Madhushan just before the break to increase their tally up to 14 points in this plate final. Coming up next, we have Uva taking on Sabragamuwa, and we'll take a short commercial break and we'll come back with second half action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය ඇති තරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
Welcome back to Racecourse. We are here with the plate final. Second half action all set to be kicked off. Army trailing Navy by 14 to 5. Army putting a high hanging kick and making a knock forward straight away from the kickoff and handing over position to Navy.
Quite unfortunate there for Army Sports Club rather. They did everything right apart from just collecting or just tapping that restart down. Unfortunately for Army Sports Club, now they have to defend, trailing on the scoreboard. Isuru Gongawat feeds the ball in. The scrum pushed illegally, says the referee. Now Dinesh De Silva gives it out to Isuru Gongawat. He puts boots to ball. Rifan chasing. Ball lets bounce, but Rifan somehow manages to beat the defender, on Russian defender, as now Ashan Bandar gives it out to his supporting player, and now Sudaraka Dikkumbura cuts back in and beats a couple of defenders, and one last man to beat. Dinesh De Silva somehow makes a tackle, dislodges the ball as well. Good second tackle as well made there by Dinesh De Silva. Now Army Sports Club still with possession. Looks like there was a bit of obstruction, but the referee let things go. Rifan gives it out to his support players. The chip kick was charged down by Thilina, but he somehow manages to get the offload away. Now Dinesh De Silva, he too manages to get the offload off the ground. Some good continuity shown by Navy Sports Club, and now unfortunately looks like there was a hand on the face of the Navy player. But Adisha Veeratunga collects the ball, gives it out, and a big tackle coming in. But Adisha Veeratunga somehow helps recycle. Numbers plenty on the outside. Dinesh De Silva draws and throws a lovely cutout pass, and here goes Tilina, cuts back inside and extends Navy's lead further. Dinesh De Silva, of course, known for having good hands, and it did come into play on that occasion as Tilina goes over for the third try of Navy Sports Club and extends their lead further. And now Army Sports Club with hands on their knees and their heads dropping.
Good passes and good offloads by Navy. And Kongawate adding that 2 points. We see another replay of that lovely long cutout pass to Tilina Veerasinghe. And Navy being rewarded for some good rugby. Good offloads, finding their own players, and 21-5. Army needs three scoring opportunities within 4.5 minutes.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like it's just a bit too far away for Army Sports Club. But now the referee has blown for time to be switched off as Army Sports Club ringing the changes. So is Navy. Out goes a couple of players for both teams. Now Dinesh De Silva in all readiness puts a high hanging restart deep, but the referee says the chasers were in front. Ashan Bandara now with the tap from the 50-meter line. Gives it out to his number 1. Here goes the number 12. He gets a fancy pass out the back door. The big number 1, Nalin, running straight and hard. Here goes Nimesh Rodrigo. Now Ashan Bandara throws a long pass to the number 7. He puts on some footwork, running across field, beats Adisha, beats another 2 defenders for Navy Sports Club, and he gets a lovely try. Scored there by shown some lovely bit of individual brilliance for Army as Kumara Lasantha scores the second try. Now Rifan Mohammed with the conversion.
Army needs to hurry up, knowing that they have to score twice now. Looks like this game is heading to an exciting finish as we see running around the Navy defense, passing Adisha, then stopping and cutting back in and going over was Lasantha Kumar.
The restart collected by Adisha. Now he sets things up. Mushin Falil substituting at number 9. Now Samit Dhananjaya it was. Harsha Maduranga was counteract very well there by Army Sports Club. And now here goes the try scorer. Knocks the ball backwards, says the referee. Here goes the number 6 for Army Sports Club, Jayasundara. Still holding on to possession. Ashan Bandara gives it out to the wing. Now Navy Sports Club in defense, still managing to hold it on. Lasantha gives it out to his mate as the number 11 Rifan now puts on some lovely footwork, beats a couple of men, comprehensively beats the last man as well, but unfortunately the pass does not manage to go to hand. Here goes the number 12 for Army, Rodrigo, but he loses it forward. Now Navy with possession, a big tackle coming in on Adisha by Ashan Bandara. However, Navy Sports Club somehow managed to boot that ball out. Looks like the number 22 Dinesh Lakmal has done some damage to himself.
Army bringing the pressure back to Navy in this final stages in the second half. They know that time is running out, so they need to quickly pounce on this opportunity as Navy bringing in changes. And now Army with the opportunity, if they can score from here, this game will be an exciting one. The next few seconds. Still the game has been held up with that injury. Now all set. Army with the line out, and that is not straight, unfortunately. And Navy players saying that let's slow it down and we are in the lead. Just need to wind this clock down.
Yes, indeed. Quite unfortunate there for Army Sports Club and Rifan. That was the opportunity to manage to, if he had managed to get a score, I think the tide would have, we would have been heading into quite an interesting 45 to 1 minute, 45 seconds to 1 minute. But having said that, now Harsha Maduranga feeds the scrum, shovels the ball back to Amit Dhananjay. Now here's Sansoni. He puts on some footwork but runs straight through. The referee, however, says the tackler did not roll away. Amit Dhananjay gives it out to Harsha Maduranga. He's tackled well by Lasantha, but now with the hooter gone in backfield, Rajisa Sansoni beats a couple of men, pumps his legs and somehow manages to stay on his feet, but is finally brought down. Now Navy Sports Club with possession. Here goes Adisha, skipper Adisha skips through the first tackle and dives over for the try, extends their lead further, and with that they secure the plate segment of this Interclub Rugby Sevens 2022 tournament.
Skipper finishing things off in style. So that concludes the tournament for Navy, taking the plate home, and unfortunately for Army, who dominated the first day by beating some good teams, but today 2 defeats in a row and they go home without anything. As we see the highlights of the second half, Tinna Veerasinghe started the scoring, and finally Adisha finishing it off. So that's the full-time confirmation. Navy leading 26 points, winning it 26 points to 10 against Army.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens Championship. Uva in the black playing Sabaragamua in the striped jerseys. In the women's provincial final, great to see representation from all across the country. The provincial unions being represented by their teams as well. So a long way to go, Abdullah, for these women's teams, but it's nice to see these young players getting a taste of big action, being able to come to this fantastic facility that is the race course and play in this kind of an atmosphere. It's really going to develop the game in these areas.
Absolutely, Shanaka. Earlier on, we were just having a chat with SW Chang, who is actively involved with women's rugby, and the union does seem to have a lot of plans. No doubt that this will just be the first step in that process.
The Women's Rugby World Cup also going on as we speak. A knock forward there from Sabaragamua.
Yes, it's great to see that Sri Lanka Rugby has invited these players to come and play in this national tournament, isn't it? And put them in different segments, understanding the difference in standards, and hopefully it'll be in a couple of years or so they will be able to compete with the top club teams as well, and field their own provincial teams, which will just make that base so much more stronger.
I think that's been a very sensible move to make sure that they don't play the big guns, because it can kill your resolve to walk out and get hammered by a big team. But to play people of equal standards is always better for development. Quick tap taken, keen to run. And the first yellow card of the game coming out. Nice offloading. Good ball protection as well. Looks like that was Kanchana that might have gone to the sin bin. Confirm that for you in a moment.
That's right. Just sense that she was also not sure where she should be when she got the yellow card. So it's all part of the learning experience, isn't it, for most of these players? So for some of them, probably the first time they are playing a match in Colombo, you'd have to say. So they will be much better for this experience next time around.
Absolutely. Just going back and friends asking you how it went, and them getting to see you on ThePapare.com live, the national platform. That's everything that really grows the game. You can see Abdullah about growing the game. Sonny Bill Williams started this back of the hand offload on the world stage, and now everyone's doing it, even in the Uva Sabaragamu game.
Absolutely, and doing it quite well, I might say. So it's just globalization of the game. People have access to so much of footage. So it just increases the level of the standard of play, as it were.
First half of this provincial finals action. Kick ahead straight into the hands of the attacking team. Good awareness to keep her boots away from the touchline. A good offload as well. Some good pace shown by the number one. Varuni gets tackled just after the 40-meter line, but managed to keep the ball in play. Taking their time, this Sabaragamu team. Still a lot of cross-field running. Nobody seems to want to make a tackle.
And the referee decides to take matters into his own hand, I think, by blowing it up for a high tackle. So also, we've just got to keep in mind that most of these girls, they're not used to playing at this intensity, isn't it? Down in Colombo, especially the Uva girls, it's probably not as humid as it is down here as it is up in the Uva area. So just getting all used to all those conditions. It's been 2 long, hard days. Not sure most of the tournaments they play normally would be just one-day tournaments, as it were. So it's all part of the learning experience.
And touring and playing 7s tournaments is not easy, isn't it, Abdullah? It's tough enough to play one match away from home, but overnight and your body's recovering and you don't really have the comfort of your own bed or access to home cooked food. It's can be quite challenging, but these girls have shown up and they're here to play in the finals, and you've got to really appreciate how privileged Colombo schools are that they have all these facilities available to them and don't need to make these long trips on a regular basis. Sometimes even the Candy schools, they cry foul saying, look, everything happens in Colombo and we have to come here all the time, and you begin to see their point of view, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And especially for these girls, it's probably the first time they're even playing a tournament in Colombo, isn't it? So it's all pretty novel for them.
good news from Sri Lanka Rugby that they've managed to increase the participation. Skill levels, of course, will be a little bit wanting, but these are young players, very much at the start of their careers.
And it's just a matter of getting that initial taste, isn't it? Once they do that, they're playing in big stadium in front of a reasonable crowd. Probably motivate them to go back, work a bit harder, and come back stronger.
And also seeing the likes of the CR&FC team and the Air Force team, seeing what women's rugby can come up to. And the Sri Lanka women's team, of course, maybe have dropped off a little bit in the last couple of years, but did have a good run at the Asian level. Some good players like Tanuja Virakodi, Anusha. So Sabaragamuwa team has had all the ball in this first half, but not really able to make any real ground. So a lot of lateral running. Skills on the ground pretty good as well, making the ball available. But the referee blows his whistle for half-time in this provincial final between Uva and Sabaragamuwa. And it's 0-0 at half-time. And it's probably going to be a low-scoring affair. One try will probably do it as we go in for a break and be back with second half action.
Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය අතිතරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. Keels Crest කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරය අතිතරම්. Keels Crest. රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to.
So welcome to the second half. Still 0-0 in this women's segment 1 final between Uva and Sabaragamuwa. Both teams not really putting down a marker in that first half. Far too many errors from both teams. So the ball is spread out wide, but the referee has adjudicated that it's a penalty. Incoming player not supporting their body weight.
It's a big tackle going in there, and will be a few sore bodies. Oh, that's a big fend. Nothing illegal about it, but looked fairly devastating on the defensive player there. But Uva with the ball for the first time. Again, a lot of running and a lot of passing, but no real headway in terms of moving towards the try line, and that looked like a high tackle, and the referee will go to his pocket again. Wondering whether the referees have been a little too keen to show the yellow, Abdullah. It's wasn't a try scoring opportunity or danger zone in the field or something like that, but will a penalty only have sufficed?
Yeah, fair point, Shanak. And I also sometimes referees tend to go by how it actually looks. Now, on that occasion, it didn't seem to be high as such. It was more of a pull of the jersey from the shoulders rather than going for the neck. But it may not have looked good. So that's the reason why the referee decided to go to his pocket.
Well, that looked like it might be an opportunity for the first try of the game, but the touchline intervening. There seems to have been a bit of a clash of heads on the floor. Number 15 looks a little bit worse for wear. And it's good to see that the referees and the assistant referee getting very involved and saying, no, we need to have an HIA done. And not going to let play continue until that happens. So player safety of paramount importance. That's exactly what they're doing with the Air Force physio assisting.
HIA is a pretty big topic of conversation in the rugby circles worldwide. A lot of protocols being put in place.
And one guy who knows all those protocols is the man on screen at the moment assisting the player, Dr. Namit Sankalpana. He's took charge of the first game of the 2019 Rugby World Cup, Abdullah. It's a game between Japan. If I remember right, it was Ireland.
It's been a key resource person in the education process of all physios and trainers in Sri Lanka. He's doing a really good job with Sri Lanka Rugby.
Number 15 for Uva comes back onto the park, shaking her head and saying, see, I told you I was all right. The line out is unconventional, but they come away with the ball. Vajira Rajapaksa with the run, and eventually taken to ground is Sachini. Here's Vajira again, the captain of the team.
It's all very lateral, isn't it, Shanaka? Just not being able to make any headway.
His gain line percentage is not very good. So they're trying to avoid contact, which is what we've been talking about with the men. Something they should aspire to, and they're doing that here. But they're doing it at the expense of moving forward.
Sabragamo with an opportunity. Small initial break. It's recycled. It's a 3-on-1 situation. If they can just get the ball out, will Sabragamo's number 15 be able to go over? Just being able to plant that try. So Sabragamo, 10 minutes into this final, managed to go over for the first try. And they're very happy about it as well.
Yes, they should celebrate. It's been a long time coming, this try. Number 21 thought she could go on her own. And this was fine because all she did was reach out and didn't make any double movements while her knees were on the floor. So perfectly legitimate try. The Uva defender will watch that one again and think she could have done better as the Sabragamo player reached out. And that's another aspect that the top teams are really training on the paddock now, Abdullah, about those try-saving tackles, how to make them, the technique, turning players over so that they can't touch the ball down. We saw those coming into very decisive moments in this last rugby championship. Pumped straight down the middle by Sabragamo, who will have to run it 80 meters if they want to score, and opt instead to kick.
Offside. I think the chaser was in front of the kicker. So the referee will give the option of the scrum where the ball landed or where the kick was made. Sabrogamo take the quick tap. Looks like they're making a run for it. Sabrogamo just about 7 meters outside their goal line. They managed to recycle that position. It's a pick and go, as it were. So Sabrogamo do have numbers if they can just get it out wide, but they decide to go along the fringes. The referee will check with his assistant referee. And looks like the try has been awarded. So Sabrogamo have extended their lead to 10 points to 0. It's getting a couple of tries in the last 2 minutes. The first 10 minutes it was 0-all to both teams. So with that try, looks like Sabrogamo will annex this championship.
So it looks like a bridge too far for the Uva team to cross, and in fact it is, because we reached the end of that game, and Sabrogamo will celebrate as provincial champions in this segment 2 final that has just been played here at the racecourse. So congratulations to both teams for making it to the finals, making it to this tournament. Couldn't have been easy preparations, especially not after COVID. Managing to get in here and win a final. Sabrogamo will take this experience back and be much better players for it. Next match will be Western versus Sabrogamo. The provincial union teams representing. It's good to see that they're using these provincial representation teams, not just in the women's but also the men's format, Abdullah.
Absolutely, Shanak. A really interesting concept. Something is a good starting point which could be built on. Sabrogamo will be looking to make the double. It would be quite an achievement if they do that, but this Western Province team has looked really impressive over these last 2 days. So Sabrogamo lads will have their work cut out.
There's a burst coming through from Alahakon. Good ball movement. Nice accurate passing. Coming infield is Migara Mihisanka. Still going, staying on his feet strongly. And well, interesting penalty. I thought Mihisanka did well to lay the ball back there, but Satish Bandara now takes a quick tap and can't find a willing recipient for his pass.
Yes, I think it's a really interesting concept. Even if the Central Province could have fielded a team in this competition, it would have been really good, but don't think in the men's or the women's there was a Central Province team. So much depth in that area, in that region rather. Been great to see them up against their Western Province counterparts.
So two real powerhouse provinces, the Western and Central. Dragged down in the tackle, but Alahakon was taken too high. Quickly taken that time. Nice angle. Passing lets them down a little bit, but here's Tikshana Vithanage. Vithanage still going inside the 22. Now it's available for the number 8. Here's Johan Ogbebo. And going over for the try is Alahakon. He's been a little bit in the wars, but just had enough pace to get over the line from there and might be having a bit of a cramp. Hopefully it's a cramp and not a high hamstring injury, which are notoriously difficult to recover from. Yeah, he is going into the corner, and yeah, might have done himself a little bit of damage there. Hopefully nothing too serious.
Yes, so Western Province drawing first blood in this final. Sabragamuwa desperately trying to ward off whatever attacks Western Province was trying to put together, but eventually unable to do so. The conversion not successful. Western Province up 5 points to 0.
Looks like Alahakon will leave the field with that injury. Scored a try, and that might be his last contribution for this game. No, he's staying on. It's a beautiful hanging kick, fielded eventually quite nicely by Dumidu Daman.
So it's been adjudicated as a knock-on from that kickoff. Western Province will get a scrum as a result. It's interesting to see, hear about the concept of this provincial tournament, isn't it, Shanaka, within the national servant setup? We know that this is the kind of format that is played at national school games and stuff like that, but to bring it into the national scene, it's very interesting and something which can be worked on for improvement.
Certainly can, and then you take the best players from that province, you amalgamate the clubs and increase competition. Of course, the counter argument for that will be that there won't be a centralized system in which to pick players within the province, but that's where everything needs to improve, as that try was scored by Tikshana Vitanage. Moving on to the wing in the absence of Alahakon. Nice ball out. Mihisanka drawing and passing beautifully just before the contact. It's a good try.
I think his head struck the goal line before the ball did, but seems to be okay. Also, just watching these two teams, Shanaka, just the physical disparity between the both teams, isn't it? That's quite striking. Most of these players probably second or third grade in the tiers in the national setup, but just their physical disposition is just so much superior to what we see from the Sabragamuwa lads, and maybe that's something we are also more awareness probably needs to be created.
Awareness, and also just making sure that coaching resources are available, not just coaching resources but strength and conditioning resources as well. Big tackle coming in there, forcing the knock-on, but also availability of nutrition and the ability, Abdullah, to actually translate nutrition into stuff that's available on the ground for these players. Sometimes it might be difficult to source protein and things like that, but really can get those from natural sources, and I'm not sure there's enough knowledge or enough research being conducted as to how to do that, especially for elite athletes. Finding a little bit of space on the outside. Many teams have been a bit reluctant to put it through the hands when they've got a man over. But good quality of passing from Western Province here, as Mihisanka runs straight into his defender. Good clear out from Vitanage, but the referee says that the defenders didn't come through the gate.
Yes, he was definitely playing that from an offside position rather. So on the hooter, the Western Province with an opportunity to further extend this lead. Keeping the ball alive. Spreading it out.
Here's Chamit Hevamullage going towards the corner but dragged down on the 5-meter line. It's opening up here for Mihisanka, but the Sabaragamuwa defense is up quickly. But too quickly, says the referee, and they were offside, taken quickly. Not anywhere close to 10 meters, the Sabaragamuwa defense, so the referee will have an advantage coming up, but may not need it as Vitanage goes over for his second try.
So on the stroke of half-time, Western Province further increased their lead. So we have a look at that replay once again. Vidanage going over for his second score. And Western Province's third.
It's a barnstorming run from 6 or 7 meters out. Reminds me of another player called Vidanage, Chamara, who you would remember well, Abdullah.
Absolutely, got the same physique and the look to a certain extent as well. Conversion not successful, so the score will remain 15 points to nil in favor of the Western Province in this provincial championship final against Sabaragamuwa.
Here are the highlights. First try scored by Mudyansalage Alakon, but fortunately he had to limp off quickly after that. Here's Theekshana Vitanage scoring his first try. Touchdown with his head, then the ball, but caused him no damage because he scored his second one moments later. And that one was far more conventional, a touchdown. So it's 3 tries to nil. As we await our next game, Navy versus Army. That's the women's final. The women's cup final, I should say. So Sabaragamuwa will have quite a bit to do to get back into this game. They're trailing by 3 tries to nil, and they haven't really had much ball. As Abdullah said earlier, Western Province quite dominant physically as well as in their skill set.
Yes, and it's also a lot to do with probably all these players have played school rugby at a certain level, isn't it? The exposure to a high level of competition from right through their school career, it just helps in that overall development process. Something probably what all the other provinces other than Central and Western are not afforded. So it's something which needs to be kept in mind, that these players' development will take a bit of time.
Nicely tapped back by Western Province. Ball falls eventually into the hands of their number 8. I wish I could tell you what his name was, but he's not on the team sheet. Vitanage plays scrum half. Now a little bit of space coming out wide. The pass is at the feet of Vishwa Dehet. And looks like there's been a knee injury here. We were talking earlier about this ground as well. Bella, if you're not used to training on this pitch, can be quite giving and spongy. So
yes, the player down is Duminda Daman. Let's hope it's nothing serious. Looks like focus seems to be on his knee. So already heavily strapped as it was. Just don't know whether he twisted it in the process of trying to change direction. So we have a look at that.
It seemed pretty innocuous, isn't it? There's no real contact, but again, this soft ground, sometimes your boot can not follow the rest of your leg. Let's hope it's nothing like a hamstring tear on ACL. Seems like he's not doing too well, so Duminda Daman might not be taking any further part in this game. In fact, I'm fairly sure he isn't. Looking how gingerly he is on his knee, and it already is quite heavily strapped, so he was probably carrying an injury. But coming back to your earlier point, Abdullah, about making sure that these guys play rugby from an early stage and get used to that intensity. I was speaking to a friend of mine who's about 42, and he's Australian, and he plays his club rugby in Sydney. And he said he's just played his 300th game for his club. And this is one grade below the Super Rugby. And that's a fantastic achievement, to play 300 games for one club, or any club, any number of clubs really, even as a 40-year-old. That's quite an achievement. And I don't think even our best players in the course of their entire careers would play 300 games, which means that you're not really getting as much game time, being put under pressure, needing to make decisions as often as you really should.
Absolutely, and at 42 for a sport like rugby to be able to do that, it's probably speaks volumes of that player's dedication to the sport as well. So it looks like Duminda will be leaving the field. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. Yes, again, it's just opportunities, isn't it? That's what these players are probably craving for. And Sri Lankan Rugby have given them that opportunity to come and compete against the other provinces as well. Bit of an eye-opener to them. And it's not just against whom they are playing, isn't it, Shanaka? They'll probably have, as you also mentioned, probably watched how the other club teams play and probably understand the standard that which they need to aspire to reach in order to make it to the next level. It's just that exposure which will definitely benefit them.
I'm just mixing with them, asking what they do, how they train, how long they sleep, how much time they spend in the gym. Just speaking to players that are better than you will make you a better player as well. We're back after that small injury break. And Western Province choosing to feed the scrum from the right-hand side. And here's the run again. The decision-making not fantastic from Jayantha Valavita there, who ran all the way across the field, brought the defense with him. But here's Sabaragamo with the ball for the first real opportunity they've had all game. And although the gap opened up, chose to pass and have unfortunately given the ball back to Western Province inside the 22. And that's an easy run for Johan Ogbebo, brother of Samuel, former Wesley College player. Just a bit of a swerve of the hips, and he's in for a score.
Yes, just sense that it was a matter of time before Western Province further extend their lead. Just turn the ball over. Something which Sabaragamo just cannot afford to do. But again, it's just the contest at the breakdown, isn't it? The physical aspect of that contest, the Sabaragamo team just not being able to compete. Conversion is not successful, so the score will remain 20 points to nil in this provincial final.
Would be nice to see Sabaragamo get a score on the board, Abdullah. Have an opportunity to do that if they feel this kickoff. Really good technique. That ball spent an eternity in the air. Came down with ice on it. Good ball presentation from Western, who changed direction quickly. Ogbebo gives a long ball out to his number 12, Vishwa the head. And it looks like there's another hamstring injury here. Stepping back infield is Vitanage, who's been very good today for the Western Province team, but unfortunately concedes a penalty. Vishwa Dehet is pretty much out of the game. He's on the sideline, clutching at the back of his leg. And here's Western Province, lovely little draw and pass, and now the foot race is on, but the kick is not well directed.
Yes, probably not the best option. Needed to keep possession of the ball. Was probably worried about the touchline and the defense that was coming towards him. Again, probably just that lack of experience on what to do in those kind of tight situations being shown up here of the Sabaragamuwa team. See the Western Province bench is being brought on. Players are being rotated. Pretty much have got this final in the bag as far as they are concerned.
Taking a fair bit of time this game because we have a final to start pretty quickly. 2 finals in fact. Line out is untidy and good palm of the ball away. And Vitanage now will try to stretch the defense, take them on, cutting back in field. Shamit Chanuka can't drag his teammate Bashita Kannangara in field.
Some good defense by Sabaragamuwa. Just drifting along, not over-committing. Just using the touchline to their advantage and pushing the Western Province attack into touch. Sabaragamuwa with the throw-in. That was most definitely not straight. Again, it's just that pressure, isn't it, Shanaka? You could see the Western Province just swaying their hands side from side, trying to distract. Sabaragamuwa is just falling for that.
It's an interesting playing condition change that World Rugby are mooting, Abdullah, where uncontested line-out throws will not be called not straight. So let's wait and see how that plays out.
So it's all part of the process of increasing the pace of the game. Another area that has come under discussion many a time. Now Sabaragamuwa with a chance to launch an attack.
Nice ball over the top that time. But unfortunately the pass was forward. It was Bavindu Lakruan who threw that long ball that opened the gap.
Manager, Mobile Channels and Events, Major General Umar Farooq Burki, High Commissioner of Pakistan in Sri Lanka, General Manager of Turkish Airlines, Mr. Fatih.
So it will be Kaveshka Khasun to feed the ball in. Kaveshka Nadun goes on the short side, links up with Vitanage. It's been in the thick of everything this Western Province has done in this game. Ball is recycled well. Have players out wide if they can shift it.
Chamit Chanuka. This time it's Lakshan Kure who's brought down just short of the line, but holds on to the ball. So good jackaling work by Sabaragamuwa. Good defense. Tries to palm that ball away, but that's inaccurate. As the referee blows the whistle for the final time in this game. And Western Province have predictably walked away as winners of the provincial championship in this segment. And we await the women's final. As Army take on Navy. It's a forces battle here. Here's the highlights from the last game. Ogbebo with the second half try. Showing some potential.
Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens, title sponsor Nippon Paint, official ice cream, food and beverage partner Elephant House, official airline partner Turkish Airlines, official pain relief partner Sidalepa, pain relief spray.
This is the women's final now for the Cup Championship. Navy taking on Army. Going to be a grudge battle.
So both teams lining up will be introduced to the dignitaries who will be gracing this occasion. Secretary of Sri Lanka Rugby, Nizam Jamaldeen, accompanying the dignitaries, introduce them to the teams and the officials.
Officials from Nippon Paint and the other sponsors, Turkish Airlines, Webex Pay, and of course the president of Sri Lanka Rugby, Sir Risley Ilias, accompanied by Dr. Maya Gunasekara and Nalin De Silva, chairman of the tournament committee.
Yes, it's interesting, Shanika. It's always been the three forces that have been carrying Sri Lankan women's rugby over the past few years. It's great to see that CR&FC are fielding a team as well, which they have been doing over the last 4 or 5 years. Let's just hope that more clubs will probably try and put together some women's teams as well, at least for the sevens format of it.
More clubs and more schools as well, Abdullah. I think more schools really need to start playing women's rugby in Colombo. Of course, it's hard enough in some schools to get the boys to turn up for rugby practice, so it's going to be a difficult call. But really have to have as many people playing to get the best. The cream rising to the top, as it were.
It's not the best of starts by Navy, not hitting the 10-meter mark, so it will be an opportunity for Army on the halfway line to launch an attack.
So Army are not mucking about, they'll run this one. Nice little short angle run by Army's number 5, Charani Lianage, but she didn't get the ball. And now a little bit of space opening up. Army stretching this Navy defense. Lovely fend. Should probably have given that ball a little bit earlier. Dulani. Here she is again, looping around. Screaming for the ball on the other side of the pitch this time. Nice interchange of passing. Step in from Dilini Kanchana. A little bit of footwork that time. Ayesha Pereira takes it into the 22-meter zone. Army looking to attack, make the most of this. Here's Kanchana, good work rate to get outside and make herself available for the pass again. Here she is, the third time she's handled, but unfortunately that pass was forward.
Yes, a good passage of play by both teams. Army controlling possession, but have to give credit to the Navy defense as well. They held their shape, didn't overcome it, and eventually managing to force that error by Army. So it's an opportunity for them now to launch an attack just outside that 25. It's clean strike.
So maybe looking to run it out of that 22. Nice straightening. Nice depth on this Navy attack, but Army's line speed is up quickly, but getting rid of the ball Lovely cover tackle, but outstanding hands there from Navy. Still keeping the ball alive. Here's Dasuni. And unfortunately for her, her support players don't get there in time. So Army will get the penalty. Dilini finds a willing runner here in Dasuni. Here she is getting involved again. Good width on the passing from Army. Nice hands that time by Sandika, and in for the try will go Shanika Alutwala-Hevage, the captain of this Army team. Shanika's taking her time. And a really good passage of play. Nice handling from Army Abdullah.
Absolutely. Definitely increase in the intensity, isn't it, Shanika, compared to the previous two finals. Both these teams have a lot of national players in their ranks, have that international exposure as well. Conversion successful, so Army up 7 points to 0 halfway through this first half. Good ball movement, good structure, not just in attack but in defense as well by both teams. So far it's mainly Army who've been doing all the attacking. Navy need to try and get some position and just hold on to the ball, and looks like they'll have an opportunity through Shanika Hevage. Will she be able to go all the way? Desperate chase, but she manages to make it over the line for Navy Sports Club, who answer back immediately. A desperate chase by Umayangana, trying her level best, but try by the skipper of Navy Sports Club, Shanika Alutwala-Hevage.
My apologies. The first try for Army was scored by Umayangana, and this is Shanika. I've mixed up my team sheets.
So conversion not successful. Army retain slender 2-point lead.
It's a wonderful run by the Navy skipper, wasn't it, Abdullah? Absolutely no looking back. Pinned her ears back and head to the line. Good 60-meter run. Tanuja Virakodi with the kickoff. One of the most experienced players on this team, Virakodi. Well led back by Navy. Not a lot happening outside, so they'll cut back infield. It is through Virakodi again. Nice hands that time from Randika, but unfortunately the pass was forward, but the Army line was deemed offside. Taken quickly by Dasuni Tonmadura. Good tackle from behind, forcing the knock forward. And Dulani wrenches that ball out of Navy's hands.
It's got a bit scrappy during the last couple of minutes. Teams just getting into a bit of an arm wrestle, not giving the ball the width that they did in the earlier part of the game. Fatigue slowly but surely setting in to both these teams, Shanaka.
Absolutely, Abdullah. You can see that the skill levels have eroded just in this half. You can see that they're on the fag end of a really long tournament, really hot day today as well. It's much cooler now, of course, but the lactic acid will still be coursing in their bodies. And as we've been talking about, this racecourse grounds is very unforgiving for runners. Nicely done. Tanuja Virakodi on the outside manages to get the ball back in field for Samantha Hikkadua. Here's the ball in the hands of Umeangana. Army now with a little bit of space. Lovely inside ball. And again, great passing. Really outstanding passing. Some of the men will do well to learn from this. As Army are in under the post through Ayesha Pereira. Lovely run from the experienced national player Ayesha Pereira for the Army team. But what a wonderful interchange of short passes there as well, leading up to the try.
It's a brilliant bit of play. The Navy defense was just drifting across. Conversion successful. So we have a look at that again. Ayesha just managing to get round that Navy defense. But again, it was that inside pass, wasn't it, Shanika, that created that try from the beginning.
There was a clear call coming from the support player. So it's a well-worked move as Army go into half-time 14 points to 5 ahead. And that conversion may be what decides the game. We never know. There's 7 minutes for us to see. Here's the first try from Army as well. Umeangana scoring this one. Again, some nice passing. Hands out in front. Making sure that they get the ball behind the defender. And here's the try from Shanika Alutulahevage. Blistering run, chased down all the way by Army's number 3, Chamodya Madhumali. And here's the try scored by Ayesha Pereira. And there was no catching her. So at halftime in this Women's Cup final, the next match, of course, the big one, the one that we've all been playing for over the course of the last 48 hours. Havelocks versus Air Force, live on the papare.com from the race course. Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens Cup Championship. You'd have to say, going into that game, Air Force are favourites, Abdullah.
Yes, they are. They also met in a really blockbuster encounter yesterday as well, Shanaka. Game that Air Force initially took the lead. Havelocks came storming back, and then with the last move, Air Force scoring to clinch that game. So if that performance as it is repeated in the final, I think we'll definitely get our money's worth.
Sandika manages to put that ball in field from the touchline, and Tanuja Virakodi now has it. Takes 3 Army players to bring her down. She gets the penalty. The captain taps and goes. Good defense by Ayesha that time. Not 10 meters, says the referee, so there will be a yellow card.
So have a look at that replay once again. I think the Army player was okay with that, but I think the referee was playing advantage.
Now we've managed to wrestle the ball away from Navy again.
So it has been deemed a knock-on. Navy yet have player advantage. It's got to make use of it. They need 2 scores minimum to get back into this game.
So second half action with the Army a player down now. Navy will be keen to get back into the game during this time. Army making another mistake. Ayesha want the ball in her hands in a situation like this. Chased across by Sandika and brought down, but coming in from the side was a Navy defender, and now Umeangana, a nice little stop and step. Straight in from the side, says the referee. No advantage accruing, so Army will get the penalty. They do well to take their time on this, to eat up the time on the sin bin. It's a big clash of bodies in midfield. Dirini Kanchana running straight into Sandika Ranasinghalage. Maybe now with the hands, they have an extra man. Tanuja Virakodi is not going to need an extra invitation either. She's going to burst into the corner. And that extra man advantage, always so important in the sevens game, and you can see why.
Absolutely, Shanaka, and also Tanuja, with all her experience, knew where exactly she needs to be to make use of that advantage that her team has. With that try, Navy very much back in with a shout in this final. Conversion is not successful, so to be 14 points to 10. Still 3.5 minutes to go. Ample time for Navy to get back in front. Looks like the Army have got their full complement of players back.
Restored to 7 on the park, Army, but they're under pressure on the scoreboard. There's Umayangana. Needs to get the ball away to a support runner, but doesn't have anyone on her shoulder. Good close range passing from Army. Here's Ayesha again, but the referee correctly spots a forward pass there. I thought that drifted slightly forward off the hands.
He's probably got the call from his assistant referee.
This is the pass worried about, this one. Yes, you can see it did drift forward. And the assistant referee communicating very quickly and very clearly. Here's Virakodi. Dummy sees her, but she's going backwards now. The two national players on each other's tails. Dulani made the big tackle, an important tackle for Army. Need to take control of the ball at least for a period in this game and keep play in what is the right half of the pitch for them. Nice hands from Army that time, getting the ball out to the speedster on the right. That's Chamodya Madhumali. Still holding on to the ball. There's lots of contesting in the breakdowns as well. No love lost between these two teams. Flying in. And number 2, Sandika, has been sent to the bin for attacking that ruck illegally.
I have to say, Shanak, it's been a very physical encounter, hasn't it? Especially at the breakdown. Both teams just throwing their bodies into the breakdown, just trying to get whatever advantage they can. And Sandika will spend the next couple of minutes in the bin as a result of her indiscretion. She did well to make that first tackle, but again just came from the side of the ruck. The referee deemed it to be cynical, so she'll spend the next couple of minutes or so on the bench. And what kind of impact will that have on Navy's chances of taking the lead in this final? Just approaching the final 1.5 minutes or so.
So Army will desperately try to hang on to this for as long as they can, and Navy will definitely need a turnover, hoping also that Army makes a mistake, goes for the inside ball, but not sure what that was about to deserve a yellow card.
Yes, it was a knock back on his own side, isn't it? So
it was a knock back of the pass, so that's not really a An interception, if we can see that one again. Have a look, maybe we missed something. So Navy 2 players down now, so very difficult to see them coming back into this game. Nice little inside pass, really nicely done that time, and in the end it's Dilini Kanchana who will ice this Army cake. And the Cup Championship seems very much out of the reach of Navy now.
Absolutely, Shanaka. And also it seems a conscious tactic by Army, isn't it, to look for that inside pass. It's obviously something they have worked on the practice paddock. They have executed it very well, and it's come in very useful for them in this final. And on our clock, at least, it looks as if time is up. We do hear the hooter as well. So Army emerging deserving victors, 21 points to 10 against a valiant Navy outfit.
They did well. The discipline let them down a little bit. Navy took advantage of the extra man to get close, but Army had the discipline and had the fitness to hold out in what has been a closely contested game, and you can see what it means to these teams.
Yes, no love lost between the Forces teams, isn't it, Shanaka? There's a very strong rivalry that has been built up over the years amongst them.
Certainly is, and there's also tangible results, isn't there? Because you want to remain in this squad, you want to be part of the training program, and the better you do, the more facilities you get. So it is career progression as well for these Forces teams, a kind of an aspect of the game which isn't as big for the club players, as we see Tanuja Virakodi, a wonderful try. Really good long range tries Navy scored today, but Army's passing and team play were actually better. See that lovely inside ball. Nadika Munasinghe to Dilini Kanchana, and that was enough to win the game in the end. And now the moment we've all been waiting for, the big final between Havelocks and Air Force. It's going to be a cracking game if yesterday's match between these two teams is anything to go by, as Abdallah was talking about. So we should be in for an entertaining final. The sun has gone behind the clouds. The lights are slowly coming on, and will provide for much cool atmosphere. So we see the dignitaries being introduced to the teams once again.
Major General Umar Farooq Urki, the High Commissioner of Pakistan in Sri Lanka, our associate sponsor, Mr. Rukmal Ehelamalpe, Manager.
It's a big moment for both these teams. Like to start off the season with some silverware. Air Force, you'd have to say, probably defending champions of some sort. Did very well to win that Warriors Cup that was held in the latter part of last year. So they're building a bit of a legacy in terms of Sevens rugby. Definitely look the informed team, but if there is a team that can cause an upset to them in this final, you'd have to say it's this very energetic Havelocks outfit. They definitely have the players in their ranks to pose questions to this Air Force team. Experienced Hapugoda, Fernando brothers, Varunapura, all of them have got the ability to pose a challenge, offensively at least. So it looks like it'll be Havelocks who will kick off this game. Kurt Simithun Hapugoda.
So the cup final is now being kicked off. Hapagoda puts it just behind the waiting pod of Air Force players. And it has been touched by the Air Force on the way out, so misjudging. Havelocks to throw in. Goes to the front. Nishan Pereira is the man who takes it in the front of that line out. He's been excellent for Havelocks today. Hapagoda puts a little chip kick in through, sees that there's no sweeper and will use his pace. Hapagoda will score the first try. He makes it happen. Mithun Hapagoda does it at international level and is very clear that he's able to do it at the national level as well. Saw that there was no sweeper and just used his pace.
Fantastic vision, you'd have to say. Just he looked as if he was going to pass it as well, isn't it, Shanaka? That just would have delayed that Air Force defensive line's ability to get back to that kick. They probably just had to take that extra step in terms of coming up. And Hapagoda just using his pace to good effect to get that first score. Definitely the danger man in this Havelocks outfit. Takes the conversion himself. Not successful, goes right across the post, but Havelocks have drawn first blood in this final. And Mithun Hapagoda is definitely making his mark earlier on.
Well, they rested him a little bit in that first quarter final. Brought him on, he changed the game. So they've used their players sparingly, knowing that it's going to be a tough tournament, long tournament. Knocked back, says the referee, and now there are a little bit of space for ThePapare on the left. ThePapare still going. It seemed like it was knocked down by the arriving player for Havelocks. Lucky to get away with just a penalty, given the way things have been blown here. Ball goes backwards. And the big number 7, Shashika Fernando, has been pretty good, the former Wesleyite. He's moved from CR&FC to Air Force and is making his mark in the 7th circuit.
Just needed to maintain a bit of more depth, isn't it? Chanaka was a bit too flat when forming in attack. So Vimukti Rahula will be the one to feed it into the scrum. Scrum was deemed to have been wheeled, so it's a penalty for Havelocks. Will they slow the game down? Will they go for touch? Take the short tap. Pass it on to Chandimal. Hapagoda. Just looks for options. Change direction. Back to Rahula. Nishan Pereira does well to get in back into play. But on this occasion, Air Force penalized for not rolling away. Vimukti Rahula taking the quick tap. It's made a bit of ground.
Play on, says the referee, and it looked like Mithun Hapagoda had touched that ball before he was taken on. And here's ThePapare stepping in field. Lovely little switch of play now for Air Force to go in at the corner. And it looks like the corner flag may just have beaten the Air Force runner. That seemed like it was Ravindu Hettiarachchi.
Yes, but wonderful defense by Ramesh Fernando as well, Shanaka. A superb bit of cover defense. Desperate defense, you would want to call it. Right on the touchline, preventing that try.
So pressure line out for Havelocks. Chanaka Chandimal comes away with it. Has been another player that has really shone for Havelocks with all his experience today. And Air Force get the turnover, and Shashika Fernando will barge this one over from 5 meters out. Not great body position from the big prop, but manages to get over the line nevertheless.
Absolutely, and this final is really living up to its billing. Both teams going to and fro. Havelock scoring first. Air Force coming storming back. It's a couple of minutes more for this half to be completed, and it's 5-all. Conversion to come. So conversion not successful, so it will remain 5-all. Again, just shows how important the set piece is, isn't it, Shanak? Even in this game of Sevens Rugby, Havelocks not being able to secure position from that line out, turning possession over, and Air Force were good enough to capitalize on that.
And, this time the tap back hasn't gone Havelock's way. It's been knocked forward, and the referee's playing advantage. And Heavy's now dropping the ball, and it's a try. That one was bouncing all over the place. It looks like it's Lee who touches down here. Got his boot to the ball, bounced all over the place. And here it is, referee playing a good advantage for Air Force there. And Avish Kali is the one who dots it down, so both the Wesleyites scoring for Air Force early on.
So conversion is over. Air Force have extended their lead 12 points to 5, courtesy an error by Havelock Sports Club.
She spoke about Havelocks using that tap back, but that's probably the first time in this tournament that it hasn't really worked for them. And another error from the kickoff, so Havelocks will have a chance to maybe level things before the halftime whistle blows. Vimukti Rahula asking for a switch from Mithun Hapagoda. Nishan Pereira, nice direct running from him all day. Good handling as well, gets it back into the hands of Hapagoda. Hapagoda takes Shiranta Pereira with him. In the end, Chanaka Chandimal manages to get that ball away out of the tackle. Rahula now. So many men with such quick feet in this Havelocks team, and the offload from Nishan Pereira doesn't go to hand. So Air Force will get probably the last say. No, in fact, it is halftime already. And it's a final that's lived up to its name so far. Some interesting plays and some great tries already being scored, and end-to-end stuff in this cup final here live from the race course on thepapare.com.
Yes, everything will be there to play in that second half. As you look at the highlights, it's Havelocks who scored first, courtesy Mithun Hapagoda. Lovely kick and chase. Then Air Force striking back immediately, courtesy error by Havelocks. And then another error, this time Avish Kali, good enough to pounce on that loose ball after a knock-on by Ramesh Fernando. And with that lead, Air Force will feel slightly better of the two teams going into that huddle. Havelocks will be particularly a bit annoyed that they made those two errors. We'll go in for a quick break and we'll see you on the other side.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන. ආදරේ ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුත්.
So we're back at the racecourse grounds for the second half of this cup final. Air Force leading 12 points to 5, and they'll be kicking off.
So I'm sure some interesting messages were relayed by the coaches in the huddles. Contrasting messages as Havelocks are chasing the game. And Air Force need to make sure they don't give it away. Nishan. Lots of depth from this Havelocks team. Cutting back infield. Here's Chandimal. Hapugoda plays scrum half. Nishan. And Hiranta Pereira asking for it on the inside. And Vimukti Rahul has been prominent in this final. Randita Varnapura now looking to showcase his attacking prowess. He's been very good on defense. Quickly taken the penalty. A nice basketball pass off to Vimukti Rahula. Hapugoda dancing, but he's dragged down eventually. Went back, says the referee, and that one has spilled. But really good tackle by Chandimal on Lee, and the referee will bring them back for the knock forward.
It's desperate defense by Air Force, just thwarting that Havelocks attack. It's just the nature of Mithun Hapugoda, isn't it, Chanaka? Whenever he does have the ball in his hands, you just expect something to happen. And at the same time, it's probably not, it's him not just causing anxiety amongst the opponent's defense, but probably a bit of anxiety amongst his own coaches as well. As we have a look at that replay once again.
That one went back, but that one was a knock forward, so there's no advantage coming from there as Lee went to ground. It's what they call the X factor, isn't it, Abdullah, these players? And something you have to make peace with is when you have X factor players, sometimes they give you things that you didn't expect. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. Gayantha Iddamalgoda, another one of those X factor players for Air Force, so quick with his hands and his feet. Nice ball in front of Dabare here. Dabare will pin his ears back, but good recovery from Ramesh Fernando, but not that time. Dabare still going. Manages to land that ball back in field, and Iddamalgoda does well to find it was Sharaka Veralla. And here we go from Gayantha Iddamalgoda. Looked inside, looked for all money like he was going to pass, just pirouetted and danced down the touchline, and that might just be the try that seals this final. Seems to be no hurry to touch this one down. Might have come off a hand there, which is why wasn't deemed to be forward.
Yes, but it's always in these crucial stages, Shanak, isn't it? Air Force just managed to know when to turn it on. It's just a sign of a champion outfit. Conversion successful, so Air Force taking a 19 points to 5 lead. Havelocks need to convert or tries to equalize, so definitely have their work cut out. So
Chandimal going off. And Nishan Pereira comes away with the loose ball here. Looks like he's thinking he'll have to do it on his own, but a nice ankle tap in the end brings him down. Here's Ramesh Fernando, the danger man for Havelocks, been scoring some spectacular tries. Wants to take Danushka Dabare into the corner with him, but Dabare wins that battle as well. And the referee will bring play back, as it looks like Dabare managed to drag Ramesh Fernando into touch just before he passed. So there's a bit of a mini battle going on between those two speedsters, isn't there, Abdullah? And that's what makes things so entertaining for us.
Yeah, just as one-on-one matchups, isn't it? Ramesh desperate to try and go around ThePapare, just to show that I'm faster than you, but ThePapare was equal to the task.
That one unfortunately knocked forward by Hiranta Pereira, who's in the number 6 jersey. Not rolling away, says the referee, so Air Force will have a penalty and a chance to run. Pumped downfield, and Havelocks will, if they don't concede this try, they will still lose a lot of gas. Running back is Nadeem Mohammed, and that one coming off on the rebound. Can Air Force touch this down? Yes, they can. And the referee says it is a try. He just checks with his in-goal touch judge. And looks like Sharaka Veral has scored. Plays in the number 8 position in the 15s game, but seems to have really conditioned himself for the 7s tournament. There's the pass. There was no offside line created, and that ricochet made sure that the ball bounced every which way. Hiranta tries to boot it out, but doesn't make enough contact. And Sharaka Veral pounces on the loose ball.
Yes, again, it just came off that wonderful defensive effort by Air Force. Conversion not successful, but Air Force comfortably in the lead, 24 points to 5.
My apologies, that was Nuan Pereira that scored, not Veral. Nuan Pereira, the skipper of the Air Force team, so took the conversion himself. And he will be so happy. This is the try scorer, Nuan Pereira. Be extremely happy with the fact that he was able to dot that down. Kept his wits about him, Abdullah. Didn't panic. And knew exactly where the touchline was when he put it down. And just checking with the referee how much more time he has before he lifts the cup.
Just looking back at this final, Shanak, I don't think Air Force actually did anything exceptional. If at all, I think Havelocks were trying to create everything, but it's just that their composure in pressure situations, just knowing when to actually activate their play, what to do when to apply the pressure, just has seen them turn this final in their favor.
Absolutely, Abdullah, and I think Havelocks have been guilty of allowing that game yesterday to get under their skin. They've come out here to make a statement, and they've fallen guilty of playing the game at the pace that Air Force would like them to play. And conditioning-wise, I think Air Force have been a little better, and as a result of that, their big men haven't been able to keep up with Air Force in the offensive end. And here we are back live. That time Nuan doesn't get there in enough space to allow Charit Seniviratna to place the ball. And now you'll find Nishan Pereira on the wing, dances down the touchline. Nishan has a lovely fend on him, only can manage to get into the 22. Hiranta Pereira manages to pass that ball before his foot goes into touch. And Nishan involved again. Here's Chandimal. Here Ramesh Fernando, and Danushka ThePapare can't bring him down before he crosses the line this time. So it's 1-1 between those two, and 24-10 on the scoreboard between the teams.
Yes, sir. Ramesh getting one back on his opposite number, but to no avail in terms of the scoreboard and the context of this final. Time's up on our clock. Chandimal, conversion not successful. So it's 24-10, and referee Abegon has blown the final whistle. And it's Air Force Sports Club who have emerged victorious in this SLRFU Sevens. Full credit to them and their coach Shamli Nawaz. Pretty pleased with his Chargers' effort during these 2 days. Remained unbeaten and coming up deserved winners. See the crowd, supporters of the Air Force coming to congratulate their players. Havelocks have also played their part in this tournament. Were not expected to make it to the finals, but they've definitely stepped up their game. Unfortunately, just falling short at the final hurdle.
Barely expected to make the tournament, in fact, Abdullah, but decided to take part. And after not a lot of practice, managing to make it to the final, so that will be a feather in their cap. But given the experience and the big names that they have, I think they would have expected to go the distance. But many congratulations to a Havelocks team, an Air Force team, which didn't have many stars in it, but had a really good team performance, led from the front by Nuan Pereira. It's Idda Malgoda who managed to step in, step out, and turn really quickly to get to that touch line, to that try line rather. And this is where Lady Luck smiled on Air Force as well. The bounce of the ball favoring them, and Nuan Pereira just doing enough. As you can see, 3 Air Force players converging on that ball. And here's Ramesh Fernando getting a consolation try. And that is making the Air Force team very proud. They are the cup winners of the Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens Championship. And Coach Shamli Nawaz will be very proud of his team. And we'll be back with the final presentation of all the trophies that have been won over the last 2 days, live on thepapare.com just after the break.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කළා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණාම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක් ගාලා වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්වාසය දිනූ සහනය.
ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස ගුණ එතැන රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස ගුණ එතැන රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇති තරම් කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද රස ගුණ එතන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද? පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
நேரடி ஒளிபரப்பு யாழ்ப்பாணத்திலிருந்து
මාතර කොටවිල ගම්පියසට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා.
සිරිතදාස
at මොරටුව පියගම මහින්ද රාජපක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩාංගණය.
கிழக்கு மாகாணம்
Sugadadasa Indoor Stadium
is the Fox Hill Supercross.
කුරුණෑගල සිරි ඇතුගල් පුරවරය
Papare.com අපි අද ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නේ නුවරඑළිය ප්‍රදේශයට.
Final Showdown Candy Sports Club
පොළොන්නරුව ජාතික සංකීර්ණයේ සිට
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් කොතැනද? රස ගුණ එතැන. රස ගුණ කොතැනද පවුලම එතැන. පවුලම ඉන්න තැන ආදරය ඇතිතරම්. කීල්ස් ක්‍රෙස්ට් රස ගුණ සපිරි රටේම සුපිරි.
පැය ගානක් ඩ්‍රයිව් කල්ලා ඔෆිස් එකෙත් බිසි වුණහම එන කොන්ද කැක්කුමට මම සිද්ධාලේප ස්ප්‍රේ කළා. ටක්කාල වේදනාවට සහනය. හෑන්ඩ් බෑග් එකටත් ෆිට්. සිද්ධාලේප පරම්පරා ගණනාවක විශ්ව
We've seen the culmination of 48 hours of scintillating rugby here at the racecourse in the Sri Lanka Rugby Club Sevens Championship, won in the end by Air Force. A wonderful performance by them. And we are now coming to the business end where all the trophies will be given away. And it's our pleasure here from the Papare.com main control room from Abdullah Yusuf and myself. It will be handing over to the presentation ceremony.
Good evening once again. Let me introduce the presentation party from right to left. Rear Admiral Uday Hettiarachchi, a Vice President of Sri Lanka Rugby. Group Captain Nalin De Silva, Deputy President of Sri Lanka Rugby. Mr. Rukma Lehalamalpe, Manager Mobile Channels and Events of Elephant House Ceylon Coal Stores. Mr. Fatih Bozkurt, General Manager of Turkish Airlines. Mr. Nemanta Besinger,
General Manager of Nippon Paints, Mr. Rizli Ilyas, President of Sri Lanka Rugby, SSP Nizam Jamaldeen, Secretary of Sri Lanka Rugby, Major General Umar Farooq Burki, High Commissioner of Pakistan in Sri Lanka, Air Vice Marshal Udeni Rajapaksa, Chief of Staff, Dr. Maya Gunasekara, Member of National Selection Committee, Member of Appeal Board, Brigadier Japana Jayawardena, Chairman of Rugby Foundation of Sri Lanka Rugby, Ms. Sachitra Sena Nayaka, Brand Manager of Siddhalepa Ayurveda, and also last, Mr. Sajid Gunaratna, Deputy General Manager of Ceylon Agro Industries Prima Group. To begin the awards, we are going to start with the Inter-Provincial Women's Segment Tournament. Let me call upon Major General Umar Farooq Burki, High Commissioner of Pakistan in Sri Lanka, to step forward to give away the awards. The cup runners of the women's inter-provincial segment, Uva Province Ladies Rugby Team. Can I call upon the captain to come forward to collect their award? Uva Province. Palat Atara Tarange Jayagrahi, Anujayagrahi. A big round of applause for these ladies coming all the way from the Uva Province to become the runners-up. Can I call upon the President and the Secretary of Sri Lanka Rugby to come forward for the photograph as well? Rear Admiral Hitiarachi, you too, please. The cup runners-up, ladies and gentlemen, in the inter-provincial women's segment, Uva Province Ladies Rugby Team, a big round of applause. Now we are moving into the Cup Champions. Major General Umar Farooq Burki, sir, please step forward for the Cup Championship Award as well. The Cup Champions of the Inter-Provincial Women's segment is Sabaragamuwa Provincial Ladies Rugby Team. Can I call upon the captain and the members of the rugby team to walk forward to collect their cup? All these girls have traveled a long way and they have stayed over 2 nights in Colombo, and it's absolute wonderful performance for the coaches and also for the provincial union. Can I please give them a big round of applause? We are moving into the inter-provincial men's segment. Can I call upon Mr. Sajid Gunaratna, Deputy General Manager of Ceylon Agro Industries, step forward. The runners-up of the inter-provincial men's segment, Sabaragamuwa Province. Let me now call upon Ms. Sachitra Senanayaka, Brand Manager of ThePapare, our official pain relief partner, to give away the Cup Championship Award for the Inter-Provincial Men's category. Western Province. We are moving into the Best Player of the Tournament Awards for Women's, sponsored by Turkish Airlines, our official airline partner. Can I call upon the General Manager of Turkish Airlines, Mr. Fatih Bozkurt, to give away the award. The Best Player of the Women's category and the Men's category, we get a return air ticket to Maldives, sponsored by Turkish Airlines. And the Best Player of the Women's category is Chamudya Madhumali of Army Sports Club. She's going to fly over to Mali, courtesy of Turkish Airlines. A national pool is of the Sri Lanka women's team as well. Please remain, sir. Now we'll move into the Best Player of the Tournament Men's category. Turkish Airlines will sponsor another ticket, a return air ticket to Maldives. And the winner is, any guesses? Darshana Dabare of Sri Lanka Air Force Sports Club. Thank you. Before we move into the cup, plate, bowl category, we have special momentums to be presented to the players and officials who represented Sri Lanka men's and women's rugby teams at the Commonwealth Games 2022 in Birmingham, UK. To give away the award, let me call upon Brigadier Japana Jayawardena and Dr. Maya Gunasekara. And first we'll start with the women's team. I'm sure the players are around, they are representing their respective clubs. The women's team, Anusha Attanayaka, the captain, Anusha Samana Vikrama, Ayesha Pereira, Charani Lianage, Dilini Kanchana, Dulani Pallikondage, Jivanti Gunodana, Kanchana Mahendran, Kumari Dilrukshi, Nipuni Rasanjali, Sandika Hema Kumari, Shanika Madhumali, and Umayangana Tatsarani. Also the head coach, Mr. Salia Kumara, the managers, Ms. Sujani Ratnayaka, and our Masio, Mr. Senaka De Silva, Sanka De Silva. Big round of applause for the ladies who represented as the first Asian women's team to represent a country at Commonwealth Games. Now we are moving into the men's team. Srinath Surya Bandara, the captain, Ashan Ratwate, Tanusha Dayan, Buddhima Priyaratna, Chatura Seneviratna, Diluksha Dange, Ravindu Hettiarachi, Sudara Kadikkumara, Riza Rafaidin, Mithun Hapugoda, Nigel Ratwate, Eroshan Silva, and Ramesh Fernando, together with their coach, Mr. Nilfa Ibrahim, manager, Mr. Rohan Chintaka, physio, Mr. Shifan Majid. Next, we are moving into a Fair Play Award for the first time. We had a lot of judgments on this, and the Fair Play, the most Fair Play team in the women's category would receive 50,000 rupees in cash. Obviously, it's been given by a check. Let me call upon the President of Sri Lanka Rugby to welcome Navy Sports Club of the women's category receiving the Fair Play Award. Can I have the captain to come officially forward? Sponsored by our title sponsor, Nippon Paint. Navy Sports Club, the most fair play team. Also, from the men's category, there were a lot of teams, but Army Sports Club wins that 50,000 rupees cash, sponsored by Nippon Paint. Can I have the captain of Army Sports Club coming forward? Okay, we are moving into the inter-club segment. Women's. To give away the awards, can I call upon Mr. Rukmal Elamalpe, Manager, Mobile Channels and Events, to come forward. Ceylon Cold Stores, official ice cream and food and beverage partner. And the Cup Runners-Up Award goes to Navy Sports Club in the Women's Segment A category. Can I call upon the captain and the team to walk forward to receive the trophy? Navy Sports Club, a big round of applause. They have been unbeaten throughout the tournament, except for the finals. Absolute wonderful performance by the Navy girls. Two former national captains in the team. Now the winners of the Women's Segment A Cup category. To give away the award, I want to request Mr. Rukma to stay. And the winners are Army Sports Club. Cup champions of the Women's Segment A category, Army Sports Club. Before we move into the bowl, plate and the cup category in the men's section, there's a special memento to be presented by Mr. Anna Vijayaratna, pitch marshal, who flew in all the way from New Delhi in India to our president, Mr. Riz Lilias. Can I call upon Anna to give away the official momentum from Rugby India as well? We are moving into the bowl category of the men's interclub segment. Let me call upon Mr. Nemanta Besinga, General Manager of Nippon Paint, our title sponsor, to come forward to give away the awards. The bowl runners up, Navy Blues. Can I captain of the Navy Blues team to come forward with their team to receive the award? And the bowl champions goes to CR&FC. Can I call the captain of CR&FC and their team to walk forward to receive the trophy? Chatura Seneviratna received the award on behalf of Sri R&FC men's sevens team, bowl champions. Plate runners of the men's segment A category, Army Sports Club. Sudhara Kumara, a national player, received the award. Received the plate runners up award on behalf of Army Sports Club. The player champions, Navy Sports Club. Can I call the captain and the entire team to walk forward? Now we are moving into the cup category. The cup runners of Havelock Sports Club. Can I call upon the captain to bring his team to receive the award? Can I call upon the President, Secretary, the Deputy President and the Vice President of Sri Lanka Rugby also to walk forward? Havelock Sports Club Cup runners up, ladies and gentlemen, of the Nippon Paint Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022. Cup runners up, ladies and gentlemen, of the Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022 Havelock Sports Club. Let's move to the big award right now. May I request Mr. Neman to stay forward and also the office bearers of Sri Lanka Rugby to stay forward as well. And also, let me also welcome Chief of Staff, Air Vice Marshal Udeni Rajapaksa also step forward. Also, Dr. Maya Gunasekara as well, please. Thank you. The Cup champions, Air Force Sports Club, ladies and gentlemen, Nippon Paint Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022 Cup champions. coached by a former CR and national player, Shamli Nawaz.
This brings us to the conclusion of the Nippon Paint Sri Lanka Rugby Sevens 2022, and that's the final visual. Eventual winners, Air Force Sports Club, deserved winners. And congratulations to them as well as Sri Lanka Rugby for organizing a wonderful tournament. From the Papare crew, till we meet next time, this is Abdullah Yusuf and Shana Kamarasinghe signing off. Good night and take care.
I came from the mud, there's dirt on my hands. Strong like a tree, there's roots where I stand. Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Try to catch me howling at the moon.